안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
무술과 쿠키들이 모여 사는 세계, 무령비림. 그리고 그곳의 오랜 전설, 사령병기전. 흑룡이 온 세상을 어지럽히던 먼 옛날, 흑룡을 무찌르려던 난세의 영웅이 존재했다. 비록 영웅은 용에게 패배하고 쓰러졌지만 마지막으로 자신의 힘을 신령한 무기 4개에 나눠주었는데 중검, 권갑, 부채, 창, 이것이 바로 사령병기였다. 영웅의 제자들은 이 무기를 들고 흑룡과 싸워 승리를 거머쥐게 되지만 그 과정에서 제자들 역시 기력을 다하게 되고 사령병기는 그 힘을 이어받아 쿠키가 된다. 한편 흑룡은 사라지기 전 자신의 힘을 온 세상에 흩뿌리고 마는데 사령병기의 힘을 이어받은 쿠키들은 뜻을 함께하는 문파와 세가를 모아 봉인맹을 만들고 마침내 흑룡의 힘을 봉인하는 데 성공한다. 봉인한 힘을 관리하는 봉인사를 세우고 평화가 찾아온 지도 한참의 세월이 지나고 흑룡을 부활시키고자 하는 흑마교단의 등장과 설상가상으로 용암보주의 영향을 받아 흑룡의 힘까지 다시 날뛰기 시작하는데 과연 사령병기 쿠키들은 다시 한번 강호의 평화를 지켜낼 수 있을 것인가? 이번 업데이트에서는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 새로운 세계관 무림이 공개됩니다. 신규 레전더리 쿠키, 신규 스킨, 랜덤 챌린지 대규모 개편, 무림 컨셉의 타이틀 이벤트와 때 탈출까지 이외에도 다양한 개선 사항과 이벤트들도 푸짐하게 준비했습니다.
안녕하세요. 이번부터 업데이트 영상을 책임질 게임캐스터 김영일입니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 저희 오늘 소개해드릴 내용이 엄청 많거든요. 소개를 시작하기 전에 구독과 좋아요 부탁드립니다. 이번 타이틀 이벤트에서는 무림을 배경으로 강력한 기운을 품은 마가 핵심이 됩니다. 일정 시간마다 쿠키 주변에 마기를 두르게 되는데요. 이 마기를 강화해 나가며 파천과 흡공을 활용하여 흑화한 젤리들을 모아보세요.
무림 업데이트와 함께 찾아온 레전더리 쿠키, 흑마교주 쿠키를 소개합니다. 흑마교주 쿠키가 능력을 발동하면 공중으로 떠오르며 광환이 화려한 형태로 변화하는데요. 이 상태에서 버튼을 누르면 흑룡의 힘을 한 곳에 모아 경공으로 번쩍 도약하며 일정 거리를 순식간에 가로지릅니다. 충분한 도약 이후에는 흑룡의 에너지를 폭발시켜 주변 장애물을 단숨에 날려버리고 흑룡 결정 젤리를 생성합니다. 마법 사탕을 제작하면 일정 시간마다 흑룡의 기운이 전방을 핥히며 지나가 장애물을 파괴하고 그 자리에서 흑룡의 기운 젤리를 생성합니다.
흑마교주 쿠키의 펫 뿔사슴버섯은 능력이 발동되면 검붉은 곰팡이 질주를 하고 질주하는 동안 검붉은 곰팡이 젤리를 생성합니다. 신규 보물 위험한 비급서가 추가됩니다. 위험한 비급서는 일정 시간마다 흑마공 비급 젤리를 생성합니다. 이 젤리를 3개 모으면 어둠 호신 강기를 발동시킬 수 있습니다. 어둠 호신 강기는 강력한 어둠의 보호막을 만들어낸 뒤 곧 전방위로 폭발을 일으켜 주변의 장애물을 모조리 파괴합니다.
멋진 스킨들도 바로 소개해드릴게요. 모든 생명이 빛을 잃고 절규만이 메아리치는 파멸의 세상. 그 세상 속에서 악신의 연애는 이제 시작에 불과하다는 악신의 탄생, 흑마교주 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 그 악신의 곁을 지키는 종말의 수호자 펫 스킨, 종말의 시대 뿔사슴버섯. 그리고 지금까지 이런 맛과 식감의 만두는 없었다. 순식간에 찜기를 10개나 돌리는 만두 빚기의 고수 자두맛 쿠키의 에픽 스킨과 자두맛 쿠키의 훈련을 돕다 만두 가게 사장이 된 펫스킨 홀서빙의 달인 사부 건자두입니다. 자두맛 쿠키와 펫스킨은 잼 교환소에서 만나볼 수 있습니다.
다음으로는 사실은 무서운 흑마교단 젤리 세트입니다. 이 젤리들 너무 귀여워 보인다고 방심하지 마세요. 흑마교의 힘으로 여러분들을 벌할 수도 있으니 조심하세요.
마교 교주의 등장과 함께 떼탈출에도 무림 컨셉이 찾아왔습니다. 초반 스테이지에서는 훈련을 하고 중반부 재미있는 기믹의 객잔을 지나 후반 스테이지에서는 본격적으로 마교의 내외부에서 마교 교주와 상대하는 쿠키들의 모습을 만나보실 수 있습니다. 이번 신규 떼탈출인 시작되는 강호의 전설은 5개의 스테이지 5주자로 진행이 됩니다. 여러분께서 직접 무림 속으로 들어가 마교의 교주를 물리쳐보세요.
정말 많은 분들께서 기다리셨던 랜덤 챌린지에도 많은 업데이트가 있습니다. 이제 천사의 레전더리 축복뿐만 아니라 다양한 새로운 축복을 골라 게임을 시작할 수 있습니다. 이번 시즌에만 쓸 수 있는 시즌 축복, 플레이 전략성을 더해줄 새로운 축복 등 다양한 축복이 추가되었으니 매판 새로운 플레이를 즐겨보세요. 시즌이 끝나도 남겨지는 나의 슈퍼플레이, 랜덤 챌린지 기록실도 추가되었습니다. 도파민 터지는 내 최고의 신기록을 돌아보고 기록 갱신에도 도전하세요. 버프에도 많은 변화가 찾아옵니다. 새로운 시너지를 낼 수 있는 신규 레전더리 버프 출시, 희귀도에 맞는 버프 밸런스 수정과 초보자도 1등을 노릴 수 있는 버프 조합 추천 기능, 드디어 랜덤 챌린지 패스가 업데이트됩니다. 랜덤 챌린지에서 점수를 쌓은 만큼 패스 레벨이 올라가서 보상을 받을 수 있어요. 그리고 프리미엄 패스를 활성화하면 축복 무료, 미리 달려보기, 그리고 한 게임에 한 번만 쓸 수 있는 필살 리롤 등 다양한 패스 전용 혜택도 이용할 수 있습니다. 또 전용 혜택을 최대한 많은 유저분들이 이용하실 수 있도록 랜덤 챌린지 패스는 결제 외에도 크리스탈을 사용하여 활성화할 수 있는 기능도 준비했으니 많은 기대와 관심 부탁드립니다. 새로운 시즌 이야기도 빼놓을 수 없겠죠? 이번 시즌은 업데이트 테마에 맞춘 무협 테마의 신규 시즌으로 여러분은 강호에 갓 입문한 수련생 쿠키로 시작합니다. 수련을 통해 다양한 내공을 높일수록 점수가 높아지며 4대 문파 중 하나의 비급을 획득하여 고수로 거듭나기 위한 여정을 떠나게 됩니다. 이번 시즌부터는 랜덤 챌린지 탑 100위에 든 유저분들을 위한 레전더리 칭호도 추가되니 무림의 지존이 되기 위해 도전하세요.
드디어 2025 월드 챔피언십이 다가옵니다. 이번 업데이트에 오프라인 대회 모드가 열리고 월드 챔피언십의 맵을 미리 만나보실 수 있습니다. 선수분들은 우승을 향한 연습을, 유저분들도 직접 선수의 마음으로 월드 챔피언십에 사용될 맵들을 달려보실 수 있습니다. 월드 챔피언십 안내도 빠질 수 없겠죠? 월드 챔피언십을 향해서 그랜드 챔피언스 리그부터 뜨겁게 달려온 쿠키러너들이 드디어 세계의 무대에 서게 됩니다. 지역 예선은 9월 16일부터 28일까지 진행되며 본선은 10월 25일, 26일 양일간 진행됩니다. 올해는 어떤 플레이로 전 세계의 쿠키러너들을 흥분시킬지 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 자세한 내용은 9월 1일 월드 챔피언십 사이트에서 확인하실 수 있으니 월드 챔피언십 웹사이트도 많이 방문해주세요. 이번 업데이트에서는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 신규 유저와 복귀 유저, 성장이 추가적으로 필요한 유저분들을 위한 컨텐츠들도 함께 만나보실 수 있습니다. 먼저 튜토리얼의 개편과 함께 초보 유저분들을 도울 너무너무 귀여운 도우미 젤리곰이 추가되는데요. 이 도우미 젤리곰은 유저분들을 도와 정착을 도와주고 목표를 제시하며 보상도 제공합니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수가 되는 여정을 함께할 도우미 젤리곰, 빨리 만나보고 싶네요.
레전더리 쿠키, 펫, 마법 사탕의 성장이 필요한 유저분들을 위한 레전더리 성장 이벤트도 함께 진행됩니다. 앞으로 신규 레전더리 쿠키가 출시되면 기존 레전더리를 강화할 수 있는 이벤트를 만나보실 수 있는데요. 신규 레전더리 쿠키와 함께 미션을 클리어하면 전설의 원석을 얻을 수 있고, 이 재화를 사용해 기존 레전더리 쿠키, 짝꿍 펫, 마법사탕 재료, 레전더리 쿠키와 펫 물약도 교환할 수 있습니다. 길드전 매 시즌마다 길드원끼리 길드전에서 사용할 쿠키, 펫, 보물을 빌려주고 빌려갈 수 있는 길드 대여 창고가 신설됩니다. 모든 길드원들이 대여 창고의 빈 슬롯에 본인의 조합을 등록할 수 있고, 등록된 조합을 대여 티켓을 사용해 정해진 시간 동안 대여할 수 있습니다.
이외에도 무림 쿠키가 깜짝 등장하는 새로운 길드전 시즌이 시작되고 여러 개선 사항들도 포함되어 있으니 이번 무림 업데이트도 재미있게 즐겨주세요. 아참! 고스탐런도 돌아온다고 하네요. 9월 중순에는 온갖 독을 자유자재로 다루는 흑마교의 독립, 신규 쿠키, 백도막 쿠키가 찾아올 예정입니다. 그리고 백도막 쿠키의 신규 슈퍼 에픽 스킨, 흑마교 만독 대장로 백도막 쿠키, 패스킨인 검은 동나비 토끼만두, 게다가 복숭아맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨, 질풍의 배달 협객 복숭아맛 쿠키와 만두머리 주방장 판다만두 패스킨까지 만나보실 수 있으니 많은 기대 부탁드려요.
여름의 막바지에 정말 매력적이어서 깊게 다루고 싶었고 굉장히 오래 준비한 무림 세계관을 드디어 여러분께 선보이게 돼서 너무 설레고, 팀에서도 되게 많은 것들을 준비하고 있어서 기대가 많습니다. 이번 업데이트도 정말 치열하게 즐겨주시고 다음 달 그리고 그 다음 달도 엄청난 업데이트들이 기다리고 있으니 많이 기대해주세요.
기대해주세요.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께해 주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 코림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Cookie run oven break.
You heard it. Let the good times roll. We're back with another day of the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship 2025. Once again, hello. My name is Churba, joined by State, and we'll be bringing you all the action for day 2 here as we go through the regional preliminaries.
Yeah, the preliminaries continuing on. We're going to find out which 2 players out of these groups are going to be joining our winners from yesterday in the championship match in October. I'm excited, Trevor. Yesterday was so much fun, and today we're running it back.
Yeah, and I'm kind of cautious as well because I feel like we started off so strong yesterday with the 2 that ended up winning, of course, in the desert region to qualify onto the main stage. We'll get to a quick review, I'm sure, in just a second. But of course, for those of you who joined us yesterday, you got to watch the action and all the running coming out from Tim and, of course, Sick Duck as well. So I wonder if any of the players we have today in the Plains region are going to kind of match up to the eye test in terms of what we saw in terms of the skill performance yesterday.
I mean, everybody knows how talented Sick Duck is. Also, Tim topping the leaderboards there in the GCL. It's not a surprise that they were the 2 to emerge victorious out of the desert region. And coming in today, I would say that overall the GCL ratings, they're a little bit lower, but people have surprised us already on day number 1. And so I don't really know what to expect from the player pool that we've gotten as we have a quick overview of the tournament format right now. Today is the Plains. This weekend, next weekend, we are going through the regional preliminaries. This is day 2. And the preliminaries from each of these groups, the desert, the plains, the ocean, the glacier, 2 players will advance into the World Championship Finals on October 25th and October 26th.
Yeah, exactly. So we will have, of course, the big main stage in 1 month's time. But for everyone that's here today, we'll have all the action today for the Plains region and then next weekend as well, both Saturday and Sunday for ocean and glacier. So if you're part of those regions trying to cheer on your own region, or if you've got specific players you're looking forward to, you can make sure to double check the dates. And of course, all of this leads to a big prize pool at the end of October. Total $17,000 in store for the first, second, and third place participants. And of course, the first place kind of taking the lion's share of that prize pool.
Yeah, $10,000 to the winner at the end of this. I mean, who was it? Was it Sick Duck yesterday that said that $10,000 is already his?
Yeah,
man, I'm telling you, he's looking really good. I was so impressed with his performance yesterday. Of course, he was a little bit outshined by Tim in the early stages, the best of ones, the best of threes, but emerging victorious there in the best of 5. I'm so curious who is going to be joining them today.
Yeah, and of course, I think we saw yesterday, because of that, how important it was to have a very thorough map pool, because we have different map pools for each part of the preliminaries. We'll get to the format, but those of you who watched already know that as we get to it, the preliminaries already have 3 different stages. So we've got the quarterfinals, which is actually round robin. So while it is a best of 1, you do get multiple chances. It's not a bracket, but you do get to play everyone within your own group, since we have 8 players in the region, so they've been divided into 2 groups. But out of that, we'll then have 2 players from Group A and 2 players from Group B with the most points move on to a single elimination bracket where we have a new map pool for the best of 3 and then a brand new map for the best of 5 as well.
Yeah, so there's a couple stages here as we decide who's going to be advancing for the preliminaries, but that's really the fair way to do it, give everybody a good shot. And we're going to decide who it will be today as we have a quick look at the map pool. So the first stage, the quarterfinal round robin, everyone is going to play everybody once within Group A and Group B here in the Plains region. The 2 maps that they will be rotating between are Beneath the Lilies and Boiling Stock Village. And then after that, we'll take a short break. When we come back, the bracket for the top 4 players is going to start. The first series will be a best of 3. The maps are Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, Moonlit Bamboo Grove, and Temple of the Sun Central Arena. And then after that, the finals to determine the seeding for the 2 winners of today. Who's going to get first in this group, who's going to get second in this group, will be taking place on those 3 maps in a best of 5. And in that situation, because it's only 3 maps in a best of 5, there is a chance that we see the same map twice.
Yeah, exactly. So we were fortunate enough to see at least all the maps at least once yesterday before the finals wrapped up. But there is a world where maybe you only see 2 of the maps and it turns into a 3-0 or something like that. So we'll have to keep our eyes on there. For the semifinals and finals, the first set will be a random draw in between the breaks, but we'll remind you of that when we get to it. So hopefully we get a thorough look at all the maps once again today. And of course, if you have favorites out in the audience, hopefully you'll get to watch more of those maps. Take a look at the names and the lineups here for the participants. Once again, yesterday we had Sick Duck and Tim. Moving on to the main stage. Of course, a big shout out and a round of applause for the other 6 players that were part of the Desert region, but unfortunately their run ends here for 2025. Now, today, it's about the Plains region, and we do have, once again, 8 new players.
Yeah, 8 new players, a lot of names looking to emerge victorious here and make, build a little bit of a reputation for themselves heading into that October World Championship. The 2 players I really have my eyes on are the tops of Group A and Group B. Jungho and Cookie Shi, they're very high ranked in the GCL. Jungho ranked number 9 right now, Cookie Shi ranked number 4, so no slouches by any means. It's going to be a very exciting match as we look at the opening group. So we're going to go with Group A first. Nihao versus Oculus will be kicking us off, and then the round robin stage, everybody will play everybody once.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, the maps are already determined. So match 1 through 3 will be on Beneath the Lilies, and then 4 through 6 will be on Boiling Stock Village. So that does mean some players will play twice on Beneath the Lilies, some will play twice on Boiling Stock Village. However, they were, they knew about this order ahead of time, so they knew which maps they would have to kind of lean into to maximize their chances to move on. And of course, you already see the order there for Group B. But as a reminder, we have all of these best of 1s in the round robin, and then we'll have the semifinals and finals for this preliminary for the Plains region as well today. So we've got quite a big chunk of the day ahead of us.
Yeah, should be another long, exciting day. Yesterday, I think, was 5 or 6 hours of competition as these players, they're out of robins because they're all best of 1s. It feels like a sprint, but if you really do want to qualify for that championship, you're going to be playing all day. You have to stay in top condition. And I can't wait to get ready. Our first 2 players, they're already on stage right now. Nihao and Oculus going to be the 2 kicking it off here as admins are just confirming everything is ready for them here on stage. And if you're wondering at home, everybody is playing on the exact same device, so there's not going to be any terms of advantage in terms of the gear that they're playing with. We've done rehearsals. Everybody is going to be well acclimated and ready to go. Although, we must say, the pressure can get to some of the players. These are the best players in the world, but Cookie Run Esports, it's one of the first times that we're having these big esports stages. You know, all these players flying out to Korea to compete for a chance at that $17,000 prize, plus, of course, the title, being a world championship here in Cookie Run. It's a lot of pressure for these folks. A lot of them, they're very young. This is the first time competing in an esport event, especially a major esport event like this one. And even though they are very good players and, you know, they're capable of these really high scores as they've reported for us in the sheets, we don't really see the best performance out of them all the time. The pressure sometimes, there's a little bit of unforced error. We have some mistakes. It's a bit shaky, you know?
The thing is at home, obviously, you can just keep retrying. You can keep only working on the things that you want to work on. And you can always just kind of reboot the run when you've already made one mistake. And so you just go at it until you make the perfect run. But here, what we saw yesterday is it's more about how well do you adapt despite probably making a mistake. Everyone's bound to make at least one mistake at some point. It's very rare that you're going to set a new record for yourself live on an offline stage. So we'll keep our eyes on that to see if any players kind of showcase that, and it's noticeable as that will be important to move on throughout the stages. We actually, I heard from some of the players yesterday, I think specifically Inverse as well, one of the younger players we saw yesterday from Korea, kind of talking about, you know, having to get used to that and never really being in an environment like this, and kind of thinking it was a bit of a shame because he wasn't able to perform to the best of his abilities. But now that you have that experience, maybe down in the future when there are more tournaments and more competitions, maybe he can show up again with a little bit of that experience under his belt.
Yeah, you might not think of it as kind of a major factor in a competition like this one, but you know, Tim and Sickduck, when they won yesterday, one of them in the winner's interview said, well, the main thing I need to work on getting ready for October is I got to stop shaking my hands.
Tim,
my hands were literally shaking when I was on the main stage in the finals. And we were watching Tim and we were remarking at how consistent he was from the very first round robin stage all the way to the end. It might have not been the most flashy play, but out of everybody up until the finals, it felt like he was the one not making any mistakes. He went undefeated all the way into that final best of 5, where finally Sickduck was able to take him down. And even that guy, this bastion of consistency, his hands were shaking on stage.
Yeah, and again, Sickduck, of course, had been here before for the Invitational, so I think that obviously helps him a little bit. And Tim kind of giving that credit of like, okay, now I get it. Like, I've never been in this situation before. So I'm sure that we'll see Tim kind of work on that, no matter how, you know, what it takes. Everyone has different ways that they prep for it, but whether it's trying to put yourself in similar situations back at home or whatever else it might be, obviously we're going to see some improvements in the main stage. But again, those two, they're now feeling kind of safe. You know, they can now prep for another month, looking forward to the main stage of the World Finals. And today we'll have 2 more players joining them here from the Plains region. And again, not as clear-cut as yesterday. Like yesterday, I think coming in, most people already knew right away, like Sickduck was definitely one of the favorites. Tim, of course, being #1 overall within their region and Desert region with all the points throughout the 2 seasons. It was like, okay, these 2 are probably the ones to beat. But today, it's a little bit more spread out.
Yeah, it certainly is. I feel like we might have some surprising results today in terms of players making a name for themselves and actually emerging victorious, seeding themselves into that October World Championship that's going to be happening in just about a month. And I think that's very exciting. You know, it's a little bit of a rough draw for some of these folks. Say you want to play in the desert region and the brackets get drawn. You're like, oh, well, I got to get through Sickduck and Tim if I want to make it into that finals in October. We had some really impressive results out of the 6 that did not make it all the way in. But at the end of the day, for each one of these preliminary groups, or regions, I should say, this week and next week, only 2 players will be able to make it.
Yes, and of course, for those of you who watch this, you know that we're not dragging things on just for the sake of it. We are just waiting to make sure the players are set up. Obviously, we've had rehearsals and such, but it's the first time that they're like getting ready for the actual match. So you're going to have to double check everything. And for the first couple of matches, we might take a little bit longer to set up as we rotate through the players. But once everyone's had one chance up on stage, things should go a lot smoother. So please bear with us as we get ready for that first match. And then once we start, I mean, yesterday we just kept running, you know, just nonstop, on and on and on.
Yeah.
And of course, we'll start to see, you know, who actually starts to shine.
I was pretty impressed with it yesterday, actually. Usually, it doesn't matter what esport it is you're playing. It doesn't matter what device you're playing on. Day one of a typical major event, there's going to be some kind of technical issue. There's going to be some hiccups. And yesterday, it was such smooth sailing. I hope I'm not giving a little bit of a caster jinx right now.
You are. Yeah,
I was really impressed, Jobra.
Yeah, you've really wrecked it. All right, everyone, we're in for another 10-hour day today, thanks to State. So everyone get ready to blame State for this one because no one else said it. But overall, it should be pretty smooth. I just assume most of I think almost pretty much everyone here just hasn't really had any chances with some of the past competitions. But hey, there you go,
there
to
we
tide
go.
you over. While we wait for that first match, we've got our first code of the day, the special coupon. It is Plains Cheer Up Run. So, ooh, okay, the dev's getting a little cheeky. Not exactly the same format as yesterday. Yesterday was what, Desert Live Run or something like
yeah,
that?
something like that.
Yeah, so Plains Cheer Up Run for your 300 crystals instantly if you submit it onto your account. So make sure you go ahead and do that right now. Pull out your phones, your tablets, whatever else it might be, and remind each other in chat because this is limited for the next 3 hours. These are time limited.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday we had 2 separate codes. The first one's going to be obviously right now at the very start of the show. That's available for 3 hours, and then the second code is going to come in 3 hours after that. And if you don't know how to redeem it, just open the game on whichever device it is you're playing on. Go to the settings. You should be able to find a redeem coupon code option in there, and enjoy those extra 300 crystals.
Yeah, there you go. And now it does look like our players are ready. So we'll quickly introduce our very first matchup. On the left, it is going to be Ni Hao hailing from Hong Kong. And so, of course, his ID written in his own language, but it is going to be Ni Hao. And then on the right side, we've got Oculus hailing from Korea.
Yeah, Ni Hao actually the only non-Korean player competing today in this region, in the
Yeah?
Plains region. Yesterday we had 2 non-Koreans emerge victorious that were able to make it in. And
True. And I love this.
Yeah, I noticed it too.
Yeah, I love Ni Hao just saying, I'm on TV, I'm gonna be famous. Well, guess what? You're right, because we've got people watching, not just from Korea, but globally here on the English channel as well. So everybody say hi to Ni Hao. He's enjoying his time on the screen right now, although I gotta say, he looks a little bit nervous getting ready for this game.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel like basically everybody is going to be here in the preliminaries. Even for some of the veterans and some of these very high-rated players such as Tim yesterday, it's shaky. You got to calm your nerves if you want to perform under pressure. The opening maps, the first 3 maps of this round robin is going to be played on Beneath the Lilies. This is the 3-star difficulty map. The available cookies here will be Spinach Cookie and Ion Cookie Robot, and then the available pet is going to be Caterpie. Occasionally, we had some people go for different loadouts on this map in day number 1, choosing a different candy to go for, try and optimize different aspects of their build. I wonder what the play is going to be today.
Yeah, not too much of a big difference, but we'll kind of see if maybe some of them want to focus a little bit more on the bear jellies or something like that. Of course, the thing about Beneath the Lilies, despite being a 3-star, we talked about it yesterday, yes, in terms of overall, the goal of the map, it might be simpler, but that just means that you have to play it even more perfectly to actually reach that higher score. And talking about the candies and the bear jellies, it does look like Oculus going to double down on the pink bear jellies, whereas we have Ni Hao just going for the all jellies on both cookies, so both of those magic candies. So going for a more thorough all-around build here, whereas Oculus going to double down on the pink jellies early on.
Yeah, pink jellies. You got to make sure you don't miss any of those. Of course, you do get the extra 3,000 points with this candy, but it's very painful if you miss them. The 500 points, nice and safe. I kind of admire both approaches here. For Ni Hao, it makes sense, especially if you're nervous on stage. Let's just play it really simple. Let's go for every single jelly. Let's make sure that if we miss, say, 1 pink bear, it's not the end of the world.
Sure.
Instead, we just focus on the basics. I like it a lot.
Yeah, and I think it also just kind of depends on maybe what lines that you're used to. If you're kind of more confident in securing all the basic jellies as well, then that's going to double up. Of course, it's all jellies, not just the basic jellies. So, if you just think, okay, overall, I know I'm going to maximize it, then that should come in pretty handy. But Oculus, if he wants to maybe put the pressure on a little bit early on with the pink bear jellies, you know that you can always secure all of them that are on the map. Then we'll see if those 3,000 extra points come in handy. But as I was saying, one of the big things is maybe some of those small differences in the early destruction you can do with the Spinach Cookie yesterday, right? Just making sure you get the right slide all the way to the end to try to get 1 or 2 more obstacles on those jumps or those slides. We saw Beneath the Lilies really coming down to 5 obstacles destroyed, 10 obstacles destroyed, that being the main big difference. And of course, a little bit on maybe getting a bit further on those relays into the Ion Robot, making sure that you can get 2 or 3 extra Lotus Gem jellies at the very end of the run. So those are the big things to look out for here on the first map.
Yeah, even though the map is focused on the Lotus Gems, you get 100,000 extra points per Lotus Gem just because of the loadouts, because the players have to play the Spinach Cookie. Destruction points very important. And guys, I think our first match here at the Cookie Run World Championship preliminary for this region is about to kick off. We have Ni Hao here on top, Oculus on bottom. Who is going to emerge victorious in the first match of the Plains?
All right away on Beneath the Lilies, a map where it is really just about playing clean and just perfect as possible. Ni Hao over there on the top, and then we'll just be able to keep track of both here. There's the pink bear jellies coming in for Oculus, making sure he's getting all the extra 3,000 points.
Yeah, and Oculus, his game started a little bit faster than Nihao's there on top, and so it's almost like you get to look into the future here on Oculus. So it'll make it hard to compare the scores immediately, but...
Yeah, Oculus already missing a couple big Lotus Gem jellies, though, on that first burst, so I think that's already going to come into play. He's going to have to make sure he doesn't make any more mistakes, because you already see just off of that, he's starting on the back foot, 600,000 points behind, or just about.
Yeah, that's painful, especially considering, that he has a little bit of a quicker start right now.
And also, he went for the extra points on the pink bear jellies, but missing more than he needed to on those jumps. Usually you can get by just missing 2 of those we saw yesterday, but it looks like on that first one he's missing, maybe 3 or 4. Thankfully, both players not missing the rainbow bear jellies here as you kind of weave in between the cogwheels, making sure you get all the destruction points, but missing more pink bear jellies here from Oculus.
Yeah, I mean, he's optimizing for the destruction points, but the fact that the pink bear jellies are the important thing here for Oculus, it's painful to miss those.
Yeah, that's a rough one, but we'll see if he's able to make sure he cleans up in the rest of it, cleaning up all the Lotus Gem jellies here. Same thing for Nihao on top.
Yeah, Nihao doing a very good job. The play has been so clean. I've mostly been keyed in on Oculus because, of course, those pink bear jellies are so important for him with his build. In terms of Nihao, though, every time I look at the top side of the screen, it's just perfection. I feel like barely anything is getting missed, and that has culminated in a 2.5 million point lead.
Yeah, at this point, again, we saw it a lot yesterday, but once you're well over that million point on this map, it comes down to whether the person in the lead makes mistakes or not. Now, can they clean up every single one as they go above the pedals here? So far, looking good for Oculus. Nihao's already missed 1 Lotus Gem jelly. Oculus goes perfectly clean, it looks like, for the entire run.
Oh, wow, did he?
But it's not going to be enough to catch him up just yet.
Yeah, we'll close the gap a little bit. It's very hard to get every single Lotus Gem in that kind of situation, but man, props to Oculus for pulling it off. I feel like that's a rarity. Even on day 1, we didn't see that happen very often.
Yeah, as it was a bit of a difficult aspect, but both players still keeping calm. And now here's a big drop, cleans up both lines, and same for Nihao up top.
Yeah, well done by both of them, also collecting every single Lotus Gem. And it looks like Oculus might be a little bit further, but maybe like 1 meter at most. It's basically a wash in terms of distance.
I think it's maybe he can get like 1 extra Lotus Gem jelly, but here's the big one. You don't want to miss a single line, okay? Oh, no! A huge miss with 4 being left behind from Nihao. That closes the gap down to about 1 million, cuts it down to half.
Yeah, and then misses another Lotus Gem right there after that. Maybe a little bit shaken up by that miss. Those drops have been devastating for players. This might not be one of the most difficult maps, but that means that you need to nail every single one of these drops, even though it's simple. It's harder than it looks, man. The timing has to be perfect, and I think with the nerves on stage, most players are a little bit early on that drop.
And I think right now, Oculus has to think about the later part of this run. If he can maximize the distance that he's going to get with the Iron Robot and take advantage of the fact that he might get 1 or 2 extra jellies from that relay, he might be able to flip this right at the end, keeping close. Okay, doesn't miss that Lotus Gem jelly. Looked a little dicey, but he's going to be okay.
Oculus has been doing a great job. The early portion of this run was a little bit shaky for Oculus, but since then he has really nailed it down. That lead whittled down to about 1 million. That is surmountable if we have a couple more misses come in from Nihao.
Yeah, trying to make sure that he stays afloat. Oh, had to skip out on 1, but an extra 1 missed out by Nihao, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Just barely staying ahead at about 600,000 points. Nihao closes it out with a win to start off the day.
Yeah, well done by Nihao. A little bit scary after Nihao missed that first big drop. The entire right line of Lotus Gems was not picked up, but in the end, the consistency throughout the rest of the map really paid off. A 700,000 point difference. And that's going to be Nihao taking the first map of this round robin.
Yeah, that was, oh man, that was so close, because early on, I mean, we thought so too. I'm sure a lot of the viewers, it seemed like also kind of assuming that Oculus was going to be done for. He missing a bit too much early on, leaving behind a lot of those Lotus Gem jellies and even the pink bear jellies. But then, again, 1 mistake, especially on that big drop, the 4 lines of Lotus Gem jellies with the Iron Robot. We saw it yesterday. You mistime that jump, you're suddenly missing minimum 4, if not like all 8, right, that are lined up, because you're not lined up for the entire 4 columns. So you don't know until the very end, but unfortunately, Oculus, at this point, you got to start to think like those pink bear jellies might have made the difference, right? Because you doubled down on them with the Magic Candy Blessing.
Yeah, and I feel like there were a lot of missed pink bear jellies, especially in the early game.
On. Yeah, exactly.
It's hard when you have to choose, though, if you want to prioritize the destruction points early on or if you want to go for the pink bear jellies. You have to be kind of perfect if you want to do both. So I think in retrospect, I do like Nihao's build out a little bit better. You know, there was that stability there in the early game. You don't need to do quite as much because the basic jellies themselves are also worth a lot more points, and it takes some of the pressure off. And that is a factor that you really do have to think about here. You're not playing for the best score. You're just playing to try and beat your opponent. It's not about perfection. It's more about consistency. Tim showcased that in day number 1, and Nihao being consistent here to start off day 2.
Yeah, well, of course, not done. It's a full round robin, so we do have a point system. We didn't get to touch upon it earlier today, but if you win, you get +5 points here in the round robin. If you lose, you actually get -1. So right now, we have Nihao sitting with 5 points within this group, and then we have Oculus starting with -1. But, you know, it looks bad because he's in the negative, but if he wins both afterwards, then he's going to be at 9 points total and at the top of the leaderboard. So he's still got a pretty good shot. But we'll have to take a look at what the rest of the competition looks like, because now we'll take a look at the other 2 players here in Group A of the Plains region. As they get ready on stage, it should be Chris and Jungho for their first look here on Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, Chris and Jungho going to be warming up on stage in just a moment. And that's a good point there about the round robin. It doesn't really matter here for, I mean, obviously it's important for the standings for Oculus, but he's not out by any means.
Yeah,
it's a 4-player round robin. That means everybody's going to play everybody. Everyone's going to get 3 matches. And we saw this with Sick Duck yesterday. You know, he lost the very first match versus Tim.
Yes.
That's how we started the day. That's how we started the preliminaries for the Cookie Run World Championship here in 2025. But after that, he was just able to completely lock in. He won 2 more maps. He seeded his way into that bracket, the 4-player single elimination bracket that determines who's going to the World Championship Finals in October and who is going home. He was able to clutch it out. Maybe we'll have the same story here for Oculus.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see if he's able to redeem himself, but we do have the next set of players getting ready on the stage. It should be Chris versus Jungho, and we'll wait to see once all of their accounts are set up what the loadout is going to be between these 2 players.
Yeah, I'm curious. I do feel like Lilies is one of the maps where we do have the differences really come in. The Pink Bear Jellies, it seems like some players, maybe like a quarter of them, really like to prefer that one, whereas the All Jellies, they are very consistent. They're very safe, but it's hard on an easier map like this one. If you're very confident in your skills, you might want to reach for more with the Pink Bears, right? It's just, you got to be careful. That can blow up in your face a little bit.
All right, well, let's see. Oh, double checking the headset. We had a little headset mishap yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Who was it with a headset mishap?
It was Inverse.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was our young player. If you missed it yesterday, one of our players mid-match had the headset on, and it just started slipping off their head. One of the admins mid-game had to go and like prop it back up and fix it for him. They saved the day.
Exactly.
Otherwise, I'm pretty sure we would have a regame if the headset fell off.
It would have been a mess.
Onto the phone while they're competing, but
it would have been a mess. But we should be okay today as we double check. And if you aren't familiar with the format that we have for the preliminaries, we are going to see the same map 3 times in a row for now because it's round robin. So they'll all start with Beneath the Lilies, then we'll switch to Boiling Stock Village. But then afterwards in the semifinals and finals, we'll have the whole best of 3. The loser picks the next map. There will be new map pools there, and we won't see any more Beneath the Lilies and Boiling Stock Village. So these 2 maps for the first half of the day, basically, and then we'll see other maps, more difficult maps, of course, in the later part with the players that move on to the next part.
Yeah, and that's one of the most interesting parts of this format for me, Chobra, that we got showcased yesterday. Is it's almost like the preliminaries, the very first stage of the preliminaries, the round robin. It's a warm-up. Obviously, these matches are very important. If you lose 2 of them in the round robin, unless there's some crazy tiebreak scenario, you're likely out of the tournament entirely. You must lock in for these single best of 1s. But the second stage behind this, it's going to get more difficult, and then the final maps are even harder than that. We have a lot of 5-star maps there in the finish.
All right, well, let's take a look at our next matchup for now. Chris versus Jungho. It's going to be Chris on the left. Both of them, their IDs in Korean, but Jungho on the right. So we got Chris and Jungho, and both of them just wanting to kind of showcase the best that they can here in the preliminaries.
Yeah, and look at these best scores. For Chris, 737 million, and for Jungho, 736, actually 120,000 points shy. So coming here to Beneath the Lilies, this has already been a map that I feel like the difference is usually less than 1 million points in terms of score. This could be a very close one, Chobra.
Yeah, you know what's very interesting is that Chris only participating in the 16th Plains Region GCL, but ranking 8th there and just getting a big chunk of points there to try to get into the preliminaries today. But interestingly enough, Jungho actually ended up ranking 7th during that 16th season. So they played against each other as well. They're quite familiar with each other, it seems like, based on their bios. And we do see, once again, Jungho is going to be a player that chooses the pink bear jellies, whereas Chris going for the all jellies during the spinach cookie part.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's going to be fun to run this back again. For Oculus, the pink bear jellies, they didn't quite work out there in match number 1. Let's see how it goes for Jungho here in match number 2.
All right, let's keep our eyes on both players. It is Chris on the left, Jungho on the right. Now, Jungho also said he prefers Beneath the Lilies compared to Boiling Stock Village, but at the same time, he considers it his worst map because he understands that one small mistake can cost so much on this map, and that's what we keep highlighting. That's what we keep seeing. But ladies and gentlemen, get ready. It is going to be Chris and Jungho in a best of 1 during this round robin to see who takes the lead between the two, who gets the first 5 points here in Group A. Chris on the top saying hello to the camera, okay, and Jungho on the bottom. Okay, I haven't seen anyone with that much leisure on the stage yet, but you love to see it.
Chris seems nice and comfortable. I like him waving to us there on stage.
Well, we'll see if it pays off for him. Jungho right now locked in on the bottom parts of your screen. Of course, no big mishaps yet here in the very beginning. I'm missing a couple of the smaller jellies there.
Ooh, Lotus gets missed there, excuse me, by Jungho.
Yeah, both of them, I think, actually missing
Did
one,
they?
in fact. So the points still keeping pretty close because of that.
Impressive to me they're able to catch both of them. I feel like I need 2 cents of ice to actually be able to do it.
Oh, no! Oh, no! The controls on the phone! Chris with a big blunder!
Yeah.
I mean, but
we've
you
all been there.
But you have to keep going, and this is the thing about playing live. You can't just pause and redo it. You just have to keep going, and that has cost him so much because we saw a big chunk of those Lotus Gem jellies coming up, and he missed an entire set of them.
Wow, that is that's a first for me, Charles. I don't think I've ever seen that happen here in a cookie run competition.
That is rough.
Oh, it's painful.
But here's the thing. Considering how big of a mistake that is, I don't think this is quite over just yet. Even there, just on the destruction, we see Chris getting one more ahead of Jungho. And we have to remember that Chris still had the all jellies, and you see how big of a difference things can make, of course, once you move on to the Ion Robot jelly as well, or Ion Robot cookie, excuse me, as well as if you get a good relay, you can get a couple more Lotus Gem jellies. So let's keep our eyes to see if we can catch up. For now, the gap is pretty sizable at 2 million.
The gap is sizable, but we have seen people, when it comes to those big drops that come in the latter section of the map, they have fumbled the bag a little bit here.
Exactly.
So that's something you got to keep an eye on here for Jungho. Will he be able to nail those big drops, get every single Lotus Gem, or will Chris have an opportunity to close the distance?
All right, for now, just staying locked in. Good to see that Chris not too shaken by it seems. All right, here's the whole petals as you go through. See if you can collect all the Lotus Gem jellies, both of them, just missing out the one that you needed to reset your jumps. And they will clean up the rest of the run as they come back onto the platforms.
Yeah, well done on both sides. And coming up pretty soon, we're going to have those drops. I'm so curious how that's going to go here for Chris. It can be a little bit nerve-wracking when you have a situation like that when you load up the controls or misinput the controls there on the phone. Oh, one Lotus gets missed.
Oh, no.
Oh, another one gets missed. I was just about to say that since that moment, they have really been able to clutch in. Can they do it again here on the drop? Okay, both players able to get every single one successfully. Now we're going to have the handoff.
Yeah, but I mean, Chris is the one who needs to make sure that he's playing perfect and hope that Jungho makes another or one mistake on his side. Now, it does seem like Chris maybe got just one extra gem's length of that, but here's the big drop with the 4 columns, and both of them go clean. But unfortunately for Chris, that means that he doesn't really have much of an opportunity to try to catch up.
Yeah, Jungho just doing a great job on the defense, and
man.
no, 2 more Lotus Gems get missed here for Chris. It feels like everything that could go wrong is going wrong in this run.
It's starting to add up, and you got to imagine that this one's already down the drain for Chris. You know, still going to try to do his best to wrap up and showcase whatever he can, but the gap just continues to get bigger and bigger as Jungho now leading with 5 million points during the live calculation here.
All right, another double jump coming in. Both players had to get all 4 Lotus Gems successfully here. And for Chris, he's kind of hoping for a miracle in a moment like this one. Trying to close the gap, but it's gotten so wide. And when you miss Lotus Gems like that again here for Chris, it just adds insult to injury. It's so painful.
Yeah, well, Jungho on the bottom parts of your screen just continue to play his own game, and when you start to see that number being that large on the right part of your screens, you start to just make sure that you're playing safe, right? Just don't make a big mistake. You don't have to greed for anything too crazy, right? If you miss one Lotus Gem like that, it's okay. Okay, he does miss two, but at the end of the day, he was so far ahead, and oh, that one stings for Chris. That one stings for Chris, but hopefully that is a lesson learned as we go through the rest of the round robin, and for now, Jungho, perhaps not looking happy with the win right now, perhaps just wanting to stay focused, but Chris just sending a round of applause to his opponent, and Jungho will take the 5 points in this matchup.
Yeah, Jungho playing so well, and for Chris, you know, after they made that mistake and they accidentally loaded up another screen on their phone for a moment there, they dropped 1.7 million points. That wasn't really the difference maker all the way at the very end, but it still might have been mentally, because you're trying to get focused, you're trying to be completely under control, get everything locked in there for this first map of the day for these players, and then you have a situation like that one where you just miss input on your phone, and then maybe it just completely knocks you off balance, right?
Yeah.
I think that Chris is certainly capable of better play than we saw there in that first map,
Oh,
and
for
luckily
sure.
for them, they're going to have 2 more chances here in this round robin stage.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait to see if he can kind of shake that off, or if that starts to traumatize him a little bit, maybe makes him more nervous. Hopefully not, but we will have to keep our eyes on Chris in the upcoming matches. So right now within Group A of the Plains region, just to update you, Nihao and Jungho will be leading with 5 points each, and of course Oculus and Chris currently sitting at -1 points. But again, round robin, everyone still has 2 more matches to play, so that's still 10 potential points that you can get here in the round robin.
It'll be Jungho versus Oculus next, as the next players are getting ready on stage in just a moment. And I'm curious about this one because, you know, Nihao versus Oculus. Oculus ran the Pink Bear Jellies. Didn't work out for them the first map of the day. Chris versus Jungho. Jungho also ran the Pink Bears. It worked out for them. Will they double down, go for the Pink Bear Jellies again? Or will Oculus kind of review what went wrong in that very first map and be like, you know what, let's switch it up a little bit?
I mean, I guess so. That's one where it shouldn't really change up too much, especially during that spinach cookie part, right, of this run on the map. It shouldn't like completely require a different strategy. So you could, but I also don't know if that messes up your way of thinking about it more, right? Because you're like starting to try to calculate, can I catch up? Can I not? Like, am I behind because of the jellies or not? Maybe you just stick with what you know and just say, hey, I just need to make sure I don't miss as many, rather than saying I need to switch up my loadout here with the blessing. So we will have them switch desks as well, just to make sure that no one gets to play on like the same setup and the same angle twice. You're trying to keep it as fair as possible, but it is going to be Jungho here. Going up against Oculus, so going in that matchup. And this will be the last time we see Beneath the Lilies in this group, and then the rest of the matches, of course, will be on the destruction-based map of Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, last one for Beneath the Lilies here in Group A of the Plains region as the players are getting ready here on stage. Admin's just making sure that everything is correct, double-checking the settings that they have there on their device.
And we will just take a quick review of their bios. Once again, Jungho now switching over to the left side, so he should be at the top of our screens once we get in. Oculus on the right side. And remind me, I'm not sure if he played the same way in the very first match, but it looks like he's going to opt to play without the headphones.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, which they have a choice. So you can play with the headphones on if you want to just focus and just listen to the game, or just to shut things out. Of course, we do have the Korean casters going out on the speaker here in the studio. Or if you don't mind, or, maybe you kind of like the noise of kind of being in the venue, of course, you can choose to play with the headphones off. Or maybe you just don't like the headset, right? Because that can kind of be a little bit hot or whatever, a little stuffy as well.
You watched the broadcast yesterday, you're afraid it's going to fall down.
True. Yeah, you just, at home, you don't play with anything on your head or your ears, so that could be a choice, but it does look like he's going to go without the headset this time.
Yeah, very excited for this next map to come in. Jungho undefeated thus far, winning the last map. Can he run it back once more on Beneath the Lilies? Already showcased a really good performance on this one, and hey, winning 2 maps like this in the round robin basically secures you a spot.
Yes.
In that next stage. So for Jungho, it's almost like it's match point here as we take a look at the builds for this map. Are we going to have any changes before? Are we going to go back to the Pink Bear Jellies Let's find out here as we take a look at the candies. And actually, it is going to be a switch up for Oculus, man.
Okay, wow, all right. So he will just go for the all jelly bonus 500 points. That way he doesn't have to try to hone in on just the pink bear jelly. He just has to make sure that he's playing as safely, as perfectly as possible.
I like that a lot because when we saw Oculus there in the very first map, they were struggling a little bit to get the destruction points and the pink bears in the early stages with spinach cookie. And so switching it up here for the for their next match, just going to the all jellies, I feel like that's going to take a little bit of the pressure off. It gives you a little bit more room for error. You don't feel quite as bad about missing a pink bear jelly in that situation.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see if that pays off. Now, Oculus naming himself as his biggest competition. He has to only beat himself and overcome his own trials and tribulations as he now faces off against Jungho, who currently already has 5 points here in Group A of the Plains region. Jungho looking to secure a hefty lead and pretty much guarantee his spot in the semifinals. He's going to be at the top, and Oculus, of course, on the bottom parts of your screen.
And my eyes are going to be glued on Oculus's screen here for this early stage. Trova, the early game was really where they struggled in their opening match of the night. Can they get a cleaner performance here this time?
So far, staying even, doesn't miss out on that. And this, he gets all of them this time, and Jungho misses one of the lowest gem jellies, so it's going to be a bit of a lead for Oculus.
Well done there by Oculus, absolutely locking in right now on stage. This is a much cleaner performance than it was in the opening match.
Yeah, he looks a lot more calm and comfortable as well, and of course it's going to help knowing that he has, you know, it's a small lead, but knowing that he has a lead, knowing that he has, and right as I say that, he does leave out one of the Lotus Gem jellies, but will be able to try to catch up and just stay right next to each other.
Yeah, -1 for each of them now, so it's dead even in terms of Lotus Gems. It's just the basic jellies that are really proving to be a difference, but 9,000 points, that is nothing. Most games usually decided by about 1 million here on this map, and so far our players are navigating it very well. Honestly, even though Jungho won their first map, it seems like they're doing better here.
Yeah, but Oculus still missing out a couple of those pink bear jellies. So again, he doesn't have the same blessing, but that is going to cost him a little bit of the points. Of course, he's going to still keep the small lead that he has. I would assume mostly because of the all jellies really compounding together.
And of course, these Lotus Gems, they are not magnetic, so even though you pick up a magnet, you still got to confirm the jumps on these ones, and both players do it beautifully here in this early stage. Double jump to get all 6 there. Looking very good on both sides. What a close match we have.
Yeah, and just make sure that you don't leave any behind here on that line. They'll clean that up, and soon enough, another big challenge coming up here as they land onto the pedals. Trying to make sure that you jump through and don't leave any extra ones behind.
Yeah, wow, usually
okay,
players
Oculus
trying to reset the jumps. Oculus actually didn't. They're able to get every single one. That is very tricky to do.
Same with Jungho, though, this time making sure that he keeps the lead. I think both of them quite well aware of how close this game is so far.
Yeah, so they both take the risk to try and get that final extra gem, and they are able to do it successfully. This one might come down to the drops, though. Are both players, okay, both of them missed one Lotus Gem there. And now this very big drop coming in. All right, well executed on both sides. This is still such a close match.
Now, well, we'll see. That just ends the spinach cookie run. Now relay onto the Ion Robot. Both of them getting about the equal distance on that relay. And now the blessings are the same as well, so it just comes down to execution.
Okay, another very big drop coming in, and he misses. No, it's perfect on both sides.
It's still neck and neck. I mean, 200,000. This could flip just one Lotus Gem jelly. Oh, 2 Lotus Gem jellies. A couple extra jellies missed out on the side of Oculus. That brings it down to 300,000 now.
I wonder if those pink bear jellies are what's carrying the freight right now here for Jungho. They have a 300,000 point lead as we enter the twilight of this map, the later stages. Okay, more jumps coming in. This is an easier section, able to get all of these Lotus Gems. Any mistake at this moment is critical. It could prove to be disastrous for either of them, but they're navigating everything so well.
I mean, it looks like they're just mirrored right now, both of them timing it perfectly, but Oculus keeps missing out on 1 or 2 extra basic jellies at the end of these runs, right as he has to go for the jump, and I think that might cost him at the end of the day. Do we see them both clean up? The Lotus Gem jellies are still equal. There is barely any difference, but it might just come down to 1, 5, 10 basic jellies here for Oculus as he tries to make sure that he can catch up.
I absolutely think that might be what it is. The Lotus Gems, they feel nearly identical on both sides. Both players, they haven't made a mistake in so long. They're catching almost
Okay, at the end here, do you get that extra distance with the jump? It's timed, and both of them time it perfectly to clean up the Lotus Gem Jellies, and that gives a big boost here for Jungho as he is going to keep the lead. The extra points just throughout every part compounds at the end for a big lead for Jungho, and Oculus will be missing out on yet another win in the round robin.
Wow. I really want to see the breakdown of the score and see exactly what it was that gave Jungho the edge. My intuition's telling me it might have actually just been the blessing there with the Pink Bear Jellies getting a little bit more points because they were so clutch on catching basically everything. And wow, just what a close match.
Yeah, I mean, this one was tough, but I think it's all the small things adding up, not just the Pink Bear Jellies, but Oculus missing out a couple more Lotus Gem Jellies as well, not just early, but also at the end as well. One extra one missed, and then you consider all the small basic jellies that he kept missing at the end of those runs where he had to jump off of the platform. Jungho making sure he min-maxes, and I think Jungho this time much aware that until it was over, he didn't know if he had a hefty lead, so he had to play as greedily as possible, and he's able to deliver.
Yeah, and we can see right there the score on the screen. The destruction points were identical, Rainbow Bear Jelly points identical, so it did come down to those little tiny jellies. Because in terms of the Lotus Gems, I feel like the difference might have been 1 or 2 over the entire run. Possibly a couple more than that.
Yeah, I think a couple more, because he kept missing just one extra one in some of these sections. So, and then of course those have the giant points on this map, so that starts to add up. Yeah, and then all the basic jellies, especially when you go into the second phase, if both of them have the plus 500 points for all jellies, you start missing out basic jellies. He's still getting plus 500 for all of that on the other side. So I think it's just all compounded. Obviously, the things that show on the stat screen, not too far apart. So it has to be all the small little things adding up, and that's unfortunate for Oculus because the first phase he looked a lot more calm and collected than he did in the very opening match.
Yeah, in the opening match, it was a very shaky, especially at the beginning of Beneath the Lilies. That early stage on the map, they had a hard time prioritizing the Pink Bear Jellies versus the destruction points, and it didn't quite go their way. And whenever you have a run like that and it doesn't start well, it's really hard to regain your footing in the mid-stage and the later stage of the map. But in their second run, it was so much better. It's just they ran into a brick wall. Jungho was completely dialed in. Everything was near perfect on their side. You know, they looked very good in the first map they played when they won, but their second victory was even more convincing.
Yes, exactly. So we will see if Oculus will be given a chance to try to make it to the semifinals. It's not completely out yet since we've only played 3 matches. Not everyone's played 2 matches so far. So it comes down to this next one, Chris versus Nihao. Depending on that, Oculus, his run might be over. Of course, the remaining could still be in a 3-way tie, so there's still a lot of possibilities left. That's why the round robin gets intense all the way to the very end. And more importantly, now the remaining 3 matches of this group will be played on Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, we are going to be changing maps here for the final 3 stages as Chris versus Nihao will be getting ready on stage. And in fact, hey, they're already down there, Trevor. My goodness, they are speedy. They are eager to get started in this next map.
And we'll see Chris just trying to make sure that he stays focused. Meanwhile, Nihao looks like double checking all his setups here. Nihao looks like will be on the right side, hailing from Hong Kong. Once again, the only non-Korean player to qualify to the preliminaries here in the Plains region.
All right. So far, 0-1 here for Chris on the left. Nihao 1-0. A second win here would basically guarantee them a spot into that top 4 for a chance to fight for that qualifying position into the grand finals. 3 more maps left here in the round robin. This is a crucial one, especially for Chris. You do not want to go down 0-2 in this situation. You really want to tie things up. I'm sure that Oculus also in the background is hoping that Chris wins for a chance at a potential tiebreaker.
Exactly. If Chris is able to win this, things get very interesting in terms of the possibilities. But as a reminder, we will be playing on Boiling Stock Village now. Basically the entire run based on destruction. Of course, the map itself giving extra coins for destruction. They'll be using a lot of those treasures that can then tie that back into more destruction or more points. So using those coins. And of course, the 2 cookies that we have, the Yugua cookie and the orange cookie, having those active skills that also compound on destruction points. So, all right, both sides going for the bonus destruction on the first part.
Yeah, both going to be starting with the Yugua and then going into orange. And actually, it's for Jellies in blast mode here for Yugua and yellow bear Jellies for Chris.
Yeah, so Nihao going for that blast mode. We saw that from a couple of the players yesterday as well, and I don't think there was ever a clear-cut conclusion on which is better, but we will have to see as Chris going for perhaps what might be considered perhaps a bit more of the stable, because you already know exactly where the yellow bear Jellies are. You're not relying on making sure that you maximize everything in blast mode, but then again, I mean, this is for all the Jellies during blast mode, so Nihao, if he's able to perfect all of his blast modes here with the orange cookie, that will be a huge boost.
Yeah, the ceiling is certainly higher here for Nihao, but you have to be able to deliver. Execution is going to be completely critical here, and a very difficult thing is, folks, our match is loading up. Let's go into this one as the round robin continues on. Chris versus Nihao.
Yeah, Chris wanting to get this win, to stay alive, and potentially also keep Oculus's dreams alive here in Group A. And Nihao, of course, if he wins this, he should feel pretty safe to at least qualify to the semifinals. We start with Yugua. They're going to start off by using that Hopei, the Tiger Badge skills right away, saving one to the very end. It looks like the connection lost a little bit, but it should reset. Don't worry. Don't worry. It comes back pretty quickly.
I was scared a little bit there, Chobra, but you calmed me down. You can tell that Chris on camera, he didn't really react. So I think it's just the feed. It's just the feed coming in for us.
Yeah, and right now, both of them just making sure that they are going to use that skill at the right time. Both of them now one charge left. They should use that right before they're able to hop back onto the Tiger. Here we go. And there it is right near that last jump, and now back onto the Tiger and recharging the badge.
Everything looking really similar right now for both of these players. Not too much of a difference in terms of the points collected. 1.6 million actually going all the way down to 500K as things seek up a little bit there.
Okay, a nice jump. Both of them taking the exact same ideas on when to use the badge, but it might just come down to, you know, did you use it just half a second too late? Maybe just one extra obstacle missed, as they do stay neck and neck right below 1,000,000 points difference, collecting all the yellow bear Jellies as well.
Yeah, here on Boiling Stock Village, it all comes down to those destruction points. They are critical as once again we have the skill activation coming through. Ability getting used as frequently as possible here on both sides, able to collect all the points successfully.
Yeah, you want to just maximize all 6 charges. Okay, both of them having to leave one behind. Finally, on the last one, Nihao gets the lead with a big yellow giant bear jelly, but it looks like it might start to equalize again. Another extra one missed from Chris.
Yeah, finally Nihao able to get another one there on the finish. Really good in those last jumps. That's going to culminate in a 600,000 point lead overall.
All right, and a nice clean use of the last batch charge once again from both players, and this should be the last time they're hopping onto the Tiger for all the extra charges.
Yeah, and now that we enter the more scary, fiery stage part of this map, things get really tricky. This is where the map is more difficult, where it's harder to get every single destruction point. Will the players be able to do this successfully so far, managing these single jumps and these double jumps very well?
Yep, and now 2 charges left for both of them still using those skills at the exact same time. Oh, it looks like, okay, Chris going for that earlier one on the drop, going for the extra destruction points to try to catch up. But at the end of the day, that just means that Nihao could use 2 later on to get a little bit more on the destruction. We'll see how the points equalize at the end of this skill. Now we are going to go for the swap. A nice jump on the relay. Both of them land onto the yellow bear jelly, so it should be equal distance.
Completely equal distance, but Nihao earlier fell down. I think they might have actually missed a jump, and now that lead has changed hands. Chris is going to be up 700,000 points, being able to collect the extra bear jellies from that. Now, will the destruction points make a difference here for Nihao? Will that allow them to get back into this game?
It looks like it is going to catch him up just a little bit, as Chris, I think, mistimed the second use of that smash from the orange cookie, but it's still so close. And right now, Nihao might have to also focus on the fact that he needs to maximize all the points during burst mode here.
Yeah, it's very tricky. It's a very tricky situation here for Nihao. This is a neck-and-neck game.
Yeah, but starting to really fall apart here as Chris trying to stay as clean as possible. Of course, a little bit ahead on our screen, so we'll see if Chris is going to make any mistakes, continuing to go for the extra destructions, and he's just going through it. Nihao making a bit of a blunder. He loses so much energy, and now trying to catch back up.
That's a devastating moment. So many more destruction points coming in here for Chris, and that's a 10 million point lead. The game was so close just a moment ago, but now it might already be out of reach. There is a little bit more of that map to be played here on Boiling Stock Village, but I don't know if there's enough left here, Chobra, for Nihao to stage a comeback.
No, I think it's going to be too late. I mean, just a couple of those big blunders. We will have to see to the very end as Nihao's screen is going to be slightly behind. But the last couple bits, like the big chunks of the points we've already missed out on. And that should be Chris keeping the lead at the very end, even getting a little bit extra distance. And you can see what it meant for him to stay alive here in the round robin. He did not want to end his journey this early.
Yeah, Chris getting a much-needed win, and for Nihao, they had an excellent try at closing it out there with a comeback. I think that lead went all the way down from 10-0 to 2 at the very end. It just wasn't quite enough. Maybe there's a little bit more map to be played, they could have done it, but instead it's Chris clutching it out here at the very end, maintaining that lead, finally getting on the board here with their first win.
Okay, so now things are very interesting. This absolutely secures, of course, the spot for Jungho to at least move on to the semifinals. He's the only one with 10 points, so worst case, he's still going to be sitting at 9, and he'll only be able to really be tied by one of the other players. But this also means that depending on the rest of this, Oculus isn't out yet either. And so now tied at 4 points between Chris and Nihao. We'll see who's able to try to stay alive going all the way through. You saw there even the destruction, the obstacles itself being a bit of a difference here, a little bit favored for Chris. And I think you could tell that Nihao definitely not as comfortable here with the destruction-based map of Boiling Stock.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very tricky when those destruction points come in, making sure they catch absolutely everything. It's why most players, whenever they ask, you know, which one do you prefer between the opening maps? Do you prefer Lilies? Do you prefer Boiling? It's usually Lilies. It's a little bit more straightforward. It's a little bit more simple. The destruction points, they certainly aren't random, but they might feel like it at times. There is just so much that you have to cover in terms of the combos. But Chris, able to close it out, and now I'm wondering how Oculus is going to be able to do. Will he be able to get on the board and create a very interesting situation where we have a potential tiebreaker here on the second day? Because in day one, we had no tiebreaker situations. It was very clean progressing out of the early stages.
True, true. Now, we do have tiebreaker rules in place for both two-way ties and three-way ties, which both are still a possibility here in this group.
Yes.
So we'll have to wait and see. But if you're wondering if it gets to a tiebreaker, the casters will randomly draw one of the maps that have already been played within here the round robin, and those in the tiebreaker will just replay that map for another head-to-head, or of course in a three-way situation, a free-for-all, to see who is going to be in the lead and who gets eliminated. So this is so important because right here, Oculus, if you lose, I mean, of course, it's your last match. You're currently sitting at -2 points. You're out. Even if you win, you are not guaranteed to move on. Meanwhile, for Chris, though, he needs to win this because just in case you see Nihao kind of bring it back and maybe take the win against Jungho all the way at the end, I mean, that would mean that you still have to compete in a multi-way tie to try to re-qualify again. So Chris, you can see he's just focusing on his game. He needs to make sure that he stays ahead. He cannot let Oculus drag him down in the points.
Yeah, it is absolutely critical here for Oculus. Oculus still does have a chance, as you mentioned, Chobra. If they get on the board and then should Jungho lose that final map, suddenly we have a three-way tie. We'll be going into that free-for-all where three players are going to be competing to get the most points on the randomly drawn map. But before we get there, because I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Chris versus Oculus, all coming down to this one for Oculus, fighting for the tournament life. And Chris, if they win a second map here, they have basically booked their ticket into that single elimination playoff.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, he'll have to wait until the last match, as there could be multiple-way ties there as well.
Right.
But Chris, for now, he just wants to stay alive, make sure he doesn't get dragged down where he could actually just get eliminated. Now, Oculus going to go for the blast mode points as well, and we saw that doing work for Nihao, where it was able to close the gap a bit. He was just so far behind already that it cost him his overall run. But let's say, you know, you're pretty equal going into the orange cookie phase. I mean, Oculus, that could pay off and keep him in the lead as he gets all the extra points during those blast modes.
Yeah, destruction points and points during blast mode could be absolutely critical here for Oculus. For Chris, it's a little bit simpler, of course. Destruction points on a map like this one are basically everything, but opting for the yellow bear jellies to be a priority in the second stage. Wondering how it's going to play out. So far, Chris, been looking spectacular so far today. Just keeps getting stronger. And fellas, this next map, we're getting closer and closer to it loading up. All right, let's get into this, man. Chris versus Oculus. Oculus fighting for their tournament life here at the Cookie Run World Championship in 2025.
Chris once again on the top parts of your screen. Oculus now on the bottom parts of your screen, continuing to play with the headset off just to make sure that he's taking the entire environment in. We kick off with the Yugua cookie. And until that very last use, it's all pretty straightforward. Once they hop off of the Tiger, this is where you have to start to consider min-maxing to make sure that you're getting as many destructions as possible with those badges.
Yeah, in the early stages of this map, relatively simple, so you want to make sure they get every single coin you can, every single basic jelly that you can, because from here on out, things are only going to get harder.
Yeah, I mean, already we're seeing them kind of have to leave behind 1 or 2 extra than we normally see. Oculus, once again, he does seem to always jump a bit early, trying to take it a little bit too safe. For now, it looks like he's in the lead, but we saw how all those small jellies, the basic jellies, can also count towards the end, so we'll have to keep an eye on the points.
Yeah, but I'm really wondering about those destruction points that are coming in later on in this map, because it feels like that is usually what makes or breaks a run for both players. You know, the early game, it's always so close like this one. In this instance, it's Oculus with a very small lead over Chris. Both these players navigating the early game exceptionally well. But once we get into the chaos of all the destruction points coming in and some very tricky jumps and dives, I'm not sure, man.
No, we'll have to see. I mean, Oculus still just keeping up for now, but I can't just shake the feeling that it might just be some of these extra basic jellies that cost him in the end once again, because he's barely ahead. He's just barely ahead, and it doesn't count for too much. Again, folks, this is just the feed. It should be fine as Chris's screen comes back.
The player is completely fine whenever the screen goes black like that. It's just the feed that we're getting from the players. That's why you see Chris not reacting at all. And you don't have to worry about that. Everything is going to be fine.
Now Oculus starting to fall a bit behind, though, on some of those destruction points. Trying to make sure. Now, he is going to have an opportunity, as we saw in Nihao earlier. Once you go over to that orange cookie, he should have an opportunity to make sure that he either takes the lead or keeps the lead during that blast mode. But if it starts to fall apart too much before that, during the Yuga cookie phase, that's when things get a little dicey.
This is exceptionally close still, Trobor. It's kind of hard to believe is for a moment Chris's screen also going back to the
well,
black.
just focus on Oculus screen for now. Let's move on with it. Oh, he misses the Bear Jelly Party.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a massive burst of points that Oculus is going to be missing out on.
Oh, man, it reminds me of the previous map that we had played. All right, the relay is going to be happening here in just a moment, but Chris just in a fantastic position right now, leading by about 3 million points.
Yeah, it does get the nice relay for both players, it looks like, as Chris's screen comes back, but Oculus right now, you're already quite far behind, 2 to 3 million point difference, but I think that's still somewhat redeemable if you get the perfect destructions here, and then you maximize the blast mode. He's trying to go through, gets most of them as you normally would want, but so does Chris.
Yeah, the Yellow Bear stage a little bit over right now. It's all about the destruction points here for Oculus, and we've seen in the past about 8 million point swings here in the later stages of this map. Now Oculus is going to need that to go his way if he wants to stay alive here in the Cookie Run World Championship. As it is, though, it feels like Chris is just continuing to be so solid, so consistent. I'm not sure they're going to make that mistake, have that moment of weakness.
Oculus does have 1 extra charge of the smash left on his skill, so he had 1 more. He didn't use it on that earlier part. Curious to see if he has something in store to make a big difference here. Still has 1, but as we've seen before, the rest of this run doesn't have as many big bursts for destruction, so I don't know if Oculus perhaps just missed one of those phases and he doesn't have an opportunity to cash back up, as now both of them filling up those charges once again.
Gonna have to leverage that advantage here with the extra charge, but when will they decide to use it?
Yeah, trying to use it not just for the destruction, but also the blast mode, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
It certainly helps. The gap is closed. They still have 1 more, whereas Chris has nothing. It's going to be enough here for Oculus. They still have that 1 charge, Tobra.
Yeah, see if he can try to maximize it, but now you have to go for that extra jump. He's not able to secure the jellies up in the sky as well, and now Chris going up 2-1, getting the 2 wins, getting the 2-1 record. Celebrating with a sticker on the phone case right now as he wraps up his round robin stage with 9 points on the board.
Yeah, flexing with a cookie right there on stage. Chris really happy with that win, and honestly, it was such an impressive performance there. They were so consistent over the entire map. For Oculus, they played very well. I feel like every single time we saw Oculus come on stage, they were playing better and better and better. Unfortunately, just a little bit short here on the final map.
Yeah, and Chris, of course, celebrating. He's actually told us even in his bio, he said he even introduced himself in third person and says, a player who's quite fond of Pond Dino Cookie. And of course, we see that in the ceremony on stage. Nice to see some of these players who have, you know, that particular cookie or whatnot that they're a big fan of. We saw yesterday, of course, with Caramel Shoe, unfortunately not making it through, but giving us a lot of that personality and character up on stage. So Chris now at 9 points, and this means that actually, out of the blue, Jungho's not clear yet either.
Yeah,
he could be brought down to a 3-way tie.
That's right. Jungho has 2 wins. He is still undefeated. He's about to play the final map against a Nihao who is 1-1. So should Jungho win, then it will be Jungho advancing with a perfect record as the number 1 seed out of this group. Chris in second place with a 2-1 record. But if Nihao is able to upset Jungho, the strongest player coming out of this group in terms of the GCL rankings, then suddenly we have a 3-way tie where the 2 wins didn't secure you a spot.
Yeah, you just have to redo it. Now it just comes down to 1 anyway. It just comes down to another best of 1 anyway. So, I mean, Jungho, he has to give it his all. Now, you have to consider the fact that Jungho got to play Beneath the Lilies twice. This will be his first and potentially only time that we're going to see him playing on Boiling Stock Village, whereas Nihao, he got to play it once on stage already. Now, of course, he lost during that one, but we'll see. Does that actually give him an edge of saying, okay, I know where I messed up on stage. I know what I need to hone in on, whereas Jungho might be coming in a little bit cold here on this map.
Yeah, and not only are they coming in cold, Trevor, they were interviewed before the tournament started, and they said they aren't really a fan of destruction-based maps. Well, that's kind of what you have to play on right now if you want to have a chance to advance in this group without going to the pivotal tiebreaker.
Yes.
If you're Jungho in this situation, you want to keep it as simple as possible. You want to keep your energy high. You don't want the stress of having to play a 3-way tiebreaker with 2 players who also have 2 wins in the group. That is a very scary prospect. So, and the entire fate of the region might be hanging on this upcoming map. As crazy as that sounds this early in the preliminaries, I can't wait to get into this, man. The players are getting ready on stage. We'll be jumping in there in just a moment.
Yeah, we'll have to see from Jungho just how well prepped he is. Now, we've seen some players yesterday who say, you know, they don't like a certain map, but obviously you're still going to practice it, especially when it comes to the round robin stage. You know you have to play both maps at least once each. So I think we might be a little bit pleasantly surprised from Jungho's performance. Currently on your screen, this is going to be Nihao hailing from Hong Kong, but here is Jungho from Korea, looking to secure his spot. It's going to be a bitter feeling if you have to play another best-of-1 tiebreaker. So Jungho wants to close things out here as he's leading 2-0 in this round robin in Group A.
Yeah, Jungho looking so good coming into this one. GCL points ranking 9 overall here in the Plains region. Highest ranking representative. They want to be able to carry that weight all the way into the single bracket playoff here as we're getting very close to wrapping up Group A here in Plains.
Yeah, we'll see Jungho. As you said, he had the highest record so far in the GCL within this group, but it just comes down to whatever you're able to prove here on the day. Your highest record, that's just a gauge for us to really know how much you practice and maybe just to see if there's a big preference that you have. But otherwise, you just have to make sure that you're not making any mistakes once you're on the big stage.
You know, I actually didn't get a shot of this on screen, but I'm looking at the sheets right now of the points they reported as their personal bests on this destruction-based map. It is a 100,000 point difference. That is basically nothing.
Ooh, and Jungho's going to go. Now, we saw only a couple players do this yesterday, but going for the extra destruction points on both cookies. And I don't mind this, right? If you are making sure that you're maximizing that anyway, if that's all you're practicing because that's where the big burst comes in anyway, make sure you're getting the plus 10,000 on the destruction as well on both phases. And we'll see if that's able to keep Jungho in the lead. It could be a bit of a gambit, but we'll have to see if it pays off.
Yeah, destruction points for Jungho. Jelly's in blast mode here for Nihao as this pivotal map is getting closer and closer to kicking off. Their personal bests are near identical here on Boiling Stock Village. 856 million for each of them, going down to the hundreds, thousands to determine which one is the best. And honestly, it's going to come down to their very best execution in terms of who is going to be advancing out of this group. If Jungho wins this one, he will be moving in first place out of Group A. And Nihao, if they lose, they are out. He's fighting for his life right here in this group. Let's get started. Jungho versus Nihao.
Jungho's going to be at the top of your screens. We'll try to continue to remind you throughout the entire race as we see Nihao on the bottom. Both of them pretty much fighting for their tournament life. And Nihao kicking things off here on the bottom side. Of course, this first phase shouldn't cause too much of a big difference as we do see Jungho catching up.
Yeah, here on Boiling Stock Village, the early game has been remarkably close today. You know, it's been close yesterday as well, but today in particular, the players are just really locked in here for the very early stage. But the destruction points later on, especially after we have the handoff, passing the baton onto the second cookie, is where a lot of the critical things come in.
Yeah, but Nihao already missing out on a little bit more. I think one of those destruction phases of the badges was just a bit later than we saw on Jungho's screen, so he's already a little bit far behind. Of course, the calculation will try to keep up and catch up live throughout the race, but we'll have to see if Nihao is able to get the lead at some point.
So far, both players perfect here with the single jumps, the double jumps, and the slides, getting all the points possible. Now here come the big bear jellies. Will every single one get caught on both sides? Indeed they will. So well executed here in the early game. And no mistakes from either player just yet. Perfection here in the early stages.
Yeah, and Nihao actually catching back up. We saw Jungho kind of mistiming that last badge thrown. Leaves behind one extra obstacle, it seemed like. And so that currently ties things up once again between these two players.
Yeah, using the ability there, the active ability. Basically identical times. Now the drops coming in. We've seen a lot of players miss single bear jellies on this one. Okay, the final jump. Actually, Nihao missing one of them. So Jungho closing distance a little bit as a result.
Yeah, and continuing to miss one on every single one, but same for Jungho. So not trying to greed it, just making sure that they're playing safe as we move forward. Still around a 200,000, 300,000 point difference.
It is remarkably close, Chobra, and it's so hard to get every single one of those jellies on the drops.
Now continuing on forward with the blast mode as we enter the second area of this run. Now you're only going to have a couple more opportunities for your active skill, and that can make a difference before we switch over to the orange cookie.
Yeah, pretty soon it's going to be all about those destruction points. These points, the scores, I should say, can explode on both sides very quickly. Deciding when you want to use the abilities is also going to be pivotal. So far, both players with both charges.
Oh, okay, a bit of that early drop coming in from Nihao. That's going to cost him a little bit. He does try to redeem himself by using the active ability to get the destruction points, but I think that's already a mistake now on the board, widening the point difference just a bit. Going for the double jump, lands it. Okay, so he does get the massive distance advantage for Nihao.
Yeah, I think that's what you play for when you go for that drop. It's not necessarily a mistake, although the point differential that we've gotten from that, it's not completely clear whether it's better or not. And this is the same build that we saw in the previous map coming in from Oculus, where you save the extra charge as well with that distance, although it just got used.
Yeah, and now Jungho making sure that he stays clean of destruction as well. So he's already gotten a big part of the benefit he gets from the blessing of his magic candy. But we saw both Nihao and the other player here in the group going for that blast mode. You're trying to maximize all the jellies you can get as you go for the destruction and you get that blast. So we'll have to see if he can slowly close the gap as he's trying to do. We see the score slowly inching forward here for Nihao.
Getting closer and closer, a 3 million point difference at this stage in the map. It's not that significant. So they actually missed that bear jelly.
Yeah, a giant yellow bear jelly missed as well. Nihao might be getting a little bit nervous, making mistakes he doesn't need to, but I think he realizes he has to play perfectly to maximize everything. And guess what? He doesn't even have an extra charge over Jungho, so he's not going to have maybe an extra blast mode to try to get more points.
Yeah, it's not exactly the same build that we saw out of Oculus. In fact, both using the ability at the exact same moment right here. They have the combo perfectly lined up.
I think this might be it. There's only so many more opportunities that you're going to have. It might just come down to that extra distance that Nihao had on the relay, but I don't know if it's enough to close a near 10 million point difference. And on the last second, just a bit further, just a couple more jellies, but it's still a 5 million point lead for Jungho as he will secure his spot to move on to the semifinals of the Plains region.
Yeah, Jungho just looking so good. Undefeated here in the early stages. They will be advancing in first place out of this group. Chris can be following them in second. And for Nihao, it was a great performance today. That was a very close final map, but unfortunately with only 1 win and 2 losses, they will be out of the tournament.
Oh, and that one stings for Nihao. Obviously played in the opening match against Oculus, got that win, was feeling pretty good. And then Chris losing to Jungho in his opening match, but Chris was able to actually bring it back going into Boiling Stock Village, whereas Nihao not able to showcase the same perfection on that destruction-based map.
Very well played there by Jungho, just not missing a beat at all over the course of the entire map. Early game, mid game, late game, did not matter. Just captain consistency right here. Let's take a quick recap on the score. 12 more obstacles destroyed. That was the difference maker. 5 million points just from that. And
Yep.
that's the margin of victory.
Exactly. I mean, I think part of it, a little bit of that was probably during that Yuhua phase, but a lot of it has to be coming in from the orange cookie.
Yes.
Of course, I mean, Jungho really not missing a beat, and that's why we saw he took the 10,000 extra destruction points on his Magic Candy for the orange cookie, because he knows that he's going to be able to hit those.
Yeah, just have the confidence. I mean, if you're able to get those destruction points, it's very difficult to do, but if you are able to get those combos in, the extra boon of 10,000 more
Yeah.
points for each destruction is huge. So
yeah, I mean,
that's-
it really starts to add up, because most of the other ones, right, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to get a lot of like 500 points or 3,000 points. And Destruction's like, well, I know what the orange cookie can do. I mean, you're destroying all those kind of meteors or fireballs falling from the sky at once. And you're getting 10,000 points for each one of those obstacles. It really starts to add up. But we will be able to do a quick review, I believe, of the final scores. But as you mentioned earlier, State, that should be Jungho moving on with an undefeated score so far. 3
Yeah.
map wins in a row as that first seed here from Group A. And of course, it should be Chris following up soon after with 9 points. And then, you know, in case you're wondering, the format will play Group B again after a short break. And then both of them will play in a semifinals. And so we will get to see all the way through the end of the Plains region today.
Yeah, and once we head into the semifinals and the finals later on today, we're going to have a complete different rotation of maps as well. So it won't just be the same two that you're seeing
Of
right here
course.
in the very first stage of the round robin. We just play these two because, frankly, for everybody, it's what, 8 maps in total that they
Yeah.
needed to practice for coming
Yes.
into today. That is a lot of maps to play
Yeah.
in just one day. So we want to make sure that everyone's able to deliver their tip-top performance. Don't have to shake things up too much. Don't want to go into double-digit maps in a single day. It would be chaos,
that
Chobra.
would be, that would be way too much.
wild. As we have a quick recap here, that is Jungho finishing in first place with 15 points, an undefeated record. Chris in second with 9 points, Nihao at third with 3 points, and Oculus with a -3. Oculus and Nihao, they played very well, but unfortunately, Jungho and Chris just getting a little bit better today.
Yeah, I mean, again, it takes a lot to even get here, right? Because you have to at least rank a certain amount on the GCL, and of course, then you're still practicing. I mean, most of us probably really can't compare to even Oculus despite having a 0-3 record. So a round of applause to our 2 players who are already eliminated early here in the Plains region. We hope that we can see them again in the future at different opportunities. But for now, their run will end here, and Jungho and Chris will be moving on and awaiting to see who comes up from Group B to match up in that best-of-3 semifinals.
Yeah, Group B is going to be really fun. Kukishi, I think the highest player rated out of the entire region, so eyes going to be on Kukishi as we get closer and closer to starting Group B as the round robin will continue here in just a moment, but
Yeah, and that'll bring us back to starting with Beneath the Lilies again. We'll take a
Yeah.
look at that for the first 3 matches there in Group B, and then Boiling Stock Village. So we'll have to bear with those maps a little bit, but again, it's a nice taste of, okay, how well are you versed with some of the basics that we need to see, the perfection, the consistency on these 2 maps before we go on to the even crazier maps in the best of 3s.
yeah, and honestly, for a player like Jungho to win 3-0 like this, after in the interview saying that he doesn't like destruction maps and then give that kind of performance with those kind of combos, I think it's going to bode really well for him heading into that semifinal.
Yeah, well, so we will be taking a quick break, I believe, and then we'll return to Group B with another set of round robins. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 푸림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 푸림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Cookie Run Oven Break.
Welcome back, Cookie Runners. We are continuing on with the Plains Region Preliminaries here as we continue the journey towards the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. My name is Chobra, joined by State as we have been this whole weekend. And we just saw a full set of round robin in Group A, and now we're moving on to the same exact two maps here in Group B to see who's going to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, it's kind of like a reset, although we have the second group stage. So it's going to be six matches, 4 different players.
It'll
My
also be
words
sick
are all
matches.
jumbled matches.
It'll also be sick matches.
Yeah, my words are all jumbled up. But no, we have four Korean players rounding out the group, and 2 of them are going to be deciding who will join Jungho and who will join Chris in that single elimination playoff bracket. And I'm really excited to get into this one. I feel like, at least to me coming into this, there's a lot more unknowns with this second stage of the group, and I'm really curious who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, all of them just playing strictly through the GCL, not really having too much of a performance beforehand. Now, we are going to have Pyeongwon Nara, who is the only player who was part of last year's Cookie Run tournament. So, did try to compete in that, getting to the main rounds, but not lasting long there. But of course, we will wait to see if they're able to perform on the stage today. That should be him on camera, but we'll wait to confirm as we wait to see what our exact first matchup is. So as a reminder, this is going to be on Beneath the Lilies. We will have 3 matches on that map. And of course, then we'll move over to the destruction-based Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, just like the first part of the day, we're going to play 3 on each map.
Yeah.
And after that, we're going to be moving to an entirely different map set for the best of 3s and the best of 5s. And yes, just confirming what you said, Chobra, it is going to be Pyeongwon Nara on the left side. On the right, it is Ji Sung-jin.
Yeah, and Pyeongwon Nara just saying you shouldn't underestimate me. Even as his self-intro, he has told us that I can seem quite peaceful, but I can be scary competition when I need to be. So hiding his claws until he needs to bring them out. And we'll see if he's able to show us how scary he can be once we jump into the game. Ji Sung-jin on the other side. Obviously not having as many points, ranking fairly on the lower side on average. Did play in both of the seasons, the 15th and 16th GCL, but able to just get into the preliminaries today.
Yeah, and actually a really funny thing that I noticed during the interviews is that Pyeongwon Nara, he's a big fan of the first map we're going to be playing on, Beneath the Lilies. And I was curious, Ji Sung-jin, does he prefer that map? Does he prefer the other map? And then I go and I check our info sheet. And in the interview, he said, honestly, I'm worried about every map.
Wait, I just realized.
He's spooked.
Yeah, well, that too, but Ji Sung-jin just ended his military service yesterday.
Oh, wait, you're kidding. Oh, my goodness,
He just
you're right.
got discharged yesterday, and now he's in the studio
Wow.
playing in an offline preliminary tournament. Well, first of all, congratulations. Thank you for your mandatory service, and congratulations on ending it in good health. But that's insane. Okay, well,
Yeah,
I mean...
that's incredible, man. If he was able to find enough time to practice and show up and compete here, that is very impressive stuff. Usually when players in a variety of esports here in Korea, because everyone does have that mandatory military service, usually they come back and it takes them a while to get into form, You don't really have that much time to practice as you're completing your military service. Obviously, you have a lot of spinning plates going on when you're doing that. It's a busy time in people's lives. And so for him to come back, I'm very curious how he's going to do here today. Some people, they come back and they just explode in. It's like they've been ready to compete again this entire time. But usually it takes quite a bit to warm back up. For him, just one day.
The times have changed, of course. These days, with phones, they're a little bit more looser. Obviously, that's how he's able to play through the GCL seasons as well. But you got to imagine he's not going to be able to grind as much as everyone else was at home. So I am curious how that's going to go through. Pyonar, are you okay? He looks like he's very nervous.
Yeah,
it looks like he's getting a little bit cold, maybe cold hands, just overall cold. Of course, the AC is on with all the lights going on as well. And sometimes, in any esport, you'll see this. A lot of players, their hands get cold because you're on stage, the nerves get to you, and the AC is affecting you despite all the lights and such. So he's just trying to make sure that he stays warmed up, as that is going to be important. You don't want your hands to freeze up once you start the run, but we'll wait to see how things pan out here. Now, Ji Sung-jin, before we jump in, just want to note that he's also a top ranker in the breakout mode, so does have a little bit to claim to his name, but obviously right now it is going to be the versus, the trophy mode, going for the run. Now we jump in to our first round robin match in Group B of the Plains region. It is Pyeonghwan Nara versus Ji Sung-jin.
Oh, what an exciting first match we have on this one. Pyeonghwan Nara, can he lock in here, or is he going to be a little bit deterred on stage? It can be so tricky for a lot of these young players coming into the main stage for the very first time, but excited to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, Pyeonghwan Nara is going to be up top there with the 4 characters to his ID, Ji Sung-jin on the bottom of your screens. So far, all nice and clean. It's really going to come down to, the first use of the skill. Now the blast mode as well cleans up all the Lotus Gem jellies on both sides.
Yeah, Pyeonghwan, he looked a little bit nervous there to start things out, but hey, he's been perfect so far in the early stages here on below the lilies.
Yeah, and now Ji Sung-jin going to be able to make sure that he pops all of the obstacles, both of them securing all of the Lotus Gem jellies around the toads here.
On these very easy drops, just making sure that you confirm every single Lotus Gem jelly is key, because you really don't want to be going into the later stages of this map with any kind of deficit. But
one being missed by Ji Sung-jin there, so that starts to keep him a little bit behind, but it's not too far of a difference. It's still right around 100K, so literally just one Lotus Gem jelly difference right now.
On this map, 100,000 bonus points for those Lotus Gems, so they are everything here for both these players as they're able to navigate the double jump successfully here.
Missed out on one of the obstacles for Ji Sung-jin as well, and that's where a big point difference starts to come through. I think maybe 2. He missed one in the start of that skill usage with the spinach cookie, and then the very last spike on the cogwheel, so that costs him a bit. Of course, we did see Ji Sung-jin also going for the pink bear jellies for his Magic Candy Blessing, so he's already tried to use a lot of that in the early portion here to try to catch up. I don't know how much more he's going to have to be able to maximize that blessing here.
Losing those destruction points in the early stage is so critical here. Usually on Beneath the Lilies, it's about a 1 million point difference determining who wins and who loses. The destruction point, especially early on, it is so impactful. Now, we are getting to the lily pad stage. A lot of players, they don't play too greedily. They like to skip just one Lotus Gem. Ji Sung-jin in this situation, do you try and greed for it? It seems like he actually is. He's going for every single one. Is he going to be able to get it? Wow,
nice,
what a perfect run.
Yeah, Pyeonghwan Nara did choose to skip out on one and try to secure some of the other basic jellies. And Ji Sung-jin going for the Lotus Gems, but it's still not going to be enough just yet to bring him in contention.
Very impressive by Jisung Jin, just doing any damage he possibly can, trying to close the distance. Oh, he does miss one Lotus Gem there.
Oh man, it's just not helping him now, going for the drop, and both of them nice and clean. And we will go towards the end. Can you get the nice double jump on the relay? Both of them ending right at the same exact spot.
Yeah, so distance not going to be a factor here, or at least not in the first stage. We do have the handoff coming in. New cookie here on the table, and now as we size up, big jump coming in. Ooh, only one Lotus Gem.
But that's going to be from the side of Jisung Jin, who's already behind. So that hurts a little bit. It's not a massive mishap, but it does add up as he's in a position where he has to try to catch up.
Yeah, as Jisung Jin, you're hoping that it's Pyeonghwa Nara who makes these mistakes and that you actually nail everything so you can close the distance, but instead that lead compounding right now. Pyeonghwa getting further and further ahead. Another big jump stage right here, gets every single Lotus Gem. Both sides actually getting every single one.
Yeah, and that just means that Pyeonghwa Nara continues to stay ahead here as we near towards the very last portions of this run with the Ion Robot Cookie. Both of them getting that nice drop. Jisung still missing out on one or two basic jellies, the bear jellies, things like that. Oh!
Another Lotus Gem gets missed there by Jisung Jin. It's
Yeah.
so painful.
It's just they add up one at a time. I mean, he's able to catch up just a little bit overall since the very beginning. Both of them going for the drop just in time for the transformation to try to maximize all the jellies, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Let's see if he can still maximize all the Lotus Gems, and both of them will get the double jump timed at the very end. But Pyeonghwa Nara wasn't quite sure if he secures it. Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, that's awesome.
Powerful enough that it just shakes the entire headset off his head. I love to see it.
Dude, he's so excited.
This energy is so sick.
Man, he is pumped up. Let's go, Pyeonghwa Nara.
That's awesome. Pyeonghwa Nara for the win. You know what? I can't be biased, but I gotta say I'm a fan.
Yeah, that
I'm
is
a
cool.
fan of Pyeonghwa Nara. That is sick.
You remember you said in the interviews, Pyeonghwa Nara, he told the interviewer, you know, I may seem peaceful, but I can be scary competition when I need to. Look at this, and Jisung Jin's like, really, bro?
Yeah, he's like, dude, it was a best of one, man. Like, calm down. We just started.
Whoa.
Oh, he's still got more. He's still got more.
Dude, how many emotes does this guy have in the wheel? This is
Oh,
like the
he's
second or the third one.
I mean, what? Dude, are you going to use everything in the first match, man? How many celebrations do we got?
It's ridiculous. I love that so much. Oh, my goodness. Dude, it reminds me of Sick Duck a little bit with the emotes. Oh, my God.
I love it.
That is so funny.
I love it.
That is so funny. That was like the most intense like emote reel I've ever seen out of a player.
He
after,
literally
like,
just
5 years of casting.
held the emote wheel and just went through it all, you know, and just tagged every single one on his board. That is so sick.
God.
Oh
Man.
my gosh.
I lost my composure with that one. I have nothing in my head anymore.
Well,
I'm just
Well, I'm also
That
like
was
confused
flooring.
on what the priority order was of the emotes, because like he brought out the Marshmallow Bunny like later on, but that's a prop you have to bring, so you got to imagine that was like
this is
priority
like-
in his head. But then he like went, I don't even know. But what I do know is I love it, and I'm sure he's gaining a lot of fans all around the world because that was amazing. That was amazing. Imagine what he does if he wins like a best of 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if this is how you act after you win the first map, like imagine he wins the finals. Imagine he gets first place in this thing. Like, how long is the emote ceremony going to be on stage? Like, how much does he actually have in the tank? Because it seems like, you know, that was pretty well choreographed. He did like almost like the Hulk Hogan, like.
he just turns into
Like,
a
he
cutscene
does
that you
every
can't
single-
skip. Yeah. If he wins the grand finals, he's just that cutscene that you keep trying to skip, and it's like, no, you can't skip this
Everybody's pressing X on their PlayStation controller. Why is this not working? What's going on right
it's like,
now?
well, he's the winner. He actually has all the control of the stage. But
Dude,
my gosh.
that was so funny. I love that there for Pyeonghwa Nara. I cannot wait for him to get back on stage. I just want him to win every single map right now.
Yeah, now suddenly
How
everyone's
much
just
more
cheering
does he
for
have? Because
But it's important. That's why this is important, because it is a performance. Like, we're laughing, but this is how you gain
Dude.
fans. This is how you gain
he
support.
gained me as a fan already.
Exactly.
I mean,
Because when it comes to the runs themselves at the highest level,
wow.
it's one or two small mistakes and differences. But then you have performances like that. You've got Sick Duck yesterday, and you start to gain some people who are like, I'm not really sure who to root for. And then you're like, oh, but that guy's funny after he wins. Like, I want to see him win more. And then you start to build up a little following. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. But for now, for now. We will move on to the other
I'm
two
not ready to
players.
transition yet, Charlie.
well-
Let's talk about Pokemon a little bit more.
Well, guess what? The show must go on. The show must go on, and you are paid to be here, so we have to make sure that we continue on. We are going to see Ple versus Kukushi here, and we'll get a quick intro, but it should be Ple on the left side with the hoodie there, and of course it's going to be Kukushi on the right. And out of all the players here in this group, and also I would just say overall here in the Plains region, maybe, you know, a little bit Kukushi the highest ranked within the region out of everyone who's qualified here for the preliminaries, but then of course on the other side Ple trying to make a shot and maybe a bit of an upset.
Yeah, and Kukushi looks really solid coming into this one. He is ranked 4th overall in the GCLs. You see the points right there, 101 RP. Let's play on the left, Kukushi on the right side, and determination, man proposes, God disposes. Wow, spitting bars.
Yeah, okay.
Is Kukushi here?
That's okay. He's got some bars, but also, funnily enough, hey, Ple, your YouTube videos help me a lot.
That's so funny.
I mean, hey, respect. Respect, you know? Like, hey, I took some ideas from you, so I'm just going to pay my dues, give you the respect that you deserve. But man proposes, God disposes. What the heck? That's so funny. Oh, we've got some characters here in Group B.
Yeah, this is really fun.
I am a big fan.
All right, guys, you know the drill. Beneath the Lily is going to be the first map here. I think we're going to see this 2 more times here today, and then we will switch over to Boiling Stock Village for the final 3 maps in this round-robin group. 5 matches left to be played. I'm excited to see Kukushi play in this one, honestly. 4th ranked overall in the GCL. We saw how well the high-rated GCL players have already done, such as Jungho. I mean, Jungho dominated his group. He's only 9th ranked overall. Of course, GCL ranking, it doesn't tell the whole story, but for Kukushi to come in so highly rated, very exciting stuff. In terms of loadouts, exactly the same here, perfectly mirrored. Plus 500 points on all jellies for both of them with both candies.
Yeah, and we're not going to see any kind of all-in onto the pink berry jellies. That's kind of the only big difference we've seen here for Beneath the Lilies. So this is going to be a straight, just race on who gets as many jellies, who makes as little mistakes as possible between Ple and Kukushi. And I do want to note that Kukushi has told us that there's someone that he'd like to thank in his winning speech, but to do that you have to get to the grand finals to have a shot at the mic. So he's gonna go all the way if he wants to break the mystery for us, and I will admit he's got me a little bit curious. Like, is it family? Is it maybe a guild mate? You know, is it, you know, a different content creator? Whatever it might be, but if he wants to tell us, he's got to get all the way to the finals today.
Yeah, and this is going to be the very important first step here as Kukushi having his debut here in the 2025 Oven Break World Championship. Folks, our map is loading up. The players are ready. Let's continue the action here. Ple versus Kukushi.
And now going into their first showings here in the Plains region, Ple on the top screen, Kukushi on the bottom screen as well. Both of these players actually saying that they've spent a bit more time practicing the other map, Boiling Stock Village, as we already see just a small alphabet jelly being missed there from Kukushi, so a bit of a difference on the points already.
Those alphabet jellies usually not too consequential, so we'll see if that comes back to bite him. We have a very close match as possible, but wow, 2 Lotus Gems.
Being missed by Ple, that is pretty big. And like you said, the alphabet jelly, sure, that might matter if everyone plays perfectly, but that one mistake on the Lotus Gems, that's what's going to swing the scores.
Yeah, that's pretty insane, actually. They've already missed that so early. I mean, of course, it's hard to do it when you have that speed boost, but in any case, gotta absolutely lock in right now. Both players navigating the toads very well, able to catch every single one on these small drops down in. Yeah. Oh, one more missed actually there for Ple. You can see him shaking his head.
Yeah.
He is not happy with this early game performance.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kukushi will have to wait to see the update here. He's going still pretty clean, it looks like. No mistakes made in the meantime. Ple will be just focusing on moving forward. He has to lock in. There's still a lot of the race left. It's still under $1 million score difference. There can be a big difference here, but Kukushi, I think, maximizing a bit more the destruction points as well there on that last spike. So for this first phase already, Kukushi feeling pretty good.
Yeah, with the speed boost once more, both players actually able to get every single Lotus Gem this time. So very well played there by Ple, being able to catch up a little bit in that regard. Make up for the mistake made earlier. And the drops that are coming in for the second ladder part of this map are very critical. We've seen so many players, not just in Group A today, but also yesterday, struggle to catch every single one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because you can miss one or two here in the very first phase, but you miss those on the jumps and the timing on the drops. You're missing, 3, 4, maybe even 5 if you're unlucky. And now going on to lily pad. See if Pled tries to greed all of the gems to try to catch up. And it looks like, no, he's going to even play it safer. Leaves behind 2 Lotus Gem Jellies.
Whoa.
Kukushi only leaving the minimum 1 to try to reset.
I'm not sure I've seen anybody skip 2 on
I
the
mean,
lily
it
pads right there.
can't be intentional, but Play right now just has to focus on not making any bigger mistakes, right? Doesn't want to drop down or make any crucial blunder that completely ends his run there. And so for now, moving forward, trying to do his best. Both of them leaving 1 behind on that drop right before the blast. And now here's the double column. It's clean from both sides.
Yeah, both sides able to get every single one, but for Play,
Ooh.
you want a little bit more than that. And actually, in terms of distance, I think Kukushi actually a little bit further ahead, isn't he?
Yeah, so he skips out on 1 Lotus Gem Jelly to try to get a little bit extra distance. Not sure if that was strategic or if it's just a bit of a mistake. All right, at least you're going to take all the columns here for Play as well. So Kukushi still keeping ahead as they stay equal.
Yeah, and all right, here we go. Onto this platform. Jump coming in, able to catch every single Lotus Gem. Got to repeat that again a couple more times here with the double jump. Yep, able to catch it.
Yeah, goes for the bear party as well. And both of them securing the next bear party as well. Turns into that tier 3 phase of the Ion Robot Cookie. And we'll see. I don't think there's going to be too much room for error here for Kukushi that could potentially entirely end his run, especially since it looked like he did have a little bit more distance on the relay as well.
Yeah, plus 2 million with more distance. It's got to be a very comfortable position for Kukushi right now. The pressure is basically off.
Yeah, and I like what Kukushi's kind of doing. Not sure if completely intentional, but he's focusing much more now on just the Lotus Gem Jelly. So he leaves behind, 1 or 2 of those small bear jellies, but he's just making sure, hey, I have a 2 million point lead. I just don't want the big burst of Lotus Gem Jellies to go in favor of Pleb.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, these jumps coming in right now. I want to make sure I get every single one. They do skip out on 1 each, and that's going to be Kukushi with a really solid win. Play his mid-game and late game, he was absolutely on point there, keeping tabs with Kukushi, but the early game really coming back to bite him, missing those early Lotus Gems.
And I want to say, Kukushi we would have also commented on his celebration as well, but we just saw Pyonghwa Nara just spam all his emotes at once. So
Yeah.
Kukushi looking pretty tame in response. But okay, we see a little thumbs up from Play as well, just giving respect to his opponent, knowing that it's not over just yet. It's a round robin. It's a bit of a marathon.
Yeah. Both of them just being really nice, showing respect for the opponent right here. And Kukushi going to be happy to start out this group with a win. He will join Pyonghwa Nara as the only undefeated player in this group thus far, as we will be continuing on. 2 out of 6 maps already played. And Kukushi actually going to staying on stage to fight Ji Sung-jin in just a moment here, Chobra.
Yeah, so Kukushi will have to go again here on Beneath the Lilies. He will be one of the 2 players that has to play this map twice alongside Ji Sung-jin. And then, of course, afterwards, everyone then will continue on to the remaining matches, which are played on Boiling Stock Village. And Ji Sung-jin, of course, the one player in this group that's utilizing the Pink Bear Jelly blessings here on Beneath the Lilies. We'll see if he switches it, right? We saw the switch up earlier in Group A coming into the second match. So Ji Sung-jin, does he want to also go for kind of that safer bet on the all jellies? That's a difference to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, that is what Oculus did earlier today. He went for the Pink Bear Jellies first, then he lost with it, and he's like, oh, well, that didn't quite work out. Let's go simpler. Let's try and play it safe. Let's not overcomplicate things. It is a very interesting question, especially going up against a player like Kukushi, because you might not want to keep it completely simple. You might want to take that risk against a player of this caliber because on paper, it's a little bit of a mismatch. Kukushi is very high rated. He's probably the favorite to advance from this group into that top 4 bracket. And so if you're already down 1 map right now, if it's me in the booth right now, I'm just taking the risk, Just go for the Pink Bears. Don't play it safe. You got to kind of hope for a miracle here to try and beat the best.
Yeah, and again, Ji Sung-jin, the lowest ranked overall out of all the players that we're going to see today in the Plains region, which now we get why, right? Because he was in his military service, so he couldn't spam as many games to try to get as the high of a rank as he wanted to. But therefore, maybe the least to lose, just here to show whatever he's got, right? And say, okay, I'm going to min-max as much as possible if I make mistakes. I mean, heck, you still made it here, right? You drove over whatever transportation you took to get to the studio today. You said, all right, I'm done with my military service. All right, I'm going right to the studio tomorrow. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I'm going back out to compete in something else now. So we'll see if he's able to just kind of put that pressure down and perform to his best in this next run.
Yeah, honestly, for Ji Sung-jin, I'm just impressed that they're here in the first place.
Sure,
considering they just finished their military service. No matter how the rest of these games go, they can go 0-3. I'm still going to be impressed, Chobra. That is really phenomenal.
Now, interestingly enough, Ji Sung-jin mentioning that he is kind of keeping his eye out for both Pyonghwa Nara and Ple. just because he's seen them in the rankings in game for the different modes. So he's kind of saying, okay, overall, I like know I've run into these guys before, even across different modes as well. So pretty familiar with them in the server, but kind of leaving Kukushi out of the picture there in that conversation. So we'll see if Kukushi can kind of remind him of his own name and say, you forgot about me. Should have put me in that list as well.
And Reproses God disposes.
Sticking with that?
I don't know where this phrase is coming from, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But we'll see. We'll see if he continues on with that statement. And
by the way,
Jin just keeping with it.
Take a look at this. Jin, even though he just got out of the military service, his best score actually higher here
Sure.
than Kukushi. I mean, we know that he, because of the military service, is probably not exactly in shape to compete. He's not at his best right now in this moment, but best score of 739 million on this map is one of the highest that I think's overall. I'm actually trying to remember who had a higher one, if any, in Group A. That might be the highest.
Yeah, I mean, the thing we have to note is Kukushi kind of preferring Boiling Stock Village as well, the destruction-based map. So this isn't perhaps his strong suit, but right now he is one of the players that has to play this map twice here in the round robin. So hopefully he spent more time preparing for it. Continuing with the pink bear jellies here for Jin on the right side of your screen. So he will go for the extra big points on the pink bear jellies in the first section with the spinach cookie.
Yeah, and I think that's a smart move. You know, you're coming out of practice, going to take a Hail Mary play to try and take down Kukushi, who is just so high ranked, looked so good in that first map. Number 4 overall in the GCL, the highest ranked player in the entire region here for the second day of the Cookie Run World Championship preliminaries. And yeah, I think it's a smart move. Just put it all on the line, Chobra.
Yeah,
go big.
Yeah, and you got to just come with what you've prepped, especially when you haven't had as much time comparably to your opponents. You have to make sure that you just play your own game. You can't be comparing it to too much else. And while we're waiting for this matchup to begin, just a reminder for everybody, you have about an hour left to submit the first coupon that we had. I've already kind of forgotten the exact order of words, so if any of you remember in chat, please share it with everyone else. About an hour left to submit that for the 300 crystals, and hopefully we'll have another one to share with you in the later parts of the day. But for now, it does look like our players are prepared to jump in. Our last look at Beneath the Lilies here in the Plains region. Who will get a bit of a head start going into the later half of the round robin? Will it be Kukushi already leading with 5 points, 1 win and 0 losses, or will it be Jin trying to catch up now with the first win of his own?
David versus Goliath here in the third match of the day. Jin, fresh out of military service, looking to fight back right now against one of the best that we have in competition. Cookie Run World Championship Oven Break continuing on here in the preliminaries. Kukushi versus Jin. That's going to be Kukushi on top, Jin on bottom. Let's get started, Chobra.
All right, jumping in with the spinach cookie to begin. Jin going to start off a little bit earlier, so we'll keep our eye on him first, as of course he is the one who also kind of has to play catch up here. He's also the one with the pink bear jelly, so we have to make sure that he's not missing any of these in the early phase.
Yeah, and so far pretty good early games on both sides. Maybe missing 1 or 2 of the simple jellies, but they're basic. You don't care about them on this map. You're all about the lotuses, so keep it simple.
Yeah, and both of them getting all of those Lotus Strip jellies on the blast mode as well, so not an early mistake coming in just yet.
Actually, Jin being perfect thus far.
Yeah, and Jin,
all of the Lotus Gems right here over these toads.
Yeah, and the pink bear jellies as well, so he's just trying to maximize the points that he has, trying to make sure that he stays toe-to-toe.
He does miss one of the Lotus Gems, though, on the drop right there, so that will lead to a point differential of 300,000 in favor of Kukushi.
Yeah, we'll see if he can maybe try to maximize that on destruction. If he's able to get all the destruction points as well, and Kukushi may be missing out on the common ones that we've seen in the past, that suddenly can flip the table. And here we go, making sure that he gets every. Oh no!
Man, that's painful right there for Jin.
But this is what it was, that he knew he needed to maximize the destruction points, but that cost him as he wasn't able to get the jump on the final timing. He wanted to maximize the full destruction, and now he's shaken up. He's missing another Lotus Strip jelly as well.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge in this stage of the game. And a player of Kukushi's caliber, it's going to take a miracle for him to be able to come back in this one. I'm really worried about Jin.
I mean, let's just say it like it is. When you drop off the map like that, there isn't really any coming back unless your opponent makes a mistake. And you can see it kind of on Kukushi's face. He knows, I just have to not make a mistake.
Yeah, He's nodding. He's got a little bit of a grin right there on his face. I think he's very comfortable with the position right now. He can just play his game. The pressure, honestly, is off here in this map.
Yeah, and he's just going to play it safe. He misses 1 or 2 extra Lotion Jellies here. He's not too concerned. Now, of course, you can't be too lax, because if you do make a mistake later on, it's going to go, oh, Jisung Jin loses out on distance on the jump as well, jumping a bit too early, hits another obstacle, continuing to lose a little bit of that energy.
Yeah, and this competition, at least this map, is pretty much over already. At this point differential, what, 13 million plus? And sometimes going above that. It's so painful, even on the drop. Running out of energy here quite early. It's so painful.
Yeah, I mean, this is all kind of compounding because of the loss of energy, because of the loss of the speed, and so the timings are completely thrown off. This is why all the players are so concerned with all of the timings. He does get a full clean drop here, but unfortunately so does Kukushi, so this is pretty much in the bag, but we'll wait to see if Kukushi goes clean on everything else. As Jisung Jin, he'll do what he can. It looks like he's trying to regain, and you got to put respect to that, but you can't help but keep looking at the number on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, Jisung Jin, he just finished his military service, man. I think just try and show up, give the best performance you can here in the latter part of this map. It's already perhaps out of reach given what a rough early game it was, falling off the map, taking that damage, losing the energy, losing the points. But so far, you know, ever since that second drop down, he's been looking really good. He's capable of doing a lot better.
Yeah, and again, I totally get why it happens, right? You know that you have to min-max everything, so he's trying to get the full slide on that spinach cookie to get the destruction, and then he just misses the timing on the jump. That's why we see some of the players just jumping early, right? Saying, like, whatever, like, skip the destruction, I don't want to make that big mistake. But Jisung Jin didn't have that leisure. He was on the back foot already. He knew he needed to catch up in points. He knew he needed to catch up, and unfortunately, his run will end a lot earlier than usual, as, of course, lost a lot of the energy. In fact, Kukushi getting a clean Lotion Jellies on the very last double jump as well, and still giving respect to his opponent. But, I mean, Jisung Jin kind of in disbelief of the blunder that he had early on in the run, as we currently celebrate a second win on the board for Kukushi.
And I must say, for Kukushi, that was a really impressive win. And I'm not talking about the difference in points, because of course that's going to happen if your opponent makes a mistake like that. Just in terms of the raw score that he had on the map beneath the lilies, that was above 737 million. His personal best is 737 million. This is so close to his personal best record. To be able to have this kind of performance on stage with the cameras on you, perhaps using a new device if it's not the device that you use at home, under the lights, under the pressure. Wow, what a win.
I mean, cleaning up the Lotion Jellies at the very end as well. Like, we just haven't seen anyone do that offline on the stage so far, both yesterday and today. So kind of styling with leisure there. But this run was unfortunately determined quite early on. Unfortunately, due to the blunder here from Jisung Jin, and you can't help but feel for him. You know, he just wants to do his best here, coming in knowing that he doesn't have as much practice as some of the other competitors. And of course, not entirely out yet, right? We talked about this in the earlier group as well. When we're at that halfway mark, nobody is completely out, because it is a full round robin and there can be three-way tiebreakers.
Yeah, there is a potential for a three-way tiebreaker should other players win, and should Kukushi lose. That we have a lot of players that are, what, 1 and 2 overall in the scoreboard, and that means that, hey, maybe you have a second chance here as Jisung Jin. We haven't gotten a tiebreaker yet here.
No, not yet.
I've been hoping that we do, just because I think it'd be really exciting, especially a three-way tiebreaker. The way it would play is, you know, the map is randomly drawn by the admins, and then we have 2 players on stage, they battle, and then 1 player comes on stage and they battle, and whoever has the highest score, you know, say it's a 3-way tie for first and second place, the bottom score, you're out.
Yes, exactly. So it could be that. It could be only one person making it into that second seed. I mean, there's all these different possibilities. So we will have to wait and see. That could be so nerve-wracking if we get to the tiebreaker stage.
But it'd be so much fun, Joe Bro.
Well, for us and the viewers, yes. I don't know if it'd be so fun for the players, but maybe some of them thrive under the pressure. But for now, we will do a little rotation on stage for the next setup. It's going to be Plet versus Pyeonghwa Nara playing on Boiling Stock Village now for the remaining matches.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Pyeonghwa Nara again, man. I kind of wanted him to win just so we could see the ceremony, you know? I'm not trying to be biased, but oh boy, if you're just joining us now and you missed the ceremony that he did after that last victory.
But does he have different ones?
Oh, he must, right?
Do you think he has more prepared?
Yeah.
Do you think he's keeping warm to make sure that his muscles are warmed up for his ceremony?
He's like, he's doing stretches behind the
Exactly.
I
don't want to pull a muscle doing all my emotes. Like, I got to make sure I'm warmed up. It's like before jumping into the pool. Meanwhile, Ple just keeping chill and calm, looking over at Pyongwon like, calm down, dude. Like, we're here to just run some cookie run.
Yeah.
All right, well, Pyongwon Nara. It does look like, I was actually taking a small look at it earlier. This jacket is from the Olympics they had last year, the Cookie Run Olympics. So Pyongwon Nara kind of doing a little flex there with the jacket as well.
Pyongwon Nara also, by the way, the youngest player that we have here in Group B. Nihao is a little bit younger than him, born in 2009 in Group A, but Pyongwon Nara born in 2008,
Yeah.
August 7th.
Yeah, but again, the only one with that extra experience from the 2024 tournaments with the Cool Olympics, and flexing on them with the goods that he's got from there. It looks like, yeah, even the T-shirt is actually from the Cool Olympics last year.
Oh,
so,
it is. That's
yeah.
right. I hadn't noticed because the heating pack has been over it the entire time.
Maybe he's actually just ironing on the sticker there of the Cool Olympics font, the logo. He's just making sure it stays on the T-shirt.
It had some wrinkles or something. He's like, wait, this is how I fix this. Keep it casual. Keep it casual.
Yeah, there you go. But
All
the
right.
Boiling Stock Village now coming up for the remaining 3 matches. So we are completely done with Beneath the Lilies for this weekend. As, of course, today's the last day of this weekend. The other regions will come back next week. But now, remaining 3 round robins here on the destruction-based map. And let's see if we have any differences. The Yuwa Cookie, generally no differences we've had. Everyone focusing on the destruction points because with the badges bouncing around, that's a lot. But Pyongwon Nara will go for the yellow bear jellies during the orange cookie phase, whereas Ple will go in for the all-in on the destruction points.
Yeah, I feel like the destruction points are a little bit more popular, but hey, the yellow bear jellies, they certainly can work out. We saw Chris do that versus Oculus earlier on in Group A. It is not a completely out-of-the-box choice here for Pyongwon Nara, but yeah, it is interesting on a map like this one where so much hinges already on the destruction points that you're going to add another layer of complication and be like, you know what? Destruction points, that's not enough. I also want those yellow bears to be so valuable here. So, ooh, pressure's going to be on here for Pyongwon Nara, but already he's been looking really good under the pressure.
All right, Ple versus Pyongwon Nara. Ple having an unfortunate close loss to Kukushi earlier on in Beneath the Lilies, but it's only been 1 match. He's only at -1 points. He can flip this if he's able to bring down Pyongwon Nara and tie them up with a 1-1 score, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for match number 4 here in Group B of the Plains region.
All right, the countdown has started. The map is loading up. We got Ple on top, Pyongwon Nara on bottom. Big, deep breath there by Pyongwon Nara. He's just getting ready for this map to begin. You know, the funny thing for me is, Trevor, he looks so nervous on camera at the start of the maps, but the moment the gameplay actually begins, it feels like he makes no mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you're just locked in. That's why you're trying to shake off all the nerves ahead of time, it looks like. Both of them just starting off nice and smooth. Pyongwon Nara actually having a small advantage on those destructions early on, but a bit of a mishap on that jump. So Ple also catching up, and now neck and neck between those two once again.
Yeah, ability usage, exactly same timings here as they have the combo down to a T, just getting every single destruction point possible. And those small differences, they might have an impact on the score here in the early game, but it's usually the big moneymaker destruction points that we have later on that are going to be critical. So right here, everybody just kind of warming up, trying to shake off the stress a little bit.
Yeah, and it does look like Pyongwon Nara seems a bit more comfortable on some of the very small micros that you can do.
Yellow bear missed there by Pyongwon Nara, actually.
Yeah, but dropping down to maximize the destruction points as well in terms of the timing, so he's going to be able to maximize that last usage, keeping him just a bit in contention.
Yeah, good catch. That is a very smart choice here by Pyongwon Nara. In any case, 100,000 points difference between these two as we continue on. More ability usage is coming in. These combos timed out perfectly, just getting every single destruction point. No jellies really missed there, at least not a consequential amount on either side. And now we come into these drops. A lot of players will miss 1 bear on these drops. It's hard to get every single one, but both players executing this perfectly. Look at that. Okay, finally now Ple with a little bit.
Yeah,
But
just a bit
holding
of a
arm, this
difference.
is what, 1 or 2 yellow bears in total.
Yeah, but for now, they're still so close. Still around 200,000 difference overall, depending on the sync of the scores. So this could really just come down to maybe even the Magic Candy Blessing during the Orange Cookie phase as we near the end. A little bit of that restore on the energy. Moving on to the second area of this run.
Yeah, second area is so scary, so critical here. It's usually where the big mistakes come in. It's where that point differential starts to grow in favor of one player over the other.
Yeah, and now just making sure they get all the Bear Party jellies as well. Making sure both of them using the badges at the right time. Pyongyang Nara dropping down below to try to get a different angle on that badge. It looks like, not sure if entirely intentional, but we'll have to keep our eyes on that because it has cost him a little bit on the points.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach. I wonder if he get a little bit more distance with that, perhaps because he is favoring yellow berries. And yeah, it does in fact translate into a little bit more distance.
This time he goes for that earlier jump to jump over those to make sure he lands further. So that very end, definitely intentional to get the later relay onto Pyongyang Nara. So it looks like he's behind in the points right now, but he is going to have a little bit more extension at the end. Misses out both sides, it looks like, just on one or two of those meteors dropping down.
Yeah, it's so hard to get every single meteor with the ability usage right here. Even for players at this skill level, it is a very difficult task to do. So being able to get all but one or two, very good, as the combos now once more coming in. Wow, very well executed on both sides. It is such an even score right now, Chobra.
Yeah, and Ple, of course, going for the extra destruction points, but that blessing is going to start to run out of steam as we near the end, whereas Pyongyang Nara consistently trying to just go for the yellow bear jelly bonuses. And that is a massive boost here from Pyongyang Nara as he tries to catch up.
Yeah, I think he might have actually taken a little bit of damage. His energy bar is lower right now. And for Pyongyang Nara, because he has that yellow bear set, he's going to be getting those extra points. That distance is going to be so crucial.
That is just devastating for Ple, who seemed like he might have the lead just a little bit to the very end. You can already see a very big difference in the distance that's going to be achievable, and let alone Pyongyang Nara already starting off a bit more ahead. Ple's run already ending. He knows exactly where it all went wrong as Pyongyang Nara continues to move on forward. He's already out of his seat. He doesn't even need the calculation. He's down on his knees.
Wow.
What's next? Which one is it? Okay, he's got more.
Oh my goodness! He blows us all a kiss.
Okay.
Yeah,
2-0, 2-0. Okay, he's got the score as well, and then a little respect. Okay, staying courteous. Anything more? Okay, a little wave as well. Truly at the Olympics here.
Yeah.
Oh, to the ref as well.
Come on,
the handshake as well. The handshake.
Okay. For a moment
the
I was worried. I was
consolation.
like, okay, wait. What if he emotes on him right here? But no.
Yeah, no.
he's being kind. Oh, that's so sweet, actually.
That is sweet. No, I was actually really worried too. I was like, what, is he gonna go dance in front of him? Because that would be terrible. But
yeah, some real camaraderie here between these two on camera. Oh, that's a nice picture. Those two waving together.
Oh, that's sweet. Obviously, Ple, I mean, he appreciates it, but it doesn't feel good because he knows exactly where he messed up. That one collision. Now, I don't know if he would have still been able to keep the lead just because of that extra distance that Pyongyang Nara had, but in Ple's mind, that cost him the entire run. So that's going to be haunting him just a little bit.
Yeah, we're always going to be wondering whether or not Ple would have been able to close it out if he had not taken that damage, if he had not lost that energy in a later stage of that map. Because the extra distance, I think, with the yellow bear jellies getting extra points there, might have been enough for Pyongyang Nara regardless. But in any case, he's going up 2-0. One more undefeated player so far in this group.
So now things get a little bit interesting because, like you said, we have two people who are already undefeated 2-0. They'll eventually be facing off, in fact, in the very last match. But now it's between Ple and Ji-Sung Jin, both at 0 and 2. And so this is really just to see who's going to be ending up as a higher score overall. But there's no way for them to be able to catch up in the overall rankings because they can only get maximum one win.
Yeah. Well put. Ple and Ji-Sung Jin, their run's pretty much over right now. Really just playing for honor, playing for legacy, and also for Ji-Sung Jin, I mean, just finishing military service. How nice would it feel to come in and at least win one of these sets?
Sure,
that would just be terrific.
I mean, for both of them, right? To get here at an offline stage the first time that you're going to be able to play. Because even for Ple, he actually let everyone know that he has been wanting to compete ever since he saw the potential of the esport last year during the Cool Olympics, during the 2024 Cookie Run Tournament, which Pyongyang Nara was, in fact, a part of, as we just saw. So Ple has been kind of dreaming up this opportunity for a full year. He now got his chance. While his run towards the main stage, or the semifinals at the very least, might be over, he still has one more shot to show us what he's prepared, especially because we just saw him playing Boiling Stock Village. It was pretty good until that one big collision. So if he can clean that up, what will that look like? Meanwhile, Ji-Sung Jin just looking to show that, you know, even if you have less time, you can still compete and hang against the best.
Yeah, and I think besides that collision, the play was just so solid coming in from Play. And if he's able to avoid that, which doesn't really feel like it's the kind of thing that would be a repeated mistake, it's something that just happens every once in a while, once in a blue moon. Maybe the pressure of being on stage increases the odds of that happening here with everything on the line, with the high stakes of a tournament like this one. But I'm absolutely expecting him to settle in a little bit more now, especially with the pressure off. You know at this stage, you can no longer advance to the round of 4. So you're not really fighting for your tournament life. Just give it your best shot, you know?
Yeah, again, no pressure. Just play as best as you can. Obviously, play as close to what you've prepared back at home. And we'll see what happens as we now look at 2 players who have 0 wins so far here in Group B of the Plains region. It's going to be our first look at Ji-Sung Jin here. Curious to see. He's also going to go for the Yellow Bear Jellies, and Play will stick with the destruction points towards that later half with the Orange Cookie.
Yeah, Yellow Bear Jelly choice coming out again. Pyeongwon did the same thing on the previous set, so we'll see if that works out here for Ji-Sung Jin.
Yeah, this is one of the cookies and one of the maps where we do see actually the most variation, right? We've oftentimes seen the blast mode here for the Orange Cookie. We see the Yellow Bear Jellies as well. And of course, for those a bit more daring wanting to cash in on the jackpot, it's going to be the plus 10k destruction points with the Orange Cookie. So we'll see who's able to come out on top between these 2 players.
Yeah, the combos have been so clutch, especially coming in from Play there in the previous map. Of course, he did have that collision, ran into an obstacle, took some damage, and so that ended the run. But in terms of the actual combos, the timing of those combos, getting the destruction points, it seemed near perfect. In fact, that was one of the closest runs I think that we have seen on this very destruction-based map here in the preliminaries.
Yeah, so Play, I mean, really just not hitting the collision is going to be the big contention point to redeem himself. Meanwhile, Ji-Sung Jin, it's going to be our first look at how he's able to complete the course here on Boiling Stock Village. This is going to be match 5 in the round robin of Group B of the Plains region preliminaries. Play on top, Ji-Sung Jin on the bottom screen. And we will be loading in just a second.
Yeah, countdown is done. The players have loaded in and let the game begin here once more on Boiling Stock Village. Both these players trying to get a win on the board.
Just staying close to each other right now. No huge differences, but we'll start to see it, especially before you're able to transform back onto the Tiger, where you have to really time these jumps to try to throw the bat.
Oh man, was that a collision for
that
Ji-Sung
is a massive collision early on here from Ji-Sung Jin. Gets slowed down.
Oh no, that feels so bad. Right here in the early stages too. Usually there isn't too many complications.
Oh, that's a rough one. But again, it's because you have to jump to throw the badge, and you're thinking about sliding below the obstacles. And Ji-Sung Jin, he got a little bit extra shaken up afterwards, trying to regain his footing. He's back on course for now. Does get that destruction, so back onto the focus.
I mean, he's playing well since that moment, but it's going to be haunting him for the entire run. And the fact that it happens right at the beginning, Shobert, it's going to be haunting him.
But let's
non-stop. I mean,
not to be rude, but we did see Play mess up with a collision near the end. So Ji-Sung Jin, he's got to think about that of like anything can happen in the second half, right? Like you can still catch up. There is an opportunity at any point in any run for the opponent to also mess up.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing too much. You don't want to be too grim. All right, these jumps now coming in, on the drops going in. Both sides very well played, actually catching every single one of these Yellow Bear drills. Okay, I cursed it.
Yeah,
Ji-Sung Jin now missing 3 in a row.
Well, of course, it's not going to be the end of the day, considering the big contention will be that collision early on.
Yes.
The real trouble here is obviously Play could also mess up, but this means that obviously your relay is going to happen earlier, right? Everything now, the timing for everything that you're used to happens earlier, and Ji-Sung Jin is going to have to deal with the consequences from that.
That's a very good point. It's not something that you really practice, having a collision early like that, and so you really have to think on your feet a little bit with the timings. It might feel different than what you're used to. It's certainly not going to be what you practiced.
Yeah, and of course the other big difference, like you said, is because when you're at home practicing, you know, you go through a collision, you say, okay, reset, redo, let's get all the way to the end. But Ji-Sung Jin right now, he's just going to have to adapt on the fly to the new timings.
Yeah, that energy meter, the countdown's already begun here for Ji-Sung Jin, as he's going to have to pass the baton on to the second cookie in just a little bit.
He is able to stay on the Tiger, so he tries to catch up just a bit. The timing works out because of that transformation, and he gets a little bit of that extra jump, so he's able to regain just a bit of distance near that relay.
Yeah, but it really is like a mountain to climb right now. That point differential,
Well, yes.
25 million plus, is really Ji-Sung Jin, fresh out of military service. He's just trying to play the best game he possibly can.
Yeah, he does catch up a little bit on the extra destruction points, and now all eyes on play. It's his to lose. If he doesn't make any mistakes, you might, Ji-Sung Jin might be able to catch up a little bit, but it's going to be impossible to catch up the entire 20 million.
Yeah, 20 million is a lot. I think you basically are hoping that Play has another collision if you want to be able to close that distance, because otherwise the extra time that Play is going to have as well is going to be compounding that point difference moving forward. As we go through these jumps and the double jumps, very well played on both sides, but my eye is going to be on the combos. We got 3 of these charges back in the bank. Okay, using 2 of them right now, getting some more destruction points on both sides. The same timings there.
Yeah, and just unfortunately, there's no big change on the point difference. Ji-Sung Jin starting to feel the pressure from that, and Play just making sure that he doesn't make the same mistakes as he did in that earlier run so far, keeping very safe, goes for the extra use of the skills as well, going for that blast mode, getting the coins. I believe there might have been a bear party jelly being missed as well once again from Ji-Sung Jin, but again, it just comes down to that first blunder, and I don't think Play is giving him the time of day. We're down to the last 3 seconds of the run, and Ji-Sung Jin run ends there, and Play will keep the lead. No big mistakes made, and that is sometimes all it takes to get your first victory here in the preliminaries.
Yeah, being able to navigate without taking any damage is Play, as the obstacles really have been an issue for players here on Boiling Stock Village so far today. Unfortunately for Ji-Sung Jin, he's going to be finishing off today with an 0-3 record, but again, this guy, he literally finished, if you missed it earlier, he finished his military service yesterday.
Yes.
And he is here today competing in the Cookie Run World Championship. Just getting here today is such an accomplishment. Obviously, the games didn't really go the way that he was hoping for them to go, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing more from this guy now that he can dedicate more time to practicing, more time to playing the game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he kind of sticks to that, and if we'll see him in future tournaments as well. But for now, a round of applause to Play, who will redeem himself, get that 1 win on the board. Now, as we stated earlier, we already have 2 players that have 2 wins, so the last match will be about who gets seeded into which seed going into the semifinals. We already know those 2 will have qualified. Play doesn't have a chance to catch up on the points, but he can still rest assured that, okay, I can hang with some of these players. I can get wins on a big stage, and if he wants to continue to compete, this should be a bit of a boost of experience that he can now put under his belt.
Yeah, it should certainly increase his confidence moving forward, especially as Cookie Run Esports continues to build up into something bigger and better every year. And we're going to be finding out in just a moment who between the remaining 2 players, Kukushi and Pyeonghwa Nara, will be joining Jungho and Chris in that 4-player playoff bracket, because this group stage, the round robin, we're only playing on 2 maps. This is eliminating half of the player pool. After this, we're going to go into a best-of-3 stage where suddenly map drafting becomes a factor. And from then, we're going to be deciding who is really going to the World Championship Finals, the main event in October. But before we get there, the seeding must be determined. Kukushi and Pyeonghwa Nara, they're already going to that round of 4 stage. They're already going to the semifinals today. But who's going to be the number 1 seed? Who's going to be the number 2 seed? Very important to find out, because I think neither of them wants to go up against Jungho in that first match.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you have to consider for sure.
7, 1, 6, 2. I don't have a calculator out. What is this?
861. It's some kind of code here. Okay, I think he might be talking about how he's going to show.
My score is going to be 800 million.
No, I actually think that's what it is. He's saying that his highest personal best is 861 million.
Is that actually what's happening?
Yep, it is.
I was making a joke. He's like, it's going to be 861,160,061.
No, he's saying that he's going to hit his high peak of 861 million. All right, well, we'll see. I mean, that's bold. That's a bold claim to take on the offline stage, especially against a player of Pyeonghwa Nara's caliber. But we'll see now. Pyeonghwa Nara also kind of saying that, all right, Kukushi, I didn't get to play against you last year at the Cookie Run tournament at the Cool Olympics, so I'm kind of happy to take that chance here. I'll beat you here in the preliminaries, now taking his chance to go up against a strong opponent.
I'm impressed that Kukushi was able to deliver that kind of message just with the hand gestures right there, man. I'm telling you, if he doesn't win the World Championship here in Cookie Run, he might have a fallback career in charades. That was pretty impressive. Oh, man, I can't wait to get into this match. It has been a really emotional run thus far here for Pyeonghwa Nara. He's been emoting on everybody after the win. He has a whole reel prepared. I think we've seen, what, 5 or 6 different emotes
More.
already. I mean, the
Yeah,
ceremonies
more
are
for
just
sure.
insane.
Yeah.
Coming in from Pyongyang. I want to see more, dude. I want to see him keep winning.
Yes.
Like, no shade to Kukushi, but just it's been so much fun watching Pyongyang because he heads into the map. You can tell that he's nervous. You can tell that he's feeling anxious, but he's able to brush all that aside, focus on the gameplay the moment that the round starts,
And I
then
just
he
gotta
lets
say,
it all out.
Yeah, I think if you're managing the social media platforms for Cookie Run Oven Break and you're really looking to make the esport grow bigger, you know who to clip for highlights. You know who to put on your shorts. You know who to put on your reels. I'm telling you right now, it's getting you the views because Pyongyang is here to help boost the entire scene. Now, both of these players going for the yellow bear jellies on the orange cookie. So let's see who really comes out on top. Now it's the equal setup, and it's about who makes less mistakes and who's able to min-max just a bit more.
Yeah, and Pyongyang has already been so good on this map, having some really fantastic destruction runs, even in the heavier late stages where things get tricky in terms of the combos. He's been able to time them out, absolutely maximize his points. And between these two, I know that we just had 2 maps in a row here decided by collisions. I would be very surprised if we had that. I think it's all going to be mechanics. It's going to be more about the timings, specifically with those combos.
Yeah, definitely not. Now, Kukushi, first time we're seeing him on this map, right? He's only gets to play it once, but he was very proud of his high score. He's very confident. He said he was confident on this map. He does hold the highest personal best on Boiling Stock Village from this entire region. So there is reason to be confident. Let's see if he can deliver with the one chance he has to show us what he's prepared on Boiling Stock Village. It's going to be Kukushi currently at 2-0, going up against the other top seed so far in this group, Pyonghwa Nara. Who will take the first seed to go up against the Group A players? Let's find out in the very last match of the round robin.
All right, the countdown has started. The map is loading in. We got Kukushi on top, Pyonghwa Nara on bottom.
Now locked in, Pyongyang back into the locked-in mode. No emoting yet until the very end of the race.
I'm so curious what it's going to be if we get it, but first you got to win this map. Of course, both these guys, they have qualified for that round of 4 for the semifinals today.
Oh, and look at this. Both of them just so... The points aren't even phased.
Yeah.
They're staying at 10,000 exactly as we get equal timings. Now slight differences on the jumps and the destructions, but Pyonghwa Nara is trying to stay ahead, just getting slightly better timings, getting 1 or 2 more objects.
Yeah, interesting optimized for the objects right here. Actually, I like that there for Pyongyang Nara. It's going to give him a slight edge here as we move on to later parts of this map. Some more ability activation now coming in, timed out perfectly. Mirrored builds on both sides.
And now back down onto your feet. Have 3 charges, as you can see, on top of the character, of the cookie's head there. Now down to 2, uses 1 more right before the drop to use it to destroy as many objects as possible. And that keeps Pyongyang Nara just a bit ahead, still right around the 1 million mark.
Yeah, and watching them both play, and really they're not missing basically anything at this point. It's very close. 500,000 on a simpler map might feel like a lot, but here with so many more points left at stake, especially as we get more into the destruction point section of this map later on, this is a really close one. Now on these drops, both these players able to get every single one of those jellies. Can we do it? Sometimes you miss one, but they've been perfect again, Chobra.
Yeah, and going for all the destruction as well. 1 giant yellow bear jelly being missed from Kukushi, and that is not good news as he's already just a bit behind. But hey, okay, shaking his head, he knows that he's not going to get his top score, but he was boasting about it. I'm curious if he has a little bit more to show towards the later parts as now Pyongyang Nara continues to go far ahead in the points.
Pyongyang Nara also did miss a couple of those yellow bear jellies, so it's still a very close match, even with those jellies getting missed. Now we're going to move on to the second location here on this map, but this is where the points start to really add up.
Yeah, you can have some differences, right? Are you going for a slight drop to destroy as many of the meteorites as possible? It's both of them going for that jump, both of them making sure that they get the bear jelly parties. Oh, misses the bear jelly party here from Pyongyang Nara, but goes for the destruction a little bit. We saw that earlier as well.
I think it's just a different approach to playing the map. I believe when you do that, you're able to get a little bit more distance as you finally run out of energy when you pass the baton. We'll see if that is going to translate into more distance. In fact, it's actually just about the same here.
Yeah, I mean,
for
that
both of
one,
them.
you just have to jump right at the edge of the platform, and both of them able to land that. But Pyongyang Nara back up in contention, and now we're on to the orange cookie. Both of them going for the yellow bear jelly, so the destruction, you just want to be clean, but it's not going to be a jackpot for either player.
Yeah, it's so hard to get everything. I don't even know if it's possible because we haven't seen a player get every single destruction point with that ability usage here. It really is a skill check. And Kukishi currently does have the lead of about 2 million. Can he maintain that? Okay, more ability usage coming in. Both getting used at the exact same time. I think both getting the exact same number of destruction points.
Ooh, a Rainbow Bear Jelly being missed by Kukushi, but for now still trying to stay ahead with a massive lead.
Yeah, Pyongyang actually saved one of the ability activations. So that's why the point differential just suddenly ballooned right there. He hasn't used one of these destructions just yet. He's trying to save it to get more points later. Now, will that plan work? Or will Kukushi be able to close this one out?
I mean, we've seen this earlier, though. There's not too many opportunities where you can get a giant jackpot. Now already capped out at 3 uses. Pyongyang, he's going to have to use it if he wants to make sure that he gets an advantage, because now Kukushi, in fact, using it right away to just burst forward, and Pyongyang is going to use it at the same exact timing. Still has 1 extra charge on that skill, but I don't know if it's enough. It brings him back down into range, but now down to 3 million, 2 million in this last phase. It's going to come down to that countdown, but I think the gap might just be too big for Pyongyang to catch up, and it's going to be Kukushi leading with 2 million points. Not able to reach the 861, but ends up with the 858.
Yeah, wow, what a performance there by Kukushi. Able to close it out as the #1 seed from Group B here in the Plains region. He's gonna walk over, shake hands. Great sportsmanship all around here in Group B. Everyone's been so friendly with each other. Bit of a cheeky laugh right there. He's feeling good, man, and honestly, what a great performance. That was such a close match.
Yeah, I mean, you could even tell Kukushi kind of was unhappy with one of the first mistakes, right? Missing out on the giant bear jelly. He was like, man, I'm not going to be able to get that perfect run. But he's still able to stay locked in all the way to the very end and maximizing the exact timings that you need for the orange cookie to use all the skills when you have the most obstacles on the screen. And that will make the difference here for Kukushi as he finishes 3-0 undefeated in the round robin. Pyongyang eventually taking a bit of that scratch.
Yeah, destruction points, one of the big reasons, but also that rainbow bear. I mean, look at that, 16.8 million versus 17. It's so close on both sides. In the end, yeah, that will be Kukushi advancing in first. So he's going to be playing Chris when we head to that playoffs.
Ooh.
Going up against Jungho. That is a match I cannot wait to see because Jungho also looking so good today.
And you know what's interesting is I believe Kukushi and Chris are part of the same guild as well. So
are they?
Rather familiar with each other, but Kukushi has already stated that he's not going to go easy just because, you know, they're in the same guild. So I don't know if they expected to match up against each other, but hey, they're now going to have to play in a best-of-3 when we come back to the semifinals.
Yeah, that's really exciting. And folks, we are going to have a lot more cookie run competition left for you. I think we're basically at the halfway point today. We just played 12 maps. The winners from today are decided going into that round of 4. But now we have to decide who's actually going to be going to the World Championship in October. There are 2 best-of-3s. Those are qualifying matches for the World Championship. And then the winners of those qualifying matches will play a final best-of-5 to decide who's going to be the #1 seed and who's going to be the #2 seed out of this region.
And the seeding matters as well because you can determine not just your own draw, but where the person from your same region is going to go into in the future groups as well. So you have a lot of power if you get that first seed. That's all down the road today, so don't go anywhere. Of course, there's going to be a lot more. And now we're going to look at different maps as well, right?
Yeah,
a new pool.
fun.
Yeah, new pool for the best-of-3 going into the semifinals. But let's review how these groups panned out. This was the quarterfinals here in the Plains region. We finished Group A earlier today. Jungho with 15 points, undefeated. Chris there just inching forward with 9 points. Now Group B, it's a similar situation. Kukushi finishing 3-0 with 15 points. Pyongyang taking that 1 loss, bringing him down to 9 points, but he still secures his spot, moving on for a shot to go to the main stage of the World Finals at the World Championship.
Yeah, the first step is done for both of these groups. 4 players as the bracket here has been drawn. That is Jungho versus Pyongyang, the #1 seed from Group A versus the #2 seed of Group B, and Chris versus Kukushi for the second semifinal match. Again, the #1 seed versus the #2 seed. Those are qualifying matches. That's going to be happening in a few minutes after we get back from a break, and I am really looking forward to this one. Jungho has been impressing me. He was #9 in the GCL coming in. Kukushi also #4, so 2 of the top 10 players already in this region, and they might be meeting in the finals.
They could, yeah. They could obviously meet each other in that best of 5 to determine who's going to be having that first seed in the most difficult maps that we have in the pool. But again, these are going to be more difficult maps already in the semifinals. And like you mentioned, we keep saying that it's qualifying to get there, but that's a big deal because that gets you one step closer to that prize pool, the $10,000 as first place, but also a chance to come back and play against people from other regions in the World Finals in just about a month's time. So make sure you stay tuned as that's all coming later today. And for those of you who are wondering, like I know we have a lot of fans already for Pyongyang, he's the one with the 4 characters in his ID. But we'll remind you when we come back from this break. When we come back, it's the semifinals here for the Plains region.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿠림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Cookie Run Oven Break.
Welcome back, Cookie Runners. We are now down to 4 players here from the Plains region as we await the semifinals. The winners of each of these matches will already qualify for the main stage of the World Championship 2025.
The first step is over, but the next 2 series we're going to be deciding who goes to that World Championship. And if you weren't feeling the pressure before, you might be feeling it now if you're one of these players, because the action, this is what you came to play for, right?
Yes.
You came to play for that spot in the World Championship. Of course, you would love to win your group, not just for the pride, but for that #1 seed. But more than anything, you want to come back here in October to the big stage with a live audience, the crowd cheering for you. It's going to be really intense, man. These best of 3s are basically the entire year culminating.
Yes, I mean,
for these players.
This is why you're here, right? Because you want to get to the main. Obviously, you want to win first place once you get there as well. But right now at the preliminaries, your goal is to get to the main stage. Now here is the, I guess we can call him the new fan favorite on your screens. That's Pyeonghwa Nara. Now I've seen some of you kind of mixing up the name. Obviously, we haven't seen it in the Romanized English, but it is Pyeonghwa Nara with a P. That was one of the players that had all of the celebrations, and on the other side, it should be Chung Ho waiting for us as that first seed from Group A, undefeated so far.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really exciting match. Jung Ho looked so good in that very first stage. Just as you said, Chober has not dropped a map, but he's also the 2nd highest rated player entirely here for the Plains region, #9 in the GCL. He looked absolutely rock solid. His wins, they weren't that close to. They were really consistent gameplay coming out of him. It felt like he basically never missed anything. He never made any critical mistakes. He just seems absolutely rock solid. Whereas Pyeongwon Nara, we know that he is a bit of a more emotional player. You see it when he wins. You see it even building up to it. I mean, the deep breath, looking at the screen, looking at the camera. There's a lot on his mind, and I'm just wondering if he's going to be able to keep the mental fortitude to persist with a mistake-free run. He's been doing it thus far. He's been looking really good, but Jung Ho's just another beast, man.
And I just want to say, our emote friend here on the right side, Pyeongwon Nara, says, if I win, I'll strike a pose. I think you've done more than one pose. But on the other side, the funny part is Jung Ho's like, I don't know if I'll do anything if I win. You know, that's not for me. I'll leave that to him. So we'll see if we get to see another series. I mean, obviously, for a lot of the fans watching, you want to see just the fun moments, but also for Pyeonghwa Nara himself, he wants to go to the main stage. He wants to continue celebrating in front of other players from all the other regions as well. And guess what? The first draw is going to be a random draw. And for the best of 3, we start off on Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, one that's been around for a little bit, so one that should be quite well known for these players.
Yeah, you get bonus points for the yellow bear jellies on this map, and unlike the round robin stage here, because we're moving into the best of 3, it will now be loser's pick. So this is the random draw for map number 1. The loser of this map will get to choose between Moonlit Bamboo Grove and Temple of the Sun Central Arena what map number 2 will be. And as we look at the available cookies, Schneeball Cookie and the Cream Puff Cookie are going to be the selections, as well as the Ammonite Roll. So it's going to be one of those longer runs, man. You're going to have a lot of energy to use.
Yeah, and this one, of course, we saw it yesterday. Obviously, you get a lot of points for the Yellow Bear Jellies and the Yellow Bear Jelly parties, but that also means on the flip side, you get 0 points for the Bitter Bear Jellies, and if you hit a Bitter Bear Jelly party, you're suddenly missing out on all the extra points. So you're going to have to watch out. We saw a bit of that mishap yesterday. You wouldn't want that to happen in your one chance of a best of 3. And of course, because of the map, everyone choosing the blessings for the Yellow Bear Jellies here.
Yeah, it just makes sense. Double down, even triple down on what the main feature of this map is in terms of point generation. And hopefully at this level, we're going to have some skips there on the Bitter Bear Jerseys because it's so, oh boy, it can absolutely end a run.
Yeah.
If you hit a couple of those parties and then suddenly the points that you can take are down to 0.
Yes, exactly. And the parties are mixed in between the Yellow Bear Jelly parties as well. So you got to really weave and thread the needle if you want to maximize your points. But as you try to maximize, if you mistime the jump, now you're going to hit a Bitter Bear Jelly party, and then suddenly the next set of jellies are all turning into Bitter Bear Jellies, missing out on, not only are you getting 0 points, but the opponent hit the Yellow Bear Jelly party. They're getting the bonus points. So it really compounds. Of course, the Yellow Bear Jelly party itself also gives you a big boost of 1,000,000 points. So all of this really can start to snowball out of control. But this is a best of 3. This first map was selected randomly coming into this matchup. Now, from here on out, whoever loses will select the next map. But as much as that sounds nice, you don't want to be starting off 0-1. You only have up to 2 maps that you have to win. It can be a short run. So Jungho coming up from Group A, Pyeonghwa Nara coming up from Group B. We will begin the first semifinal of the Plains region.
Let's get to it. The game is loading in. The countdown begun. Jungho on top. Pyeonghwa Nara on bottom. Who is going to be winning here on terrifying Bear Jelly Forest?
And now starting off, of course, with the Schneeball. You want to jump to make sure that you're getting all your points. But as you're jumping, you have to calculate when you're jumping in conjunction with the rest of it.
Also got to be very careful as we move further about not getting those Bitter Bear Jellies.
Yeah, and both of them going for the strategy to drop down and just get all of the points while you come up with the rescue.
Nice little single jump coming in. Actually, double jump right there coming in from Jungho. I wonder if that's to get maybe a little bit more distance, but in any case.
First one? Okay, both of them. Yeah, thread the needle, get the extra Yellow Bear Jellies with the party as well. So getting the maximum points possible so far.
Yeah.
Oh,
Man, so close there was Jungho. Oh, did he hit one?
No, he ate both, but it's the Bitter Bear Jelly later on, and he's going to miss out on so many. And now that puts him just a bit behind. Back and forth now between the two, but we'll have to keep tabs as there is a little bit of desync in terms of the order here. We'll have to see if Pyeonghwa Nara can redeem that.
Yeah, it's so hard to avoid those Bitter Bear Jellies because they're just interwoven with all of the big points on this map. You see the double jump coming in. Well done there by Pyeonghwa Nara. Jungho on top doing the same thing, also dodging. The shurikens there with a slide and a big double jump, getting every single Bear Jelly. And now another skill activation. Let's get that goal.
Yeah, but Pyeonghwa Nara, I believe, still should be in the lead, even if the score has to keep updating. He's looking pretty strong, so making sure that he's maximizing all the other points he can get. So he's not too shaken just yet.
Yeah, luckily that hitter ball came in a moment where there weren't too many jellies, so it wasn't the absolute end of the world. I think the point difference might have been like 500K from hitting that party. And in any case, things have equalized right now as Jungho with the speed boost can be able to catch every single one of these Yellow Bear Jellies. Looks like Pyeonghwa Nara on bottom doing the exact same.
Yeah, neither missing out. Oh, Pyeonghwa Nara. Yeah, he's skipping out on the first Schneeball there, now hitting it a bit later to get those points.
Yeah, kind of an interesting situation right there as it looks like running out of energy at basically the exact same time.
And now moving on to the Cream Puff Cookie.
Cream Puff Cookie here going to be the selection coming in as the second one, getting those Conjured Desert Jellies.
Yeah, neither one. Oh, Jungho still able to thread the needle. Same thing for Pyeonghwa Nara. So we're not seeing any big blunders in terms of the Bear Jelly parties. able to jump over that extra set of the Bitter Bear Jelly Party as well. So close down to about just 100,000 points back and forth. This could be anybody's run. Just one mistake towards the end of the run could spell defeat here in the very first map.
Yeah, you got to absolutely lock in this moment. Okay, Bitter Bear Jelly dodged again here by Quengon on bottom. Now the Star Jelly's coming in.
Okay, these don't matter though because we're not seeing the extra jellies come on top. So Pyeongwon just going for the safety, but he's already behind in points. He's gonna have to try to catch up, and he's not going to be able to get the extra distance. Jungho closes things out with just an edge as he takes the first win.
Wow, what a map. 480,000 point difference there in map number 1. It was neck and neck the entire way. And Trevor, my mind goes back to that Bitter Bear Party.
I think it might have been the difference.
That was about 500K difference. That is what we saw his score dip by when he hit that. And you might think that, well, we're getting hundreds of millions of points. It can't be that consequential. Well, it turns out at this level, it actually is. 726.3, 725.8. I really do think that was the difference maker here.
It had to have been because obviously with the Schneeball skill as well, he still was able to get the 3 hits towards the end. There wasn't an opportunity to get another round, so that doesn't make a big difference. But on that one, he gets to Yellow Bear Jelly Party early on and immediately touches the Bitter Bear Jelly Party. That transforms the jellies right in front of him into Bitter Bear Jellies. But if your opponent, which Jungho did hit just the Yellow Bear Jelly Party, he's now getting 60K per those jellies because they transform into Yellow Bear. So that about culminates up to around a 500,000 point difference, and that is all it took. My goodness, what a close map.
Yeah, that one small mistake proving the difference there as Jungho is going to be emerging on top. And we were talking about it at the very start of the run, how it might not be the biggest deal because at the very least, yeah, you hit the Bitter Bear. It's not the ideal situation, but it happened in a moment where there weren't too many jellies on the screen. So it's like, well, it's not a disaster. It's not the end of the world. But when a player like Jungho is the opponent and they are just so consistently good, I mean, that was basically a flawless run coming in on both sides with the one exception of that Bitter Bear Jelly. That is the difference maker at this skill level. And so now for Pyeongwon, tournament life on the line. If he loses this next map, he's going to be out of the tournament. We're waiting to see what the selection is going to be. Jungho, he needs just one more map win to qualify for the World Championship in October.
I am curious, do you go for the Moonlit Bamboo Grove where there is a little bit of randomness involved? You don't know the pattern at which the leaves will fall and things like that. Now, of course, both players will get the same run, but they don't know coming up how it's going to look, so you have to have the reaction speed. Or you could go for, of course, the Temple of the Sun Central Arena, but it's going to be the Bamboo Grove. So Pyeongwon are just saying, I think I'm going to be able to adapt a little bit better than you.
Another 4-star difficulty map coming in with a 300 jump limit. People are always stressed about the jump limit. You gotta use the jumps as a resource, man. This is a really scary map because you don't want to handicap yourself. You have to consciously be thinking about how much of my mobility am I using to get these points. When should I get greedy? When do I have to be a little bit more conservative with my jumps to make sure that I have that potential to get more points later in the map? You really need to have a well-planned run to be able to execute it well on this map. As we take a look at the loadouts, Magic Candy number 1 coming in is going to be plus 500 points for all jellies. Pretty standard. And Magic Candy number 2, exact same. So once more, from Pyeonghwa, from Jungho, it's going to be mirrored builds.
Yeah, this should be pretty straightforward for everyone coming onto this map because at the end of the day, the difference is as those bamboo leaves fall, can you make sure you're getting all of the shurikens? First of all, to make sure you get the bamboo leaves, but as they fall, are you collecting as many as possible? Because they fall in slightly random patterns every time. It's going to be a new run, basically, when you go into it. Now, once we go in, we should be able to confirm that both of them will get the same patterns, but they don't know coming up, right? So you can't be like, okay, this is the exact jump I need once I hit the shurikens. You just have to adapt to as you see them drop. And Pyeongwon are feeling a bit confident on that live adaptation. I don't know if this is going to pay off. Pyeongwon has already gotten so many fans, but right now on your screens, it's Jungho, still undefeated in maps, trying to move on to the main stage of the World Championships 1 month later. The man on your screen, Pyeongwon are coming back from the 2024 tournament, wanting to deliver more celebrations for everyone on the stage. His tournament life is now on the line.
Who is going to be advancing first from the Plains region into that grand final in October? Jungho just one map win away. Pyeonghwa, he needs to win this map and then one more The map is loading in. The players are getting ready.
Here we go. Jung Ho trying to secure it with an undefeated run to the finals of the Plains region. Pyonghwa Nara trying to bring things back in this best of 3. We move on to Moonlit Bamboo Grove.
All right, the countdown is done. Jung Ho is on top. Pyonghwa is on bottom. Both players getting ready for this map. It's a tricky one with a 300 jump limit.
Yeah, this is always going to be a very, very tricky one. Of course, there's also the bamboo leaves, but then you got to think about the pomegranate jellies as well and the drops. So we'll keep our eyes on it. Now, yesterday we had one of the players missing out on some of the early jumps. Oh, collects all of the bamboo leaves right from the get-go here from Pyonghwa Nara. That puts him in a big lead.
I think Jung Ho has literally missed one jelly thus far, and that is the difference in terms of score.
Oh, but another bunch of bamboo leaves missed from Jung Ho as well. I mean, Pyonghwa Nara already looks like he selected the right map. He's adapted very well, using these jumps right in the perfect place to collect all the bamboo leaf jellies that are falling.
It's kind of surprising here from Jung Ho, and it makes me wonder if this is actually a decision to try and save that jump as a resource. Maybe there's a play that he is saving for, but it's concerning because the point differential from all these leaves, it's really starting to balloon here for Pyonghwa.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we got to wait to see to the very end, but I don't think it's so much saving as Jung Ho trying to make sure he doesn't panic spam to try to collect the bamboo leaves, but he's already in a course where he's missing a lot of them. Now, this time, he collects most of them, but look at the point difference. It has just ballooned out of control as Pyonghwa Nara has consistently gotten, 2, 3, 4 extra bamboo leaves again at every point of the turn where he gets rid of those opponents.
Yeah, and he even used the same number of jumps as Pyonghwa in that situation. It's only, 2 more jumps here right now for Jung Ho? I don't think that's enough resources to make up a 2 million point gap.
No, I don't think
so
it's
many
going
get
to
missed again.
Yeah,
that was
another
6.
3. But, I mean, let's focus on Pyonghwa Nara, though. Jung Ho missing this many is more so the normal result, right? Because you don't know how they're going to fall. They're falling in the same pattern for both of these players on screen, but again, like I've explained, they don't know what it looks like coming into the match because it's different every time. And Pyonghwa Nara, the fact that he's adapting this well, going into it, and collecting pretty much every single bamboo leaf jelly is insane.
Yeah, even the more basic jellies, it feels like he's getting pretty much every single one, where Jung Ho with the jumps, it feels like he's missing 1 or 2 every now and then.
Okay, that was a big bunch that was missed from Pyonghwa Nara, but it shouldn't be too bad. He's still so far in, and he's there. He's able to collect now off of the relay. So that last bunch, a little bit calculated from Pyonghwa Nara. The first one before that, I mean, it's just a couple extra that he's not too concerned about.
And first match of trick coming in. There are some cards right there here for Pyonghwa. And we'll see what Jung Ho's going to do to try and close this distance. It isn't that big of a gap. I feel like just one mistake might be enough.
But he catches up as Pyonghwa Nara's missed out on a lot of the jellies after you've swapped onto the second cookie here.
Yeah, look at that, the lead all the way down. Actually, no, Jung Ho is in the lead now by 2 million points. My goodness.
So the second to last that he missed out while he was still on the pomegranate jelly starting to cost Pyonghwa Nara, and then he got a little bit too lax with a lot of these other bear jellies and basic jellies that is costing. He needs to collect as many bamboo leaf jellies, but it's just about the same number. He can't catch up anymore.
Well, he caught all of those. That might be enough. It's so close. Okay, a 400,000 point difference right now. Another kill confirmed. He gets every single one. 2 more get missed by Jung Ho.
To be enough.
Wow.
Oh no!
What a comeback by Jung Ho. He's going to be the first player from the Plains region to book his ticket into that grand final in October for Pyonghwa Nara. I mean, a fantastic start. We were so impressed by how he responded, how he adapted to the situation, getting every single one of those leaves. It was so much of a lead, but then at the very end, especially after the baton was passed, not able to keep the momentum going. You can see the frustration on his face. This game meant so much to him.
Oh man, I mean, he knows too, because he knows how far of a lead he had in the very beginning with the pomegranate jelly, or the cookie, sorry, excuse me. But then right during the relay, right before the relay, he misses a big batch. He's able to recover some of it during the relay, but then he misses so many of the regular bear jellies and the basic jellies that it starts to cost him. And then Jung Ho locks in, still only missing just about the same amount of bamboo leaf jellies. That is unfortunate, because honestly, the first half, Pyonghwa Nara was absolutely cooking this run. I mean, it was almost textbook of how you're supposed to react on this map.
Yeah, Jung Ho did have a little bit more flexibility, but it was like a, 2 jump difference heading into the mid and the late game right there, and The fact that he was able to navigate the map so well after that point and just collect basically every single jelly, it's surprising because I would have been shaken up in that situation, you know? You have such a poor start in terms of anticipating where the leaves are going to go. You know that your opponent, even though you're failing to do it, is somehow still succeeding.
Sure.
And it could become a little bit of a mental block, but he stuck with it, especially after the baton was passed, after I had the transition into the second cookie. He was able to carry through, and probably one of the most impressive comebacks I have seen thus far here in the preliminaries.
Yeah, and again, that just proves that a lot of times the consistency is key, right? Not losing your cool. At any point, someone else can make more mistakes, or they might start to miss out on just one or two. They get a little bit too lax, and as long as you're just keeping consistent, you don't make any more mistakes, it starts to flip the table. So congratulations to Jung Ho. That does mean that he will be moving on to the main stage 1 month later here for the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championships. So he gets to return to another offline stage, and of course, he still has a best of 5 left later today to see if he gets the first seed for that group draw advantage.
Yeah, Jung Ho just playing this so well. A 2-0 win over a Pyeongwang Nara that looked to really impress people. One of the veterans of this scene despite his young age. The future is still bright for this guy. He was so much fun to watch. His gameplay was superb, and also just how emotional, how passionate he is on stage. It was a breath of fresh air. I'm sure we're going to see more from him in the future. Folks, we are heading into semifinal match number 2 right now. The stage is getting set. It's going to be Chris, the number 2 seed from Group A, going up against Kukushi, the number 1 seed from Group B.
Yeah, and both of them coming up from the same guild as well, so very well acquainted with each other. But I wonder if that works in advantage for either of these players, or if it's just, you know, all gloves are off and now you go into a fair fight to see who gets that ticket to the finals of the World Championship.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this match, man. Kukushi, in my opinion, has to be the favorite heading into this one, but Chris is here for a very good reason. He played well in the Group A. He might only be ranked 24 globally in the GCL, but he's looking really good, Trevor. I think this is going to be a very close match.
Yeah, of course, that ranking here within the Plains region, still pretty high. Obviously not on the complete lower end, but not, you know, something in the top 10 within the Plains region. So Chris, a little bit more to work towards, whereas Kukushi in the top 5 within the Plains region. One of the best records that we've seen for this entire region for the entire day. Now, Kukushi continue to look calm and collected on the right side of her screens. I'm still curious, all right, now that we're not going to see the emotes anymore, now I want to know, who are you thanking in your winning speech, okay? I need this guy to go all the way to the finals so we find out who he needs to thank. But of course, on the other side, Chris, a little bit of that underdog story. Oh, Kukushi. Chris isn't even looking, but Kukushi's like, you, darn you.
I'm sure they're very good friends.
Ooh.
And look at the first map draw. We're going to be running it back here on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. We just saw this in the previous series, 300 jumps total. Those bamboo leaves, you get 300 points for them, and they are critical in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, all the way through as well. You obviously, first of all, you need to make sure you get all the shuriken points, so that way you can destroy them to get the bamboo leaves, but then you got to react. So, I mean, this is such a nerve-wracking run, and then you can't ever panic jump or anything like that. It's going to be another tough start, and to have to start with this, it might not feel great. Of course, you do have a bounce back if you lose by picking the next map, but I don't expect we'll see any crazy differences here in their setups. Of course, pomegranate cookie first, cinnamon cookie second. Those are the 2 available for this run.
Yeah, just plus 500 points for all jellies on both cookie number 1 and cookie number 2 here on both sides. Same build we had before. Seems to be the meta selection here, given the cookies that are dealt on this map. And, you know, it might only be a 4-star map, Trevor, but the 300 jump limit just really throws a wrench into the works because you absolutely cannot panic under the pressure. It's one of the reasons that Jung Ho was able to keep his composure and win there versus Pyeongwang despite falling behind, is because he didn't try to overcompensate for the mistakes of not catching some bamboo leaves. He was able to stay chill. He was able to save those jumps for when they were mattering the most. Now Kukushi and Chris, they're going to have to do the same thing if they want to be victorious on this map.
All right, and let's see. Chris continuing to just not even look over at his opponent, just play his own game, stay locked in, focused on his own run as we get ready for the first map in this best of 3. It is going to be best of 3. The losing player will choose the next map, but before we even get there, let's focus on the run itself. We go on to Moonlit Bamboo Grove between Chris, coming up from Group A of the Plains region, going up against Kukushi from Group B.
All right, the map has loaded in. It's going to be Chris on top, Kukushi here on bottom. Only 300 jumps to play with. How are those bamboo leaves going to fall? Who's going to get that early lead?
All right, and making sure you collect as many of these early jellies.
Remarkably close here early on. Just 1 or 2 jelly difference.
Yep, getting all of those, and nice clean on the bamboo leaves for the first set.
Yeah, both players able to catch every single bamboo leaf. Second set coming in. Well done on both sides again.
Still all equal so far. Okay, now we start to see a bit of a difference. 1 or 2 bamboo leaf jellies missed out from Chris.
Yeah, it's looking very good on both sides, though. All right. She once more getting it again, and
But we've seen
Chris -2.
exactly. He still misses a couple more, but we've seen that it can flip in the later half of this entire run. So let's keep our eyes on it. So far, though, Kukushi looks very locked in and being able to respond to exactly how these bamboo leaf jellies are falling.
Yeah, both players missing a couple leaves there with that. And now Chris dropping only 1. But the the lead is growing right now for Kukushi. I feel like he's been so collected.
Yes, exactly. And he's always making sure he waits till the last minute to get the full drop to pick up some of those bamboo leaf jellies that are dropping earlier. Whereas Chris is going for a bit of a safer route, just saying, hey, I just want to head for the main body of the bamboo leaf jellies. Okay, we're still going to be quite equal here. Chris just keeping up still at that 10 million range mark.
Yeah, but another leaf missed there by Chris. Okay, -5 right there on that patch there for Kukushi. That's going to give a bit of a chance here for Chris to start to close the distance. You got to be so clutch with these. But many leaves keep getting missed. I mean, the spawns just seem so hard right now.
Yeah, this one's definitely a bit of a harder run, it looks like, than the previous matchup, and that's what makes this map so difficult. But both players being calm and collected. Oh, a huge bunch of Kukushi collects all of them.
Wow.
Nice and clean.
I can't believe he got every single one. I mean, he has used, what, 2 more jumps than his opponent, but that is well worth an 18 million point lead right now with these jumps also getting just a couple more of these basic jellies. Next connection coming in. He is going to miss 4 of those leaves, deciding not to spend the jumps on that one. Seems like Chris doing a little bit better in this section on those jumps.
Yep, still collects all of them on the relay here for Kukushi and makes sure that he drops down all the way to collect the big bunch as well. Still 17 million ahead. And if you weren't able to flip it there on the relay, I think Chris is starting to run out of options here on the first map.
I mean, there was a couple instances where the bamboo leaves fall and Chris is finally now doing a little bit better, but Kukushi once more basically perfect here on the bottom screen. The jumps also equalizing. It's what, 1 or 2 jump difference again, but that lead, it's even grown. We're up to 17 million plus now, Chobra.
Yeah, and you see that because he's so heavy in the lead. Compared to the earlier parts on that last bunch with the 4 of them being popped into bamboo leaf jellies, Kukushi doesn't drop that far below. He just says, all right, now I just have to play safe. I have to make sure I'm not losing out on anything crazy big, and he still gets more bamboo leaf jellies, now expanding it back up to nearly 20 million once again.
Yeah, that was another 5 leaves or so in the favor of Kukushi. It feels like basically every drop, the average is 3 or 4 more leaves going in the advantage of Kukushi, and that was just a clinic on how to play a map, which frankly, in my opinion, had some very difficult spawns in terms of how the bamboo leaves fell. The reactions there, it didn't even use that many more jumps. It was, what, 1 or 2 more in the early and the mid game. Just incredible reaction timing, great decision making in terms of deciding when to jump, when to just hold his breath, let a couple of leaves fall because they aren't worth using that extra energy. Very well played, and now for Chris, he's down 0-1 in this series. He's gonna have the next map selection, but oh boy, what a start there for Kukushi.
Yeah, Kukushi is obviously completely unfazed, knew pretty much halfway through that he was very well in the lead as long as he doesn't mess up. Now, Chris and Kukushi both prefer different maps here in the map pool. Chris has stated that Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest is his preferred map, whereas Kukushi has actually said Temple of the Sun Central Arena was going to be his, one of the newer ones coming into this pool in the best of 3s. So we gotta assume that Chris will bring us to a bit of a more old flavor with Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, but does that mean he has an advantage? That awaits to be seen.
Yeah, I think you just got to choose your preferred map in this situation. Try and get 1 more win and force that map number 3. It might not be what you want to play on, but you got to get there before anything else, right?
Yeah, so we'll see. I don't think Kukushi will mind whichever one. It's not like he's ever said that he completely hates Terrifying Bear Jelly Force or anything like that. I mean, looking at their personal bests as well, very close to each other, so not a big gap, but Chris, he just has to focus on what he's good at, right? You can't be worried about whether Kukushi still plays it well or not. And he's just, oh, but before we go there,
Ho, ho, ho.
we've got another coupon. I guess it's just past 5 p.m. Oh, hey, Kukushi letting you know that the coupon's out. So there you go. Planes, go, go, up, up, up.
I love both Chris and Kukushi being like, guys, get on your phone right now. The point's right there. I'm sure they already just put it into their
Yeah, that's probably what they were doing. They were like, what is it? And they already input it into
Guys,
their phones.
we need a 2 or 3 minute tech pause. I got to open up the settings. I got to add in the code.
But
This
there
is
you
critical.
go. Planes, go, go, up, up, up. You've got 3 hours. Oh, meanwhile.
Whoa, Chris. My
Okay.
goodness.
And Kukushi's not so sure about that. Kukushi's not so sure
He's
about
like, wait,
that.
which way do I point?
Oh, and he gives the thumbs up. He says, you know what? I'm not going to play the trash talk game. I'm going to take the higher road. Kukushi respecting his opponent. Oh, man. Chris slightly regretting his choice of trash talk there.
He's like, all right, peace offering. I'll make a couple of hearts for you, buddy. I'm sorry.
Oh, man. You're all right.
But
Well,
yeah,
before
planes
we
go up, up, up is got to be the code. Make sure you guys type that in the chat. Help everybody who is watching who might not be able to be so quick with their phones and loading this one up, and make sure you get those 300 crystals.
Yeah, before we jump in, we'll give you some time there. Of course, you have a 3-hour time limit to submit these coupons, so make sure if anyone is joining in late that you let them know, secure those crystals again. You know, it's not like you have to share the crystals. It's just time limited. Everyone can collect them. So make sure you input the code and then come back to focus here on this best of 3. And it is indeed Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
All right, guys, get your blankets. It's one of the scarier maps that we have in the pool.
Yeah, and this one, of course, we saw earlier as well. I mean, that Bitter Bear Jelly Party. Those are the ones you really want to avoid because those will turn everything into 0 points, whereas your opponent might be getting the extra 60,000 points if they collect the Yellow Bear Jelly Party. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that as making the real big difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that earlier. It was such a critical moment. Just hitting one Bitter Bear Jelly, even in a screen where there aren't that many jellies visible, could easily be 500k plus. You know, it's just a huge difference that it makes. And at this skill level, especially going up against an opponent like Kukushi, like if you're Chris here, you gotta make sure this is your map selection. You need to know the routes. You need to know when to jump. You need to know how to maximize your score while avoiding those obstacles.
Yeah, and of course, everything for Yellow Bear Jellies on this one. It's a pretty straightforward setup given the map that we're going into. All eyes on the Yellow Bear Jellies.
Yeah, the setup is very straightforward, but the actual execution is just so tricky because it's not just having the reaction speed or having the timings. You have to really know what to do before you get there on this stage. You need to have a plan for, okay, in this route, this is how I'm going to jump, this is how I'm going to avoid the bear jellies. If you're doing it and thinking on your feet, you're going to really struggle.
Yeah, so we'll see who's better prepped, better planned, and especially on a couple of those tricky ones where, you know, the map designers have made sure to challenge all of the runners that you're able to thread the needle in between the Bitter Bear Jelly parties. Once again, Chris down 0-1. If he wins, we get to continue, but if he loses, his run is over, and we will be sending Kukushi to the finals of the World Championship, ladies and gentlemen. We continue semifinals match number 2 here in the Plains region, World Championship Preliminaries.
Match 2 of this best of 3. Chris spawning on top, Kukushi on bottom as the map has loaded in. Of course, with the cookies start, gotta be hitting that gold gem here right at the beginning, and those first Bitter Bears, they're coming down in just a moment.
Yeah, so the Schneeball starting off first. Of course, nothing too worried here. Both of them going for the drop and the rescue to come back up all the way up to the Yellow Bear Jelly Party.
Yeah, pretty easy jumps right here. Double jumps to get those jellies while avoiding the Bitter Bears on bottom, but it will get tricky here in just a moment. This one's a hard one to get in between these two.
Yeah, both of them get it. Now, a couple of those Yellow Bear Jellies being left behind, that can make a bit of a difference, but Kukushi currently just a bit ahead.
Also timing that jump after the slide and the double jump right there. Very well done on both sides, avoiding the Bitter Bears.
Yeah, but I believe Chris kind of missing out on a lot of those. Might have actually eaten the second Bitter Bear Jelly Party that's already mixed in. We saw that from Pyeongwon earlier as well because we're already seeing a 1,000,000-point difference now.
Oh yeah, he must have then, right? It's either that or he missed a big swell of Yellow Bear Jellies. In any case, the ball right now is in his court to try and make something happen. Kukushi, he just needs to defend.
Yeah, Kukushi just has to play it safe, make sure you don't make mistakes, whereas Chris, he's going to have to try to min-max. But the thing is during this phase, it's not just about min-maxing. Everyone just has to do the same thing. Going for it.
Yeah,
And
all
the
right.
jump. And Kukushi actually eats one of those Bitter Bear jelly parties earlier on as he was going for the gold fossil, and he sees it. You see it on the camera. He misses out on so many points. Oh, the thumbs up from Chris takes the hand off the phone.
Oh, what a moment.
We're not done with the run yet.
Wow, he is so happy. He knows exactly what happened. The moment that he sees that score dip in his favor, my goodness, the defense just simply was not there for Kukushi. These things, they are like landmines. They are so hard to avoid. You can't afford any more mistakes right now as Kukushi.
Yeah, and eventually gets that third hit as well. Collects him and gets the double jump. So the relay still going to happen at the same time, but Kukushi's got a lot of ground to cover.
All right, double jump now over these Bitter Bear jellies. Chris able to do it easily, as is Kukushi, while still maximizing their scores.
Yep, Kukushi on that bottom side of your screen, threading the needle, just making sure that he's not falling any further behind.
Yeah, I gotta thread the needle once more with this double jump. Indeed, he's able to do it, but still that 5 million point differential, it is so big right now.
Yeah, and again, you kind of have to hope that your opponents are going to give you an edge to try to catch back up, because otherwise there isn't much room to do anything on your own, because this map is all about just maximizing at all times. There isn't any crazy build to min-max back and forth.
Yeah, more Bitter Bears falling now from the top of the screen. Oh no, he got another one.
This one's okay though. This is that phase
you're
where
right.
you're not going to
Yeah,
transform any further ones, but that also means that we're near the end, and that means Kukushi just doesn't have an opportunity to catch up. And Chris, even with the leisure to give us a thumbs up in the middle of the run, secures map number 2 and will bring us to the last map in the semifinal.
Yeah, we're going to Temple of the Sun. That is the only remaining map in the pool right now, as we have a real series. We're going to a map number 3 where everything is on the line, Jumper. The winner is going to be going on to the finals. The loser is going to be out of the tournament. And oh, you can tell the frustration right there, hitting that early Bitter Bear, just causing a catastrophe here for Kukushi.
I mean, really costing it. You can see the number of Yellow Bear jellies collected, a vast difference. And of course, all of those are going to be 60,000 each. And then the Yellow Bear jelly party itself, 1,000,000 points. And that makes the difference here to keep Chris alive in this semifinal. And that will bring us to map number 3, which at this point, I mean, of course, the loser gets to choose, but there's only one map left.
Yeah.
And the good news for Kukushi is it is going to be the map that he prefers. Perhaps what some might consider the hardest here in this map pool. It's going to be the Temple of the Sun Central Arena.
Yeah, this might even be a 5-star map in terms of difficulty, but honestly, I think for pretty much everybody right now, it's the Bitter Bears that are the problem. And so even though Bitter Bear is like, what, a 4-star map, it certainly feels a lot harder than that, because those things are so dangerous. You have to thread a needle so many times. Temple of the Sun, mechanically, it might be a little bit more punishing, but the fact that we don't have any kind of big risk, such as the Bitter Bears, I think both players are going to appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, this one, though, it does come down to, once again, threading the needle, right? Because it says that you get all the bonus points for the Giant Star Jellies, but what we have to remember is the Vampire Cookie, getting those bonus points with the pass-through, right? You use it in combination with your setup with the treasures and your pet, and you're really trying to get maximum points through the pass-throughs and making sure that you identify exactly when you need to maybe get a drop, to just tap an obstacle that was, you know, getting sapped, and then you can get the pass-through points and things like that. You see it here, the setup, 20,000 extra points per pass-through of any obstacle.
Yeah, you also have to make sure to get all of those grape jellies, because the vampire does run out of energy a little bit faster unless you pick those things up. Gonna be critical on both sides. The loadout's exactly the same, except the costume a little bit more spicy here for Chris.
Yeah, just a little bit of flair here for Chris, but Kukushi, right now his eyes are just on the course itself. He doesn't want to make a similar mistake as he just did on Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
I cannot wait for these zip lines, Chobra.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of movement on this run, so make sure you keep your eyes glued. And let's see how these players are able to perform on this difficult map, one of the newer ones coming out here for this tournament.
Yeah, our players are getting ready. In a moment, we're going to be going into the final map of this best of 3. The winner of this map between Chris and Kukushi is going on into the grand finals in October. The loser is going to be out of the tournament. It's going to the final match point here in the semifinals. who's going to be victorious, who's going to go on to October, who's going to face Jungho, and who is going home.
Yeah, Chris versus Kukushi. You win, it's just down to this last map. You win, you come back in 1 month. If you lose, your run ends here. It's going to be Chris over there on the left, Kukushi on the right, and we go into the last map of the semifinals here of the Plains region.
Chris on top, Kukushi on bottom. The map is loading in, and it is time for us to go.
All right, starting off, of course, in that bat form. Getting all the pass-throughs that you can. And a little bit of an edge in that early section here for Kukushi.
Yeah, just the slightest advantage here for Kukushi as the zip lines are coming into play, making sure you jump up, getting all of those star jellies. Oh, was there a mistake?
So many missed from Chris. In fact, I think 2 or 3 even. One of them even being a Rainbow Star Jelly. So this is going to be a bit of a back foot here for Chris. You can see it on his camera. He's just kind of chuckling. But guess what? You get more obstacles, you might be able to get it. But another Star Jelly, I don't think he was able to vacuum that in during the transformation here.
Ooh,
so
another.
the gap, yeah, it just continues to get worse and worse here for Chris.
Yeah, it's a very mechanically challenging map. It is so easy to miss these star jellies, especially when you're moving at a high speed. All right, big size coming in. Single jumps also coming in, able to collect all of these jellies. Going very well right now for Kukushi, but Chris, I have to give him props, man. Ever since those early mistakes, he has locked in. He's doing much better now.
Yeah, and now Kukushi, knowing that he has the lead, just has to play it a bit safer. Keep her eyes on both screens as they fly through.
Every single star jelly collected right there on both sides. You need to make sure that you either defuse or avoid these obstacles, because even one collision, losing energy on a map like this one with so much energy at stake, being the vampire jelly, being the skating jelly, it's very risky. And look at these slides, by the way. The single jumps also paired in.
Yeah, the vampire cookie just has to try to stay alive as much as possible. And for now, Kukushi once again back into the bat form. We'll just make sure you're getting all the obstacle pass-throughs on top of all the jellies as well.
Yeah, both players just handling this immaculately right now. No damage coming in despite the high number of obstacles, and the slides, singles, and double jumps all been solid.
Yeah, they're both of them hitting some of these tougher obstacle pass-throughs as well, right at the end of the line of obstacles, dropping down just in time. So it's been good, and Chris, he might be just kicking himself already for some of those early mistakes, as it continues to be a consistent 2 million point difference.
And maybe 1 or 2 basic jellies mixed by Kukushi, but that's about it. Besides that, it has just been a perfect run over the past minute and a half. Star jellies collected on both sides with that zip line. Gonna drop down, get all these basic jellies, and now back onto the zip line. It's dead even.
Yeah, gets all the extra jumps as well, just keeping our breaths held here. But I don't see Kukushi giving any margin here for Chris. Now, of course, there is some more to be looked at once we relay over to the skater cookie as well. But now using that transform, not having to drop down any earlier as Kukushi continues to keep the lead.
And skill activation really good right now on both sides. You get some destruction points right there. The jumps come through, back onto the top.
Yeah, Kukushi not collecting all of the jumps, but still has just enough to get back into it.
Very well navigated right now, dropping down and then the double jump to get back onto the zip line.
Okay, well, Kukushi pretty happy with this phase. He's nodding to himself saying, okay, I'm pretty confident with where we're at, as we now get ready to relay over to the skater cookie. We're gonna have one last transform, just a little bit of extra health to come through.
Yeah, and is either player gonna get more distance? I feel like no, they actually stop at the exact same location. So skater cookie now coming out a little bit faster here. You gotta be very crisp with your timings here.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a perfect run for the skater cookie. Yesterday, it still was lacking just a little bit by the end. A couple of those base jellies being missed out by Kukushi, but he's got a hefty lead.
Yeah, it's really him playing safe. He's been doing this consistently for a while. He'll miss 1 or 2 basic jellies because it's not worth the risk. He knows he has about a 2 million point buffer. Just get the big point earners here as Kukushi, and you will be going to the finals.
Yep.
Oh no, a star jelly missed by Chris.
Yeah, one more here for Chris, so that's a little bit rough. Meanwhile, Kukushi collecting all of them. Both of them just making sure that they are barely moving on to the right zip lines. But I think this might already be it, unless Kukushi has a big blunder near the end. Maybe something like a collision. Otherwise, Chris, I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to try to get to the finals.
Yeah, the timings are critical. Jumping and sliding in between all these obstacles. Both players doing it successfully here. But for Chris, a 2.6 million gap he has to get past, but the time is running out. Trover, I think Kukushi might have done it.
And that's going to be it. A 2.4 million Kukushi as he secures his ticket to the finals of the World Championship, and on top of it, the finals today for the Plains region preliminaries.
We will be seeing him again in October on the biggest of stages here for Cookie Run Oven Break. Chris made a great show of it. What a close run. Just a couple of missteps there on the Star Jellies were the difference between going to October and going home. But for Kukushi, he's going to be so happy that he was consistent, that he was rock solid, that he was able to defend that lead throughout the entire map. And now he's going to be going up against Jung-Ho in the finals.
Yeah, and this does mean that we are going to have, of course, one player from each of the groups. Yesterday, we eventually had both players coming from the same group in Group A, but today we'll have one player from each Group A and Group B of the Plains region representing their region in the finals of the World Championship, and of course, competing against each other for that first seed in just a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting match. The level of play that we've seen today, not just from the winners, but from all competitors, has been really through the roof. And Jung-Ho and Kukushi in particular, we talked about them at the very start of the show in terms of these are the guys that are the highest in the ratings, the GCL. They're constantly delivering very impressive performances. They're the players to watch. Well, it seems like Destiny has decided they are fated to meet again here in the finals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of them top 5 overall within their region, in the Plains region, one of them top 10 overall. So a very, very competitive matchup here for the finals as we take a look at the match so far. I mean, we did get a full best of 3, so we got to give props to Chris for keeping it competitive. And even in that set number 3, I mean, again, 2 million, sure, that's a big number, but when you put it in context to that map, into Cookie Run Oven Break, it's actually not. It's just a couple of those Star Jellies, maybe one of those obstacle pass-throughs being missed out. But that does mean Jung-Ho from the first match and Kukushi from the second match will be moving on to the finals tonight, and of course will return in October as well.
Yeah, congratulations to both Jung-Ho and Kukushi for making it to that grand finals, the big stage in October. But very importantly, Trevor, we do have that final best of 5 match left today. We're going to be deciding who the winner is from this region in the preliminaries, and there's a very important distinction to be made between first and second seed.
Yes, of course. The first seed gets a big advantage going into the group selection of the finals of the World Championship, and you actually can help determine the fate of your opponent today, right?
Yeah.
So the second seed from your own region, so maybe you could screw them over, maybe you could help them out a little bit.
It's actually a very fun little twist. I don't think I've ever seen an esports tournament with that kind of twist in the drafting, where you get to choose where your
some mixing and matching.
your regional rival gets to go. That's so much fun.
Yeah, I love the format here so far, and kind of getting to see the character of all the players. But that is going to be in just a little bit. That's a best of 5, of course, with a different map pool. Again, if you weren't here yesterday, we kind of ramp it up now to the most difficult maps. But of course, we're going to take a quick break for the players as well. And when we come back, it's a best of 5 finals.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Cookie run oven break.
It is time for the best of 5 finals here in the Plains region preliminaries. Now, both of these players have already secured their tickets to return at the end of October here for the World Championship Finals. However, whoever wins tonight will get the first seed and have that advantage going into the group selection.
Plus the glory of being the victor today.
Well, yes,
and for
that matters,
Jung-Ho
yeah.
right now, who hasn't lost a single map thus far, I think he wants to keep that streak going, man. We haven't had an undefeated run yet. We almost did on day number 1, but here in day number 2 in the Plains region, Jung-Ho 3-0 in his group.
Yes.
2-0 victory over Pyeonghwa. I am excited to see if he can actually bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, if he can do it, he would make an absolute statement, not just here for the Plains region, but for every other region's competitors as well, of like, listen, I know I was the best. Like, it wasn't the day of thing. Like, I just was the absolute best here in this region. So we'll have to keep an eye on it, because here's the other thing. We now go into toughest maps that we have during the preliminaries. I mean, these are 1 4-star map and then 2 5-star maps. And we saw it yesterday. It gets a little crazy.
Yeah, and you might be wondering, wait, you just said it's a best of 5, and now you're saying there's 3 maps. What's going on? So to quickly break that down for you, there are only 3 maps. Each map can be played a maximum of 2 times. So if we go to a game number 5, every single map must be played mathematically, but there is a world where we see 2 maps or 3 maps played, or 2 maps played total, and a 3-0 win, you know, that is possible.
Yeah, because you could, let's say, just as an example, you could start with 1 future of TBD, then the other loser takes you to Torchlit Trial, but then you lose again and you bring it back, you know, or you win again and you bring it back to 1 future of TBD for a rematch, something like that. But as we take a look at their record so far, now match-wise undefeated, but of course Kukushi took that scratch with a map loss against Chris, whereas as you mentioned, State, Jung-Ho completely undefeated so far.
Yeah, Jung-Ho's perfect. We don't even know if this man bleeds yet.
No, we have no idea. I mean, he looks pretty ice cold on that stage as he's now carefully getting ready. Of course, the first map in this best of 5 should have been pre-selected during the break, so we'll wait for production to confirm and bring it up on screen to see where we kick things off.
Yeah, and that map can be one of 1 future of TBD, Torchlit Trial, or Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, which was so explosive on day number 1. So many obstacles, even at the skill level of the finals. Here in the preliminary groups, we have had players have collisions.
Yes.
And a lot of close calls on a map like that one. So I cannot wait to see exactly what the map draw is going to be. As soon that will be revealed. I'm sure the players also waiting in anticipation, and it actually is gonna be Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. So usually when we see players draft on this one, we're waiting to see what it actually will be, but they typically tend to prioritize just all jellies. You want to keep it as simple as possible because this map is so hard mechanically to jump and double jump and slide through every single obstacle.
Yeah, exactly. So just by default, all jellies are giving you 55,000 extra points. So even the basic jellies, that's going to make a big difference. You just got to collect everything as you can. You don't want to make this complicated because also it's just a fast course that you're just going to have to go, 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 and a lot of the obstacles. So just keep it completely about the micro, just completely about your control. See how far you can go. As you see, of course, the cookies we'll be using are the candy corn cookie, followed by the princess cookie. And like you said, it is just for all jellies here on the first magic candy. And of course, no magic candy here for the princess cookie.
Yeah, man, I cannot wait to get started on this one. What a map number one to have for a random draw, because I feel like both players, even at their skill level, they must be dreading this a little bit. When you play in the comfort of your own home, maybe you can get a perfect run reliably, but when you add in all the pressure of, you know, fighting for that #1 seed from today, all of the cameras are on you, you're on the main stage, you know fans of the game are watching, you know your peers are watching, all of the competitors who've been eliminated, a lot of them are probably sticking around to see exactly what the end result is going to be. With that pressure on you, are you actually able to deliver? Because one mistake could be the difference between winning and losing this round.
Now, both of these players selected this map as their preferred map in the best of 5
Oh, you're
map
kidding.
pool. So both of them very confident in their own skills and their own control, their own micro here on this map. I mean, I think it's kind of insane, but perhaps just not really wanting to think about, I guess, what we could call the gimmicks of the other maps and just saying, all right, it's just a straight run. Whoever collects more jellies wins. Whoever runs into obstacles loses. Let's see who's just the better, straightforward runner. And now we'll have to find out as we get ready for the very first map of this best of 5. Who will take the lead? First of all eyes on Jungho. Will he ever drop a map today within the Plains region during the preliminaries on his road to the World Championship Finals? Jungho here on the left, and it's going to be Kukushi challenging him from Group B on the right. Let's get into our finals of the Plains region preliminaries.
All right, the map is loading in. The countdown is done. Jungho on top, Kukushi on bottom. This is the finals, a best of 5. Each player with 3 lives, but it all starts now. You want to win this first map.
Yep, and just starting off, you know, nice and calm for now. Just a couple hops here and there. Already two jellies being missed here from Jungho. It starts to add up. It doesn't matter even what kind of jelly it is, because all of them will start to add up with 55K extra points for every single jelly collected.
Oh yeah, we're going to have some high scores on this one for sure. You want to make sure that you connect with everything as possible. Okay, sliding under this. Quickly standing up to make sure you get that extra jelly as well. And man, both players navigating this super well. I feel like on that jump, Jungho might have gotten a slight edge. He might be closing the distance a little bit, but still a 700K point gap.
Yeah, it does look like Kukushi feels pretty confident in his build as well, taking slightly different timings on the jumps, but at the end of the day, the big ones, it's going to be the same result. It's just about how many small spare jellies you're leaving behind so far. No collisions, no big mishaps just yet on either side.
No, even on these drops, which might look very simple, but at this speed are actually very hard to pull off. Both players have been able to do it immaculately thus far.
Yeah, and we're just going to see Kukushi continue to keep that lead at just about 800K. And making sure he collects that energy restore as well. But he's missed a lot of jellies there in the back, so he drops down a little bit, but then he catches up with the big burst of jellies just a little bit behind in the sink as well.
Yeah, now here come the snowballs. Got to dodge these projectiles with single jumps, double jumps. It is so close. Oh my goodness, bobbing and weaving through every single shot, even the drop down. Very well done, but I think Jungho might have missed some on that column.
Yes, yeah, he doesn't get the full drop, whereas Kukushi makes it absolutely clean in between the snowballs, so that keeps him back in the lead, a little bit over 1 million points. But I gotta say, with all the jellies giving you so many bonuses, 1 million might not be safe enough.
Yeah, it's all about just playing this perfectly, not making any mistakes. It's a marathon on this map. It might feel short because of the speed, but you got to think about dodging every single one of these. Okay, they get all of them. It seems like a little bit more distance right now here on Jungho.
Yeah, and that might be the difference maker as well, because again, if you just get even a couple more basic jellies, that gives you a couple 100,000 in the grand scheme of things with the extra bonus points.
Okay, drops on the columns, very solid on both sides still. Also sliding under that ice cream cone. You have to dodge these big snowballs that are kind of growing up over here.
Jungho!
And no!
A collision up top!
Oh.
And that might cost him. He had a little bit extra distance on the relay, but that just completely nullifies it.
Man, Jungho, in the interview before this tournament, he said that he's confident in his control on this map, but already here we see the collision coming in, and now that lead all the way up to 2 million here for Kukushi, plus that extra energy.
Yeah, I mean, Kukushi even missed a Giant Star Jelly here before coming into the slide, and it's still not going to cost him too much, and it just goes to show that it's the big mistakes that you don't want to make rather than min-maxing all the way to perfection.
Yeah, the timing just excellent right now. And Jungho, he's trying his best to close the distance after that mishap earlier with a lower energy. Maybe Kukushi makes some kind of mistake and that gives him a shot to get in it. But so far, Kukushi standing strong.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Just weaving in between, making sure he gets all the restore, all the bigger jellies as well. And if he misses just a couple, he doesn't quite mind, as he's still just about in the lead. 1 to 2 million total as the score syncs up. Going towards the later parts here. Kukushi missing out on a couple extra. He's going to have to make sure he catches back up. Misses out on a lot, actually, towards the end there. An early drop, but it's not going to matter, I don't think, as we see the run ending just a bit too early for Jungho. Kukushi not concerned as he wraps it up with a big lead in the end.
Yeah, Kukushi able to close it out. Failing one of those jumps could have been critical if it wasn't for the energy discrepancy. You know, it's a lot of points that went down the drain, but obviously with the extra energy that he had because Jungho hit that obstacle, Kukushi could go an extra distance, he can get more jellies, he can close that gap that created there just at the very end.
I mean, imagine if that collision didn't happen,
Oh,
right?
it's over. I think Jungho wins in that case.
Jungho had a little bit more distance on the relay as well. I mean, Kukushi, obviously he knew he was winning, so he gets a little lax, but he misses out on a lot of the jellies towards the end. Anything could have happened, but Kukushi dominating this run with basically less mistakes made, and Jungho will be taking his first map loss of the day.
Yeah, he was perfect until this moment, and this is kind of reminding me a little bit of what we saw there in day number 1, you know? Tim was perfect all the way until the finals.
True.
And finally, he met Sikduck, and Sikduck was able to close it out. He was the #1 seed. He was the victor in the desert region. Is the same story going to come again here in Plains? Jungho was perfect until now, but now Kukushi has drawn first blood here in this best of 5.
Yeah, I gotta wonder, Kukushi, like, when he kind of missed that drop right near the end, he probably panics a little bit. Then he sees the score start to catch up just immensely and gets back in the lead. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm safe. Like, he probably made a mistake on the other side. And so Kukushi able to round things out. He's feeling confident, gives a thumbs up to production, to the camera, as we await to find out where Jungho wants to take us, because you already got to play the map you were most confident in Sprinkle's Ice Cream. Do you run it back? Do you run for the rematch? Because then you can't play it again for the rest of the best of 5.
Yeah, it's a tough decision to make because on one hand, he's very comfortable on that map. He's confident in the control, but he did have that misstep. He did run into an obstacle. And that isn't the kind of thing that's going to happen on every run, even with all the pressure on like this. And he could be aware, or at least he should be aware, that there was a misstep there by Kukushi at the very end. He missed one of the jumps. He fell down. He missed a lot of jellies as a result. But do you really risk it all? Because say you do double down, you go back to the ice cream map on this one, and say you lose? Well, suddenly, all bets are off, man. Do you really want to risk 0-2 in a best of 5 on one map?
Oh, but are any of the maps guaranteed? That's what I want to say. I mean, Jungho, first of all, obviously you don't have a clear idea of how confident the opponent might be. But let's see, it does look like he's made his selection. Looks like the rest will have to double check and make sure that everything's set up correctly here on stage on the phones. Oh boy. You taking any guesses here?
Oh, I would say Torchlit Trial because it's another one of these very difficult maps where you can really flex your skills. I know that he says he's confident in these fast maps where the gameplay is fast-paced. You feel like you got to bob and weave, dodge everything while also collecting the jellies. I think that's where you go to flex the muscles right now. You don't want to run it back onto a map that you just lost.
Yeah, that was going to be my guess, but we'll have to wait and see. It does look like the admins are double-checking the setup as well. Of course, we didn't have sound coming through on that first map.
Oh,
so
that's right.
Just making sure that we get everything set up. I know we had a couple of the connections earlier. Obviously, we didn't want to delay anything further for the players and get them uncomfortable, so we were keeping up and continuing on. And thank you for bearing with us as you view from home. But let's make sure things are set up so we get the full experience here in the grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, if you're watching at home and you have seen that black screen come up a couple of times, you don't need to worry about the players at all. From their perspective, everything is completely perfect. It's just sometimes with a complicated setup like this one, the screen capture on the players' devices, it doesn't work perfectly. So,
All right,
fingers
looks like,
crossed, everything's going to be going smoothly here from here on out, as it seems like the decision has come through.
yeah, it looks like we are going to be ready. Just waiting for the screen to come up on which map will be moving forward. It is Jungho's choice as he has lost the first set, and he'll bring us to one future of TBD, the infinite
right.
jumps.
Yeah, this is going to be a spicy one, Chobra. Pink Choco and Chess Choco Cookie, the twins, will be the cookies on this map.
Yeah, and having to go through the jumps, of course, a lot of bonus points on all the Giant Bear Jellies, 200K for regular Giant Bear Jellies, but 600K for the Rainbow Giant Bear Jellies. But more importantly, the jumps, the control to make sure, because especially when you're dealing with so many jumps, you miss out on one and it throws off the entire pattern as you're trying to stay afloat in the air.
Yeah, plus using Pink Choco's ability, its skill to destroy obstacles, make sure that you have a clear path forward, and also a lot of bonuses to collect as well. It'll be a critical junction on this map. I'm curious what the loadouts are going to be. I think that on one feature of TBD, if I recall correctly from day number 1, we mostly had mirrored builds. There wasn't that much of a discrepancy. Let's confirm what the choices will be here from Jungho and Kukushi.
Yeah, it's going to be the destruction points for that first phase with a Pink Choco Cookie. And going all the way down below, it's still going to stay the same for the Chess Choco Cookies as well. So mirrored setups, once again, comes down to the control.
Yeah, going to be a pure test of controls right now. There's no difference in terms of the way these points will be collected. Everything exactly the same. And boy, what a map here for map number 2. It's a very tricky one, especially with the cookies that we have selected.
Yeah, I mean, I am curious if Jungho can stay focused and keep things clean here for this run, as he does want to try to bring it back. Of course, it's a best of 5, so still not over if Jungho loses here, but then, of course, you're on to your last leg, whereas Kukushi just wants to maybe try to wrap this up quickly here in the finals.
Oh, absolutely. Kukushi wants to keep momentum going, and if you're Jungho in a situation like this one, you absolutely do not want to lose on the map that was your choice. And folks, the map is loading up. The finals continue on here for this region of the Cookie Run World Championship. Jungho on top, Kukushi on bottom. Who will have the opening edge?
And we're off to the races, getting his fingers warmed up here for Kukushi as we already go through with the jumps. Some extra destruction coming in from Jungho there early on, but still all the jellies being collected here from Kukushi, just keeping him barely behind.
Every single symbol jelly collected there by Jungho as well. 1 missed, actually 4 missed right there by Kukushi, so some early problems here.
Yeah, Kukushi, I mean, I gotta imagine that most of this is just to make sure he stays in the pattern, he doesn't get messed up, right, just because he tries to panic jump or collect a couple more, but he is gonna realize he's quite far behind. You see him cocking his head a little bit, and he's known that, okay, I've made too many small mistakes, and they're starting to add up, because Jungho, he even greeted for a couple of those early destruction points as well.
Yeah, more destruction points coming in here with the skill activation. Every single simple jelly. No, actually 2 missed on bottom, 3 missed on top right there, as now we go into the super fair jellies.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, this, you don't want to miss out on these as they're giving the big bonuses as well. This could be the mistake that costs Jungho if he misses out on too much, but it does look like he's just going to be able to keep his lead, and it's quite healthy for the time being. Kukushi, it's all on him to make sure that he greets for as many points as possible. Both of them lining up with their skills to make sure they get all the destruction points.
Yeah, but the gap at only 1 million, it's not that big. Oh man, a big bear gets missed right there by Kukushi.
Yeah, but these, he's still threading the needle. Okay, back in it. You have no time to regret the decisions you've made so far on this map. You gotta keep jumping, making sure you're collecting everything as much as possible.
Yeah, the basics almost equal right there in terms of collection, as it really might come down to these big bears. Will any of them get missed in this next stage? So far, single jump, double jump coming in. Both players perfect for the past couple of seconds. Even getting that rainbow on top, and 2 missed by Kukushi.
And it just keeps adding up. When you think he finally finally has a chance. He starts to fall behind again. Kukushi just can't catch a break so far here on One Future TBD.
Yeah, Jungho really fighting back. The plan of choosing this as map number 2 absolutely paying off here in the early stages.
Yeah, and Jungho looks locked in. He knows that even with this lead, he doesn't want to mess up again. There's so much at stake here as you're trying to stay afloat in the air. And Jungho will want to make sure that he wins confidently all the way to the end of the run.
Yeah, Pink Chocolate's ability there, clearing the path for both players. Getting rid of those obstacles. Now the jump's coming through. Got to make sure to collect absolutely everything here. It's really tricky with a combination of skill activations plus the jumps. Bobbing and weaving, going up, going down to the bottom, make sure you get the simple jellies and the big jellies.
But right there, throughout the cogwheels, we saw Kukushi trying to catch up with a lot of the destruction points. So he's staying afloat, trying to actually close the gap a little bit.
Both players missing one of these bear jellies. Of course, it's hard to get absolutely everything in a situation like that one.
Yeah, and now back to the giant bear jellies, both of them staying afloat. Oh, more destruction missed here from Kukushi, so that's going to cost him a little bit. Brings the gap back to 3 million, but it keeps fluctuating. Kukushi might have a couple more chances here.
Yeah, luckily the destruction points for each individual cog isn't that high. It's more going to be about the bears. You don't want to miss any of them here in this situation. Advancing forward, both players are perfect, and now the twins coming out.
And now we'll continue to go on forward. Even here, both of them selecting for the Destruction Blessing on their Magic Candy. It's not going to be as frequent, but okay, lining up with the top line here for Kukushi, but it's just not going to be enough to bring him back in line.
2 million gap just persisting over the past couple of minutes. Right now, we're already 3.5 minutes into this level. It has been a marathon on both sides, but Kukushi just cannot find any angle to close the gap.
I don't know if he's going to get many more chances here. Back down to 2 million. It just keeps on fluctuating. But unless Jungho has a bit of a blunder himself, it does look like Jungho should be able to keep the lead. Nearing the later parts here of this run.
We're getting closer and closer to the finish right now. All those bear jellies collected, as are these.
Yeah, well done from both, taking the same line right in tandem with the spawn here from the Chest Choco Cookies.
Are you ready? Finals coming in right now, still a 2 million point gap. Got to go through all these cogs. Very tricky movement right here.
And trying to get a little bit more in the destruction here with the Rook being spawned in. And I don't think it's going to be enough. One last shot here, trying to destroy as many as possible. It brings him back a little bit. But right there at the end, it's still a 1.8 million lead here for Jungho as he's able to tie things up.
Yeah, tying it up 1-1. And my goodness, Trevor, we had like 2 minutes, the last 2 minutes of that map. The leads say basically static at 2 million.
Yeah.
Both players were mirroring each other so well, near perfection. That early game was so pivotal in determining who wins. Jumps 588 here for Jungho, for Kukushi 582. Bear Jelly's really proving to be the difference maker. There's 7 more for Jungho, even getting 1 more giant Bear Jelly.
Yeah, I mean, that's about half of the entire point difference here for Jungho, and of course a giant Bear Jelly, and then the extra destructions in the very beginning, a couple towards the end as well, as both of them stacking the 10,000 extra destruction points on their Magic Candy Blessings. So Kukushi, now he has to choose. Do you run it back? I don't think, given how he looked playing that and just overall his expression on the camera, I can't imagine he runs back on TBD, but does he bring us back to Sprinkled Ice Cream Land?
Maybe. I mean, it's a tough choice because both players really like that map, right? And it's a tricky one as well, given the way that it finished. He won because of an early mistake his opponent made. An early mistake that Jungho made, but he also kind of fumbled a little bit on the close. So
yeah.
I'm not sure either player is going to be exactly confident on that map, given the way that the game number 1 went.
I mean, you know what? If you're confident that you're just the overall better player, bring us a torch to trial. Give us all 3 maps and say, okay, let's see who takes the lead once we've gone through the entire rotation. And the choice is,
Whoa.
He brings it back. He says, no, I know I won. I won. I beat you on this map. I know you messed up. Let's see if you can handle the pressure again.
All right, it's going to be a speed test again. Candy Corn Cookie and Princess Cookie coming back on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land.
Oh, boy.
My goodness.
And we got to remember, I mean, it could be anybody's game, right? We know how Jungho messed up earlier. He knows exactly where things went wrong. And if it wasn't for that collision, the relay was actually better for Jung-ho. And Kukushi, obviously, you're still on stage. You can't go back and watch the run. You don't know exactly how things panned out other than the fact that there was a collision on the opponent's side.
Yeah, and it seems like the loadout's going to be identical again. Mostly prioritizing all jellies here with the first magic candy, and then pink hearts there with the second one. So once more, kind of the same story here on every single set. The players going for the same loadouts, having the same theory crafting about how do I get the most points. And the actual victory coming down to pure mechanics, not strategic decision making in terms of the gear.
Okay, Jung-ho, time for redemption. Meanwhile, Kukushi, can he prove that he actually just was straight up the better runner here on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land? Or was it thanks to the mistake from Jung-ho?
This is going to be the real test here as the Plains Regional Preliminary Final continues on. Remember, everybody, this is a best of 5. We are tied up 1-1. That means both players have 2 lives remaining, but 2 wins also separate them from being the #1 seed from the Plains region into that World Championship in October.
Yeah, in 1 month's time, who's going to get that advantage? Jung-ho here on your screens, going up against Kukushi, currently tied 1-1 in this best of 5 finals. We return to Sprinkled Ice Cream Land.
Countdown completed. The game is loading up.
Kukushi once again on the bottom side of your screens.
Jung-ho on top. We're starting pretty early. Kukushi perfect thus far, not missing a single jelly unless I'm mistaken. I think Jung-ho had just 1 there in the very early stages.
Yeah, but another miss here for Kukushi, so it just keeps on going back and forth by
Oh, no, again! Again, this time even earlier, Jung-ho takes damage.
Oh no, oh no. Does the nightmare return for Jung-ho? He's chuckling, but he has to stay focused.
Yeah, I mean, the map is so long. There are so many dangerous obstacles that it's possible Kukushi also fumbles this at some point. It's possible that he also takes damage, and then suddenly things are even. You have to be holding out for that here as Jung-ho.
But you got to imagine for Jung-ho, now you have to go through the entire rest of the map wondering if you'll ever get that chance to catch up, because otherwise, just purely because of energy and the fact that it's all bonus points for all jellies on this map, you know you're going to lose.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at that energy bar. It was so much damage done there to Jung-ho. He is really feeling the pain. I can't even imagine. I'm just thinking about what the final score is going to be in terms of difference if Kukushi is able to successfully move through the rest of the map without taking any damage.
Yeah, here we go as the snowballs fly through. Another chance that Jung-ho might have is if Kukushi maybe tries to create a little bit too much, weaving through these snowballs as we see both of them navigating them pretty well, and the full clean drop for Kukushi.
Yeah, dropping onto the column, getting every single jelly, and then sliding to dodge the projectile. Well played on both sides. And honestly, for Kukushi, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw his score on the right side start to dip and get a little bit lower here than Jung-ho, because you don't have to risk anything in a moment like this one. Play it as safe as possible. As long as you don't hit any obstacles, you will win.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that for sure just yet, right? We see it here, but we're not going to be entirely confident as Jung-ho now boosts forward, but you do see that his relay came forward first, so Kukushi should be now cognizant of the fact that he has more energy and a little bit more distance in the bank.
Now let's see how safe he's going to play coming in, because this game basically in the bag unless we have one of those critical missteps.
Yeah, now Jung-ho, I mean, the best he can do is just play his best game. I hope that Kukushi gives him an opportunity, a blunder on his side to bring things back to equal.
All right, continuing on the later stages, we're in the twilight of this map, and that lead at 14 million is only going to get bigger when Jung-ho runs out of energy again. Thus far, Kukushi been able to deal with every single obstacle successfully. He might be missing a jelly here and there. We've seen that over the course of the entire run, but just the tenacity to not get injured once. That plan of survival, that strategy of just staying alive, it's working.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this in that previous run as
oh,
well.
No.
Oh,
was that another hit?
It looked like it.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Jung-ho, I mean, look at the energy bar. He's going to end so early. And so, Kukushi, now you're quite aware that you already have the lead. Like you mentioned, State, you don't have to greed for every single jelly. You just have to not hit any obstacles.
I mean, the distance is going to be one of the biggest discrepancies that we'll see in the entire preliminaries up until this point. It might be, what, 2 or 3 even hit. Potential difference between Jung-ho and Kukushi right now in a high point map like this one.
And I get it. I get why it's happening, because after that first collision, you're like, okay, I got to greed for everything, right?
Yeah.
You're going to make every single opportunity happen. But once again, it's the same exact spot as Kukushi continues on just to set his own points. And he will be wrapping things up with a nice hefty win, leading 2-1 here in the finals.
Yeah, basically a victory lap, collecting those last 40 million points as the damage was already done. Anytime you get an energy hit like that one, it is the most devastating thing in a cookie run competition. It is worse than missing a jelly. It's worse than hitting the bitter bear.
I mean, Jungho, he feels it a little bit of embarrassment, because he was also personally confident on this map. But this is what we're talking about. The pressure on stage, it's different. It's different from playing from home. When you realize you're losing, when you realize that you might be the one losing the finals, you're behind in points, you start to make more mistakes, and Jungho starting to crumble around the edge just a little bit.
Yeah, 2 or 3 collisions coming in, a massive amount of energy lost, and that just translates into an L here in map number 3. So Cuckoo, that is the last time we're going to see, by the way, Ice Cream Land.
That's true.
We cannot play any map 3 more times. We still haven't seen
Torchlit Trial.
Torchlit Trial. And the question is, what is the map going to be here for Jungho? Because after he lost Ice Cream Land on map number 1, he picked one future of TBD. He might just go back to it again.
I think he does. And for Kukushi, I think you have to win here, because neither of them have been wanting to pick Torchlit Trial. You don't want to be forced to play that.
Yeah.
It is a rematch on one future of TBD. Oh boy, the revenge back and forth. Holy cow. I mean, in some ways, both of them trying to avoid Torchlit Trial, but also picking the map where they each had one win.
Yeah, in this best of 5, because there are only 3 maps, each map can be picked a maximum of 2 times. So in kind of a crazy situation, we have Ice Cream Land as the random draw first.
Oh my gosh.
Future of TBD second, and then Ice Cream Land back, and then TBD back.
And then let's say Jungho wins here, then unfortunately for both players, you're going to have to face your fears and go all out on Torchlit Trial for a match point.
No matter what, if we go to a map number 5, it is going to be Torchlit Trial.
Yes. Oh, and Kukushi, he's feeling it. He's like, no, not again, not here. I don't want to continue. I just want to end this match.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go to Torchlit Trial. They were laughing about this a little bit. Of course, some of the pressure is off knowing that you both qualified for the October Championship, but pride is on the line, glory is on the line, and of course that all-important number 1 seed coming out of this region.
I mean, choosing your matchup, or at least relative matchup, going into the finals is a big deal, because now when you get to that stage 1 month later, you're playing against the best of the best. If you can try to manipulate it so you have a better bracket and a better path forward, that would be huge for them. So this seed advantage is going to matter. Jungho, tournament life on the line. Match point for Kukushi. Can he get his revenge and wrap things up, or will Jungho bring us to the, I guess, feared Torchlit Trial between these 2 players?
Yeah, certainly they're both trying to avoid that map as best they can, but should Jungho win, Destiny will bring us there. As players are getting ready here. This is the Cookie Run World Championship 2025, the Plains Regional Preliminary. Both these players, they have qualified for October, but both of them want to be the champion today.
I mean, I am nervous for these players. I mean, the story is just too perfect. Kind of bringing it back to the maps you won, challenging them again, and saying, no, you might beat me on the other map, but I know I can beat you here. And the thing is if I'm Jungho, I think you're feeling pretty confident knowing that you hit most of your extra destruction as well, and that might have given you the edge. But here we go. Jungho on your screens. Kukushi now going for match point. Do we go to a map 5, or will we celebrate Kukushi as the winner of the Plains Region Preliminaries? We'll find out here as we jump into one future of TBD.
The map is loading in. The players are ready. Jungho on top, Kukushi on bottom, and let's get started.
All right, so right here early on, again, Kukushi just trying to stay afloat, and Jungho actually not able to. Oh yeah, he does actually get one of those extra objects right on early on, which gives him that same lead again.
And destruction points not especially prioritized here by Kukushi. Seems like over the course of this finals, a little bit more of a defensive playstyle coming out from him. He seems to be a little bit more risk adverse compared to Jungho. He's not going for every single jelly, he's not going for every single point, but his play is so solid because he's not taking any damage at any moment.
That's true. I mean, none of those crazy blunders that we've seen, but I mean, that's actually a giant bear jelly loss as well. So on top of that, on top of the bonus points from the destruction, it starts to make a big difference here, giving a nice 2 million, 1 million lead here for Jungho.
Of course, it's plus 200,000 points on that giant bear jelly, 600,000 on the rainbow. So you can play conservatively and safely if you want here as Kukushi, but you absolutely do want to go for these big bear jellies when they show up.
All right, Jungho just trying to stay locked in. He doesn't want to make any mistakes. That's been the story so far here in the Grand Finals. It's the mistakes that have cost him the maps that he lost. He wants to stay alive.
Yeah, it feels like his skill ceiling is almost higher with his playstyle, but it is more risk prone. He's a little bit greedy, but hey, if he can play perfectly, if he can deliver at his real skill level, it will pay off.
We'll see if he's able to keep that stability. And now neither one having made any big mistakes here in the last couple seconds.
Yeah, just using their skill abilities to make sure they deal with all these potential dangers. Said no damage being done just yet. The jumps and double jumps coming through as well. Ooh, one more big bear. Two more big bears getting missed by Kukushi. That gap is widening.
Yeah, that's kind of big. That's a lot at once. And now Kukushi having to fight to catch back up.
Yeah, this is very painful. You can see a really big smile on Kukushi's face, and he shakes his head no. I think he realizes this one is starting to get a little bit out of reach unless Jungho makes one more mistake. Jungho's just been so solid in terms of the jelly collection on this map.
Yeah, exactly. Jungho has the pattern and the build just pat down for himself. Not going too crazy, but also making sure he doesn't play ultra safe, making sure he's getting at least all the necessities right now.
Yeah, skill activations coming through just to clear the way, collecting a couple extra jellies on top of that. Their eyes are on Kukushi, trying to see whether he can catch every single one of these jellies because you really can't afford any more misses. You might have been safe and conservative up until this point, but you really need to try and send it home now, and two more get missed.
Oh, yeah, that's going to start to cost him a little bit. He had a couple opportunities to try to catch back up with maybe some of the destruction just to make sure he has a chance, but it starts to widen again. He still can't afford to miss any of these giant bear jellies as we now switch over to the Choco Cookies.
Yeah, the chest Choco Cookies now coming out. The twins, I think we're likely going to see a lot of roots come out to kind of clear these obstacles, make for a safer path, and also collect some destruction points.
And now cycling through those chess pieces, so it's going to come down to making sure that you line yourself up for maximum points. Now moving on to the next phase.
So far, all these big bear jellies getting collected here by Kukushi. The gap isn't that large anymore. Oh, but he misses another one.
And it's the same one here. It's similar situations before where Kukushi ends up taking the double jump to try to destroy the top line, but Jungho is actually able to stay completely uniform with the bottom line of obstacles, and that gives him a more consistent point.
Yeah, more of these getting missed right now. Maybe prioritizing the destruction points a little bit, but in any case, it's just not really going this way. That gap is widening out of 4 million points, which admittedly is still very close between these two, but you gotta get every jelly here as Kukushi, and you gotta hope that Jungho messes up.
I think Kukushi kind of knows that unless a mess up happens on the other side, that it's a bit done for him, but all he can do is try his best and hope. Meanwhile, Jungho, you see, he's lasered and he's locked in. He hasn't reacted to anything that's happening around him, just making sure that he plays his best run, trying to bring us to a 5th map.
Energy level getting lower and lower as the players dodge these cogs.
Oh, yeah, and that's some extra there here for Jungho as well. Now trying to catch back up. The big distance gain, though, from Kukushi. So we'll see if that makes a difference, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, my gosh, so close.
Yeah.
400,000. Jungho, the one mistake at the end could have actually cost him the run, but it does not matter.
Wow.
A win is a win. Oh my gosh, you see Jungho almost had a heart attack as well.
Yeah, Jungho lives. I think actually there was that one mistake, but he got maybe a little bit more distance, and that made up the difference there for him. Both players laughing about it. Honestly, it's kind of a miracle that it ended up so close. 400, 500,000 points, give or take. And Kukushi, despite having a really rough early game, despite having a really rough mid game, he wasn't able to close it out despite getting so very close.
I mean, this time it really comes down to some of those bear jellies that he missed.
It does. I mean,
It
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, the Rainbow Giant Bear missing one of those. I mean, that would have actually put Kukushi as our winner here at the very end.
Oh, what a stressful moment for both these players. And now we have seen Ice Cream Land twice. We've seen one future of TBD twice. Cuckoo's won both times on Ice Cream Land. Jungo's won both times on one future of TBD. But now the map that nobody seems to want to pick is going to come out, and everything will be decided here on Torchlit Trial for all the marbles, Chobra.
Yeah, I mean, this just resets basically to a best of one on a map that neither player was ever going to pick. Every time they were given the selection, they reverted to a rematch, and now they will have to face the last map in the pool. Going through the entire gauntlet today comes down to Torchlit Trial.
Yeah, it's going to be the peppercorn cookie and the cherry cookie. Peppermill, of course, will be the pet on this 5-star map. And looking at the top scores for both of these players, remarkably close in their practice leading up to this tournament. Both well over 1 billion, 1.096 for Jungho, and for Kukishi right behind him, or actually right ahead of him, 1.097. It is remarkably close. I mean, both these guys, it's kind of a surprising thing that they don't want to pick this map because their scores are so high, but I guess when you know that an opponent of your opponent's caliber, your rival's caliber, is standing in the other chair, yeah, you don't want to go for it.
Yeah, oh, we are going to see a bit of a difference. Kukushi going for the extra rescues in favor of the less points overall, whereas Jungho, so this has to be a bit of a build difference coming in.
I think it makes sense because the entire story so far in this finals, at least from my perspective, is that Kukushi's been a little bit more conservative, a little bit more safe, and so he's missing some jellies as a result, but he's not taking damage. He's not hitting obstacles. He's not getting injured. And so going for the more defensive selection there in the second stage.
I would imagine that, in fact, if you're going for the extra rescues, that he's got something up his sleeve to go more aggressive, because now he can drop down and take a different line and a different build instead of just trying to play safer. So I am curious what that's going to look like. Jungho just going for the all jellies, but also most importantly, we talked about this yesterday, of course, you get the compounding, continuing to add up bonuses for the Giant Bear jellies. Every time you get one, you get an extra 1,000-point bonus, and then the next one, it's 2,000. Next time it's 3,000. So we'll see. Whoever misses one early, it's going to start to add up. Jungho versus Kukushi. One map left to determine the winner of the Plains region for the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship Preliminaries here in 2025.
All right, the game is loaded up. Let's get into it. This is the final map of the Plains Regional Preliminary. Jungho loading in first, Kukushi right behind him. And just as Chobra said, you got to make sure you get all of those critical Giant Bear jellies plus 1K points, compounding for each. So the count, the total count is going to be the most important factor. Missing even one of them is going to be crucial. And for Kukushi, who up until this point has been maybe a little bit more prone to missing those big jellies, it's a concern.
Yeah, we'll see if Kukushi can lock in this time around. Still, both sides collecting all of them so far. Missing a couple of the smaller bear jellies, but again, our eyes are on the Giant Bear jellies.
Yeah, eyes on the prize. It's all about the Giant Bears right here. If you can get one more than your opponent, that is probably good enough for a win. If you can get 2 or 3 more, that might just seal the deal.
Yeah, still keeping clean on both sides. No collisions. All the Giant Bear jellies collected as well.
Yeah, perfection on both sides in terms of the Giant Bear jellies. You can really see them both prioritize that over absolutely everything else. As long as you don't have a collision, as long as you get the Giant Bear, you always have a chance of coming back in this one.
Yep, which gets all the drop as well. Making sure you pick up the Rainbow Bear jellies in between.
Flawless thus far, really impressive stuff. I mean, the score is remarkably even. Keep in mind, Jungho just had that little bit of a start, so his energy going to deplete a little bit faster.
We'll see if Kukushi makes sure that he's catching up right in tandem. I mean, less than 100,000. This is literally as equal as you can get on a map like this.
Okay, with these speed boosts coming in, it's very tricky, even with that double jump, to get all the Giant Bear jellies, and indeed they both do. And Kukushi even getting almost every single one of the basic jellies on top of that.
Okay, making sure that they collect all of them as they go through, using that pepper smoke to destroy all the obstacles as well, clearing the path forward.
Yeah, good skill activation. Now you gotta be really careful with these dips. Okay,
Oh,
1, 2 miss by Kukushi.
Oh no, it starts to add up.
It's gonna keep getting bigger. You need a hope right now that Jungho misses some as well, but he has been perfect. Okay, he misses 1.
Okay.
It's a 1 in favor of Jungho.
Yeah, and actually a drop here from Jungho, and he's not the one with the extra safe rescues here.
Oh, did he take damage?
Yeah, he goes for the
Oh,
fall.
no.
That is an extra Giant Bear Jelly loss from Kukushi, but we gotta remember that he's actually got that safety net, or perhaps a different build here for the extra rescues from the drops into the holes.
Yeah, that's a critical junction in this map right now. Jungho, he can't afford to miss anything else. There still is a world that he can win this despite taking that damage, as long as he can consistently get more jellies. And Kukushi looking at 2 more misses.
Yeah, both of them starting to miss a couple more here and there, but we still see a nice lead here for Kukushi because of that early miss from Jungho.
These torches so dangerous. Another bear missed right there by Kukushi.
Oh, and look at that. The relay's already happened for Jungho because of that drop earlier. This is so huge. It's such a disadvantage for Jungho.
Yeah, Kukushi knows right now when he sees that score differential increase that something bad happened to the opponent, and so we might see a little bit more conservative play coming out from him. He does miss 2 of these giant bear jellies. That's going to lower the lead a little bit, but he has so much energy left.
Yeah, now again, because this is compounding bonuses, you can't get too lax in terms of missing the giant bear jellies, but maybe some of those other jellies, Kukushi should be able to go back to his more conservative play style, making sure that he weaves, just raises his head just in time to collect those giant bear jellies. Meanwhile, up top on Jungho's screen, he's still trying to stay locked in, collecting all the giant bear jellies that he can.
Yeah, the jump and double jump timing, spectacular on both sides in this section of the map. The basic jellies getting collected here, they make it look so easy. Lead 28 million, plus all the extra energy that Kukushi has. As long as he can defend Chobra, he might be the winner here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as you don't miss any more crucial giant bear jellies, Kukushi should be fine, right? He can still go for a different build and a different line with the extra rescues as well.
Yes.
And so he's got that extra safety net. Jungho, meanwhile, just has to play perfect and hope and pray as we near the end of the energy here for Jungho.
But with the torch stage already done, the odds of injury here for Kukushi going down dramatically. It's much easier to play safe in this section of the map. It's more about just getting every single one of these bears, and given the buffer that he has, he can afford to lose a couple of them too.
It should be clean. That's the end of the run for Jungho, and Kukushi is nodding his head. He cannot lose this run. It's just about sending a statement. Goes for the drop near the end to get the extra as well, and that will secure his win, going for 1.094.
Man, what an epic finals here in the Plains Regional Preliminary. Kukushi going to be the victor today. He has secured the #1 seed into the World Championship main event in October. Huge win for him. Big show of respect. These two respect each other a lot. They're close friends. They've got great sportsmanship, but Kukushi is going to be your victor today.
Yeah, and just take the moment and being the winner of the entire desert region, being the main representative for this region through the preliminaries, of course, going hand in hand with Jungho to the World Championship Finals. But what a win. I mean, what a finals we had. What a best of 5, going back and forth on the strong maps for each other. And then it comes down to Torchlit Trial. It looked so good, but that one mistake, it's the mistakes that continued to cost Jungho that glory.
Yeah, but you see why he goes for it too, because when he is not making those mistakes, his score is consistently going to be higher than the opponent, even against Kukushi, right? It's just that he has a very risk-based style, and hey, I'm telling you, when he comes back in October, if he can iron out some of these things, especially on the 4 and the 5-star maps, if he can just evade those obstacles and still maintain that level of greed, he's going to have a lot of success.
Sure, and when you play against the best, sometimes you do have to go for that extra risky playstyle. But for today, Kukushi also with those 2 extra rescues as well, coming up with a little bit of that safety net and a little bit of the extra points towards the end of the run. Kukushi will be securing that first place. So what a run. Congrats Congrats to Kukushi. Of course, we will have a chance to hear from these two players as well. You know, talk about what happened today in the preliminaries. Maybe look forward to the finals as well a little bit. So stay tuned for that interview up on stage.
Yeah, and what a fun finals this was, not just because of the swings with the maps, but also the clash of styles. The fact that we have Kukushi with a very safe, conservative play. He knows he's not going to get every jelly, but he doesn't mind so much. He's playing to survive every single round, and that actually did determine to be the factor that gave him the win, basically. It was always the injuries. Every single map that Jungho lost, there was some kind of obstacle they would collide with, whether it be a torch, whether it be just a pillar, because he's greening on absolutely everything. It's cool to see that clash in terms of what is the philosophy? How do we get the highest possible score on a consistent basis in a long series like this, a long best of 5?
Yeah, and now we take a look at how this final went through, and you look at it back and forth, Ice Cream Land going all the way to Kukushi, One Future TBD going all the way to Jungho, but then Torchlit Trial and Kukushi will secure that in the very last set.
Yeah, just a really remarkable finals, especially those wins there on Ice Cream Land. The fact that Kukushi, if I'm not mistaken, both set 1 and set number 3, I know that Jungho took some damage, but I think Kukushi did both of them flawlessly, which is not easy to do in one map. And it's not easy to do if you do it twice in a row. I mean, set number 1, set number 3, doubling down on Ice Cream Land after Jungho had tied it up. What a decision, and to be able to execute. Oh, it's so exciting.
Yeah, and of course, this does mean Kukushi getting that advantage into the matchup selection as well towards the World Championship Finals 1 month later. But of course, here is the entire bracket of how the later part of today panned out. We started with Jungho and Pyonghwa, Chris and Kukushi as the 4 representatives coming up from the groups, the quarterfinals. Jungho and Kukushi meeting in the finals, and Kukushi becoming the preliminary winner here for the Plains region.
Yeah, and because Kukushi won, even though they are both advancing to that World Championship Finals, he's going to have an advantage in drafting. He can decide who Jungho's opponent is going to be in that main event, and so he can look at the bracket and be like, you know what, I'd rather have that opponent. I'm going to take the easier option.
Sure.
Jungho, here, good luck against this guy.
All right, well, let's have the interview on stage. We do have 2 Korean players, so no separate translation needed, and I'll be here to translate for you, Chober on the mic, as we have the Korean caster leading things off. And it does look like the Korean casters kind of felt the same way, just a little bit exhausted and relieved as well with such an intense finals. Just saying that, so unfortunately, Jungho not able to close things out. Please say hello to the fans first. Jungho just saying hello. I mean, you showed no reactions in One Future TBD, but why are you so nervous right now here for the interview?
본선 진출 솔직히 할 거라고 생각을 거의 못했는데 하게 돼서 진짜.
Oh, well, first of all, I just had no idea that I could make it to the finals. I just never dreamed of it, so I think I have a lot of work ahead of me to prep a lot more. Now let's talk about Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. You had collisions on both sides, and if you want to show us this map again, you have to go all the way to the finals again. In the finals.
점수를 보니까 충분히 뽑을 수 있는 점수였는데 충돌해서 져가지고 너무 아쉬운 것 같아요.
Yeah, and just saying, taking a look at the scores, I totally could have beat it if it wasn't for the collisions, and so it really hurts. It really stings. Now, of course, you brought it back to TBD twice.
자신 있다고 생각해서 좀 바뀌어가지고 그리고 쿠쿠신님이
Well, I was pretty confident, you know, with the map coming back with a little bit of the changes. But then also, after the first time we played it, I saw Kukushi score, and I was like, oh, I could beat him again. And that's why I selected it the second time.
본선 진출해 있는 청팀 식덕 선수가 어제 올라가 있고요. 이제 2분. 그리고 이제 바다 지역과
Now, of
설산
course,
지역에서
we had 2 players already qualifying yesterday. We have 2 more regions left. But is there any player in any of the pools that you want to meet?
잘한다고 생각해서.
Ooh, Jungho. Giving a shout out to Sikduck, saying that I've always respected him a lot. So I want to actually have a chance to play against Sikduck. So are you asking Kukushi to send you towards Sikduck? And he's like, well, no. I actually want to be on the other side of Sikduck. So I respect him, but I don't want to meet him early on in the tournament.
So funny.
일단 선수들이랑 스크림도 자주 하면서 연습했고
And Jungho just saying that I've actually scrimmed a lot
했던 것 같습니다.
in preparation, but I've also spent separate time alone trying to research new builds as well.
감사 인사 전하고 싶은 분이 있으면
Is there anyone you want to give a shout out or thanks to out of the people that helped you in preparation here, since now you've qualified for the main stage or the finals, of course?
저랑 스크림 하시면서 도움 많이 주신 분들 전부 감사하고
Well, thank you to all my scrim
다들
partners
올라오셨으면 좋겠습니다.
who have spent a lot of time with me, and I hope everyone else remaining can also make it to the finals as well.
나 정우가 본선 간다. 기다려라. 나 이거 각오 한마디 시원하게 한번
Yeah, anything you want to say to the future opponents?
본선에서는 좀 더 멋진 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
On the finals, I'll show you guys even better games and just more charming play.
시청자분들께 인사 한번 부탁드립니다.
All right, well now let's hear from our winner.
수원 지역 우승자 쿠시입니다. 반갑습니다.
Hello, I am the winner of the Plains region, Kukuchi.
솔직히 한 번만 물어볼게요. 우승할 줄 알았나요?
Now, did you know that you'd win?
제가 이 4강 대진이랑
Now,
결승 대진을
the semifinals
그 제가
and
이제
the finals,
예측을 했었거든요.
I was trying to predict
Oh,
the
진짜요?
bracket,
정확하게
and
정훈님이
I
1등하고
actually knew
1등하고
exactly what would happen.
하나날님이
It was as I
1등하고
predicted. The top
이거를
four
손님이
from,
알고
or the top two from each group, I knew
네.
exactly the
네.
order and the seeds we would move in. So I
이제
knew
정호랑
It's
who
like
I would
Doctor
meet.
Strange.
Yeah.
정호님이 이기실 줄 알았어요.
And he predicted this matchup in the finals, but he thought if this happened, Jungho would actually win,
결과에 만족한
and he would just be
크리스는
happy
일단
enough to
이기는 게
go to the
확정이었나요?
finals. Oh,
자,
so
점프님들
does
내전
that
얘기
mean
좀
that you were
해봅시다.
confident that you would beat your guildmate Chris?
크리스는 이기는 게 확정이었어요?
Was that 100%?
제가 봤을 때 나보단 좀 아래지 않나.
Yeah, well, Chris, yeah, he's
오.
probably a step or
어때요?
two below
연습
me.
좀
Yeah, I
어디
think
같이
so.
이게 같은 지역이고 같은 길드고 하다 보니까 좀 더 껄끄러웠을 것 같아요. 연습하는 과정이.
So
사실
was there any
처음에는 좀
trouble
껄끄러웠어요.
practicing together
그래가지고
because you were in the
제가
same
이제
region
4강이라는
and the
중요한
guild
매치에서
as
만날
well?
수 있는 가능성이 꽤 있다 보니까
Yeah, because
처음에는
there
약간
was a high likelihood that we
근데
could play against
이제
each other in the
생각해보니까
semifinals. So
사람들이 사실
I was a little bit
정직해요.
concerned.
실력
But
맞아요, 맞아요.
게임이거든요.
going into
그렇기도
the
하고
semifinals, the semifinal
사실 또
map pool,
이렇게
they're
기존 분이랑
they're
거리
all
두는 게
kind of
좀
unique.
만만치 않고 해서
And of course
홈보이는
that
같이
it's
이렇게
really about your
길드에 관한
micro
거에서
control.
떠오르는 영감 이런
So
것도
I
좀
thought about
좋지
it,
않고
and I thought,
연습도
I
같이
don't
하고
want to
그렇게
actually,
아니,
you know,
두 분 4강
keep
대진을
distance
통해서
between our
점프리드가
guildmates.
굉장히 호감
So if the
길드로
semifinals are
지금
really going to
배우
come down to our
올라가거든요.
skill on the day of anywhere, I'd rather share our inspiration together and work together to prepare for the best games.
저희 길드 제 2년째 운영
And of
중인데요.
course, to our
사실은
guild and all of our guildmates, I am the runner of the guild. I am the guild master. It's been 2 years, and I think a lot of you know that I was the guild master. Our guild has been very clean. It's been very good. So thank you so much, and I've been doing my best. We're not too serious, right? The people who continue to win, who people do well, they do well. But for anyone who now has seen, me and some of our guildmates here, if you're like, actually, I would like to join that guild as well. Well, you know what? Just be comfortable and just reach out to us, and we'd like to open it up to more people as well. Now, I'm sure you've had a lot of people that you want to thank. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
보시고 감사 인사 전할 수 있는 시간 좀 드리겠습니다.
사실 이제 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 이제 월드 챔피언십
Now,
많은
honestly,
분들이 지금
in preparation for
봐주시고
the Cookie Run Oven Brave
계시는데,
World
이제
Championship, a
봐주시는
lot of
분들
people are
중에서
watching.
쿠키런이라는 게임을 뭐 최근에 시작해가지고 열심히
I think
하고
there
계신
might also
분들도
be,
계시겠지만은
some people who have
사실은
just started
굉장히 추억의
Cookie
게임.
Run Oven
이제
Brave,
오래전에
but for a lot of
오래전에
people, it must be
했었던
more of a
그런
nostalgic game
추억으로
as
남는
well,
분들도
where
많은데요.
people are kind of
저
just
굉장히
keeping it
어렸을
in
때
their
스타트
memory.
때부터 쿠키런 했어요.
And it's the same
근데
for me. I started in
이제,
elementary school actually
저한테는
back in the
쿠키런이
day. But to me,
주로 하는 게임이기도 하지만은 굉장히
Cookie
어떤
Run,
특별한
not
기억으로
only
남아요.
is it the main game I'm playing obviously,
여자친구가
but it is a
저랑
very special memory
중고등학교를 같이 나왔는데
because my girlfriend, we actually went to the same middle and high school.
그런 얘기를 하면서
And,
친해질 수 있었어요.
We actually grew close
고등학교 때
together
게임
because
접었을
we
때도
shared our
또
interest
다시
in
해줄
Cookie
수
Run.
있는 계기가 됐고
And
또
so
이제
this was the tie
이번에도
that was able
굉장히
to
응원
kind of
많이
keep us
해줘서
connected.
그랬었거든요.
And
저도 굉장히
my
자신이
girlfriend
없었는데.
gave me a
그래서
lot of
일단은
support in preparation
여자친구한테
here for the
지금은
preliminaries as
큰
well.
감사를
So I want to give a huge thanks to my
여자친구에게
girlfriend for all the
감사한다는
support
얘기를
and all the
굉장히
cheers.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, that is so
올라오다가
sweet.
들어갈
I mean,
뻔했는데
also I
근데
like that he mentions that
들어가기
obviously
인터뷰
this is
들어가기
a
전부터
long
진짜
time
감사해서
running
전해야 되는 사람이
franchise,
있으니까 이 질문을 꼭
and
해주세요라고
there's so
했었거든요.
many
그만큼
stories that can be like this, right? Where
Yeah.
you've grown, whether it's
자,
your
이제
girlfriend or boyfriend, whether it's other
챔피언으로서
friends and guildmates and
본선으로
whatnot.
향해야
So
됩니다. 본선에서 만나고
I
싶은
love
선수
that
있나요,
shout out. Obviously, shout out to the girlfriend for all the
저는
support.
사실
But now looking
다
forward,
정말 산 같으신 분들이거든요.
Well, looking
저는
forward, I mean,
개인적으로
everyone
팀
just feels like
선수랑
giants
좀
to
만나보고
me.
싶다.
But
청팀 선수를
personally,
생각이 드는
I
게
want to meet
굉장히
Tim.
예전부터
I want to
꾸준히
play against Tim
정말
from
좋은
yesterday
모습을 보여주었던 선수고
because I
그래서
think
아직
Tim
성장하기 전에도
has
굉장히
always
이
shown
사람은
such
좋은
great
분들 중에서도 정말
performances.
고수구나라는 생각이
Oh, there we
많이
have him.
들어가지고
He's here watching. He's visiting. He's like,
You
wait,
can't hide.
I wasn't supposed to be on camera today. I wasn't supposed to be. Yeah, but continuing on talking about Tim, he was just saying that, yeah, I've always respected him as kind of this person to look forward to.
초원이랑 사막이랑 둘이 서로 막 이렇게 얘기하고.
And so I mean, we don't even know who's going to move up from Ocean or Glacier, but Plains, you guys are just giving shout outs to the winners from the Desert region. So I guess people in Ocean and Glacier will have to show up a little bit more next week. And now looking forward, any statements you want to make?
준비해서 사실 뭐
I'll
목표는
train
이번에도
as
그렇고
much as
딱히
possible.
없어요.
Now, to be
하지만
honest, in terms of goals, I don't have any specific goals. It was the same time it was the same thing this weekend.
보여드리도록
But
하겠습니다.
I'll do my best to
네,
prepare
알겠습니다.
everything and
다시
show you
한번 초원
everything that I possibly
챔피언,
can
그리고
here
본선
at the
진출권을
tournament.
따낸 정우 선수, 쿠키 선수였습니다. 감사드립니다.
Well, I mean, I love that interview from both, but also, there you go. Now the emotions are coming up here for Kukushi. But you love to hear it. I mean, you love to hear kind of the backstory with Cookie Run for himself as well, but also, like, he knew that he'd try to at least qualify, but he wasn't confident he could win the finals. Now he's won it, and he still thinks that there's so many other people to look forward to that he needs to challenge moving on forward. Curious to see what he's going to look like in 1 month's time.
Yeah, I was so curious because in the interview heading into this tournament, he said, you know, if I make it, if I win, if I qualify for the World Championship in October, there's somebody that I want to thank.
Yep.
And we were wondering, you know, who is it going to be? Who is he going to want to thank? And that was one of the sweetest things I think I have ever heard in an esports competition. Really, what a touching moment. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, no, very, very happy for both of those players. Of course, we'll see them return in 1 month's time. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this weekend. Of course, we have 2 more regions to go through the preliminaries next week. Ocean and Glacier, same format. So make sure that you are there. Of course, before we wrap up as well, there's a little bit of time left to make sure you submit the code. There's still about an hour and a half left, so make sure you submit that in. Those of you in chat, help each other out. Make sure you submit it. And for us here at the casting desk, we will return next week with the Ocean and Glacier region preliminaries. Thanks for watching.
Cookie run oven break. Cookie run oven break. Cookie run oven break.